The traitors had achieved the destruction of the heavenly demon, or so they thought. Reincarnated, he wakes with memories of blood, betrayal, and hellish power. Playing fair and moving to the top again, for some reason now everyone calls him a monster. They fear him, respect him, and also try to survive, if possible. Can he reclaim his demonic throne without losing his humanity? Let's find out. The story begins in the palace of the heavenly demon cult, where the heir of the cult said that he understood everything, which means that even such a rare medicine will not help. In front of him stood an old man who bowed and asked him for forgiveness for this. He said that after all, an energy deviation is not something that can be fixed so easily. It is all his fault. He thought that it was all his fault because he was a mediocre disciple. Because of the lower core that was destroyed since birth, and a body that was unable to hold internal chi energy, he devoted all his time to the mystic arts. In this way, he rose to the rank of heir of the heavenly demon cult. All this was done to repay his mentor. He walked down the corridor and said that the rare medicine from Hebei was useless. Where could he find something useful? A man approached him and said that the time had come. Was he okay while he, the deputy head of the cult, was away? The cult heir named him Cheon Hujin and agreed, and said that it had indeed been a long time. His journey through their land must have taken a long time. He said with a serious expression that since the cult leader and heir were unable to fulfill their duties, it was his responsibility to ensure the prosperity of the heavenly demon cult. The cult heir walked past him and said with a serious voice that he understood him and was grateful for his efforts. After a while, he said that it was impossible for this snake to just go on a journey to see how humans live, as long as he didn't do something stupid. He didn't have time to finish speaking because he noticed something and said he didn't expect this. He never thought that he would dare to kill him in his own room. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he said with a smile that now it was clear why this drink tasted so deadly. He also noticed a lot of people hiding on the ceiling and asked if they wanted to try it too. He even felt sorry that he had to drink it all alone. One of them loudly ordered to attack, and the heir of the cult asked, even if they slipped him this poison, how dare they attack him in his own room? Several people jumped towards him very quickly and attacked from different sides at the same time. Suddenly, he disappeared, and one of them loudly asked, when did he manage to leave the illusion? He appeared next to them and said that if they were going to kill him in his own shelter, then they should have prepared better. They all quickly ran towards him again with the intent to kill. The heir of the cult looked at them with a serious expression and said that he had warned them that their strength was insufficient. He released several chains with sharp tips, which pierced all the killers at once. A group of several people stood behind him, and he asked, is this all they can do after all this preparation? He turned to them and asked with a smile, did they not think that their respected nephews would be disappointed by this? He called out to the elders who were standing in front of him and looking at him with worried faces. Hujin thought with a very worried expression that he had heard that the red crane's beak could melt an entire ox with just a pinch. However, he could still laugh after being poisoned. He was a real monster. The cult heir said that if his body was in better condition, he would have definitely left a hole in his head. What a pity. This traitor said that he also shared the disappointment of not being able to achieve his dreams. He thought that he couldn't just stand by and let a pathetic person who couldn't even learn martial arts become their next leader. All the elders supported him. The others very quickly surrounded the cult heir and took out their weapons. He looked at them with a smile and said that it seemed like their elders were quite timid. They were going to attack a brat like him in a crowd after poisoning him? Hajin pointed his finger at him and said that he could continue talking. If he had just properly fulfilled his role as the successor of the cult, this wouldn't have happened. He said with a serious voice that he should stop saying such nonsense. Who is behind this? He was surprised by this question and asked what he was even talking about. This was a joint decision of the elders and the deputy head of the cult. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that he knew that he didn't have the courage to do such a thing. Was it the master of black spirits and skulls, or the master of thunder and lightning, or maybe the master of demon collector? This was an order from outside their divine cult. He and the elders sold out the cult in order to kill him. The master also ended up in this state because of his actions, right? Hajin became very angry because of this and asked loudly, how dare he blame him for this? He strengthened his hand with energy and ran towards him very quickly. The cult successor looked at him with a smile and said that judging by his reaction, it seems like he was right. He thought that this was probably the price of trusting him. That damn idiot had finally stabbed them in the back. Hajin grabbed him by the throat and slammed his back against the wall really hard. He said that no matter how much he hated him, they still trained under the same master. He was still the current leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. He would end his life with his own hands. He smirked at this and said that he had already planned all of this. Why would he continue this farce? After all, because of his short-sightedness, he had become a puppet of external forces. Hajin became even more angry at this and loudly asked young Wunwi, how dare he say such a thing? Apparently, he didn't want a peaceful death. He calmed down and said that he didn't have to worry. He would correct his mistakes and ensure the prosperity of the cult. The heir of the cult with a wide smile began to laugh really loudly at what he said, which surprised everyone present. He said with a smile that they had tolerated him for so long, but still didn't know his true power. Since they had decided to kill him, there was one thing they should remember. Hajin looked at him and said that his tongue had become so restless before he died. He noticed something and asked loudly with a very surprised expression, "Is this the demon dragon sword? Does he dare to cause trouble until his last moments? Does he seriously think he will let him pull his tricks?" There was a sudden surge of energy that sent him flying very far back. He looked at him in surprise and asked, when did he manage to gather so much mystical energy? Wunwi said with a smile that he had put all the mystical power he had into the demon dragon sword, which contains the will of the first heavenly demon. He was gathering mystical energy while defending himself from their ridiculous attacks. One of them said loudly with a very scared expression that they should form a defensive formation and use their internal energy to do so. There was a very strong dark energy coming from his sword, and he said that it was too late. He released a huge amount of energy using the Hellfire technique that burned the soul. They all started screaming very loudly in pain because of this attack. The energy he released was so powerful that it destroyed the building they were in. Wunwi sat on the ground and thought that no matter how miserable his life was, he did not expect such an end. The snow here is the same as that day. When he was a child, some children beat him up and told him that he would spare this freak who sees ghosts. If he says nonsense again like he carries an evil spirit, then what happened will happen again. He heard that he also has a destroyed core. An orphan with a destroyed core who claims to see ghosts? He picked up a stone from the ground and thought that he just told the truth, but all he got in return was hatred. To live in such a disgusting world, he had no right to sit still. They were very surprised by this and started to beat him back. After a while, Wunwi was sitting outside by the wall and said that these freaks don't know when to give up, just like them, lost souls. When will they finally leave him alone? He was very surprised when a man came up to him and said that he had special eyes. He turned around, crawled back a few meters and thought, when did he manage to come up to him? He didn't even feel his presence. He has expensive clothes and an even more expensive sword. However, he ran quite far from crowded places if he came on purpose. He chuckled and said that he was probably interested in his cursed eyes. He can do whatever he wants. He thought that in a world where hatred and disrespect were natural, he didn't mind his life being split in half. The man walked up to him and asked, can he just take his eyes? Wunwi asked, he looks like a martial artist. How can he refuse? He doesn't know if these eyes can be useful to him, but he can pluck it out and cook it. The man put his jacket on him and said that these eyes, it's not a curse, but a blessing. Some people like him are born with a blessed upper energy core or a special soul. Such people have always done great things. He has the potential to become more unique than anyone in this world. Wunwi looked at him in surprise and thought that these words were so sweet that they sounded like a lie. However, more than that, he felt warmth for the first time in his life. The man asked, so will he follow him? After receiving the agreement, he asked, does he have a name? He refused, and he asked then to immortalize the moment of their meeting. How about the name Wunwi? He thought that in the hands of salvation he found a reason to continue living. He did his best to help his master. Because of this cursed body, his master was in a state of energetic deviation. Simply accepting death here would be too pitiful. His body would soon turn to dust. No matter what he did, it would not survive. In that case, he had only one choice left. He began to use the forbidden art of Zoroastrianism, rebirth through the primordial divine wheel. It is a forbidden art used by ancient Zoroastrian practitioners to overcome death by transferring their soul into another person's body. Even if the transfer is successful, they are doomed to a short life due to the body's rejection of the new soul. He channeled the remaining mystical energy into the shards of the demon dragon's sword to activate this art. Now he leaves its success to the will of the heavens. He hopes that the master will survive until he returns. After that, he heard someone ask, does he understand his role in visiting the clan head? As the son of a concubine, he must continue to keep a low profile. He thought it was very annoying. His entire body was numb and tingling, waking up due to a scream. This is the worst thing that could happen. Wait, did the reincarnation through the primordial divine wheel succeed? There was a woman standing in front of him with a displeased expression on her face, loudly calling him Tak Wunwi and asking, can't he hear her? How long is he going to lie on the floor? He slowly stood up and thought it was so ironic that this body had the same name as his past life. The woman said that she had already put up with this for long enough. She swung her stick and with a very angry expression asked loudly, how dare he ignore her? The protagonist grabbed her hand and with a serious expression said that her breath stinks terribly. So could she please turn her face the other way? She walked away from him with a displeased expression and loudly asked, did he dare to reject her fair instructions and even insult her? She walked out of the room and loudly said that he shouldn't even dream of leaving until he realized his mistakes. He sat on the edge of the bed and said that he finally got some peace and quiet. He thought that judging from the remaining memories of this body, this woman was this child's stepmother. Rebirth, through the primordial divine wheel, only works on bodies that have just died or are on the verge of death. Even though this child was not her biological son, he can't believe that she beat him half to death. He thought his previous life was pathetic, but this guy could compete with it. He began to massage his shoulder and thought that anyway this body was barely trained and in very bad shape. However, this body had something that he did not have, a lower energy core. If he could develop the lower core and learn martial arts based on the mystic arts he learned with the upper core in his past life, and the power of his eyes that could control the dead, he must cope. Only then will he be able to protect his master and show the freaks who betrayed him and got involved with the heavenly demon cult exactly who they got involved with. The Sichuan Tan clan. This is one of the 6 great Murim clans and is also the ruler of Sichuan Murim. To the west of here is Tibet, where the Potala Palace is located, as well as Qinghai, the seat of the Kunlun sect. To the south are the Jianhan sect, the Heavenly Dragon Temple, and the Five Poison sect. Finally, to the north of here is the front line of the central Murim Plains, opposing the heavenly demon cult. The vanguard of the Tan clan troops is led by the Storm Troop. The leader of this troop is known as the Storm Swordsman, Tan Hozan. Together with the Storm Troop, he founded a branch of the Tan clan, the Nine Dragon Division, the economic and strategic center of Sichuan Murim, Nine Dragon County. The head of the clan, the Dark Lord Tan Moonhyuk, entrusted the army to him. Hosan had 3 heirs. The mother of 2 of them was Namgung Sanyang, his legal wife. They were the first child, Tan Kyujin, and his third child, Tan Yucheng. However, the mother of his second son was a servant, a mistake made while drunk. He was reborn as an illegitimate child of this clan. The rest of the clan treat him badly. Even though he is an illegitimate child, he is still the son of the patriarch and a candidate for the inheritance. A servant stood in front of him and loudly asked, how dare he say such a thing to the matriarch? He should go and beg for forgiveness. She ordered that no food be delivered to their pavilion. Now they will all starve. MC sighed in displeasure and thought that he could not believe that even the servants looked down on him. The servant said loudly that perhaps the mistress would take pity and give him a lighter punishment. He wanted to say something else, but he didn't have time because he couldn't stand the feeling anymore and threw him back a few meters with a very strong blow. He said loudly with a very displeased expression on his face that he was giving him advice out of good intentions. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to help him anymore. If he touched him even once more, he would be in trouble. Despite Wenwei's threats, he continued to beat him, which is why he already started begging for mercy. He called him handsome and said that he hoped that he would do the right thing since he was his mother's friend. He understood how he felt, didn't he? He agreed with bruises on his face and said that he would never forget his kindness and would serve him and the second lady diligently. He leaned towards him with a wide smile and asked, so he would bring what he needed, right? His expressions scared him a lot and he said loudly that he would prepare everything right now. He bowed and said loudly that he would bring it soon. He looked at his hand that was trembling after the blows and said that he couldn't believe that his hand was shaking so much because of those blows. Just how weak was his body? Not only was his body weak, he also had no allies in the clan. This was partly due to the mistress's bullying. At this rate, he wouldn't advance in the clan. All he could do was accumulate internal energy and show off his abilities. However, there was a problem. The energy of the Tan clan was in this body. Since the cuts of a heavenly demon master were demonic arts, he couldn't use cultivation methods. He thought that, however, there were probably many in the heavenly demon cult who came from the Tan clan and had spent thousands of years there. This would have a bad effect on the upper meridian, and his body was not prepared at all. Remembering about placing the energy in the innately strong upper meridian, he would transfer it to the illusory space and manifest it to its full extent. A suitable space would be the 1,000-year-old secret archive of the heavenly demon cult. The heavenly demon cult's archive. Fortunately, by using divine reincarnation, he didn't lose most of his memories. In his situation, the most suitable cultivation method would be the poison dragon technique. After the Tan clan's poison specializing warrior group was expelled, they became part of the heavenly demon cult. This cultivation method allowed them to learn the demon cult's poison arts. Instead of using demonic energy, they practiced poison energy as well as the Tan clan's cultivation methods as the basis for using demonic arts. While the Tan clan was fighting the demon cult, Groups that used poison in a special way would appear within the factions. If he used a demonic art through the poison dragon technique, no one would suspect anything. The problem is that he would have to endure excruciating pain in order to obtain poison energy. In order to replenish this energy, he also needed to absorb higher-level poison. The protagonist smiled widely because his eyes were engulfed in energy, and said that anyway, now that he had used the upper meridian, his dead eyes had finally opened. How long were they going to keep staring like that? He had seen the ghosts of the elders he had killed and said that he knew he was quite attractive in his past life, but he would still feel awkward if they kept staring like that. Hajin called him by his previous name and asked loudly. People always said that he was crazy, but how dare he talk to him, the vice chief of the great heavenly demon cult, in such a tone? One of the elders grabbed the chain that was on his neck and said loudly that he should release them, because he couldn't handle their anger. He looked at them with a smirk and said that their reaction really made him happy. They asked loudly with a displeased look, how can he be so bad even after death? They declare a rebellion against him. He grabbed one of the chains and said that since they conspired and decided to kill him, they should be prepared for the consequences. Because of this, Hajin fell to the ground and he asked, he already knows what he is capable of, doesn't he? He raised his head, saw a large monster standing behind him and thought that it was the Ghost King. Could this be that power? MC said that if he stays like this, he won't even be able to reincarnate. Don't you think so? He looked at him with a very displeased look and asked loudly, all he wants is information, right? If he wants all the information he has. He refused it and extended his hand to him and said that he has enough people who have this information. He started using his energy, which caused the ghost Hajin to be quickly sucked in somewhere. He turned it into a small ball and told the elders that it was a ghost sphere. It was filled with the grudges of the dead and was much more powerful than most strong poisons. He threw it in his mouth and said that this would now be his lunch. They were all very surprised at what he just did, and he felt a lot of pain because of what he just ate. They looked at him in surprise, not believing what was happening, and asked, is he still able to stand after this? Did he forget how he raised hell even after taking in the poison energy? The MC looked at them with a wide smile and said that now the vice chief of the cult had become fertilizer for his poison dragon, and it was time for them to make a choice. Would they obediently tell him everything, or did they want to be eaten? After that, he held a handful of ghostly orbs in his hand and asked, so they were just following the orders of an organization known as the Association? They loudly agreed and said that it was true. He thought that the organization with no name, the main threat came from their members. One of them loudly said that they really showed them very strange things. He asked them to believe them. He thought that the heavenly demon cult was an unorthodox cult that worshipped its ruler as a god. The elders of this cult, who worshipped the heavenly demon, conspired with them and decided to attack him, the heir of the cult. So, compared to the fear of the heavenly demon, the fear of this organization was stronger. He said that he believed that the orthodox or unorthodox faction was controlled by outside forces. He thought that the tower that towered in the sky, the people who surpassed all of humanity and were trying to conquer the tower, were apostates. Extremely powerful demigods capable of mind-boggling things, they were considered natural disasters. This meant that their leader was much more powerful than he imagined. He ate the rest of the orbs and said that the precious time of digesting so much poison and gradually getting used to it, this was something new. 2 months later in the ladies' room, Sanyong smashed her mug against the wall in anger and asked loudly, is he sure that this Suraz didn't get food? Hinsum knelt in front of her and said that they wouldn't dare to go against her will. She asked loudly in an angry voice, then why is he living as if nothing happened? He was supposed to fall at her feet and beg for forgiveness in less than 3 days. Rumors were already circulating throughout the manor that she had killed him. The leader would be back soon. How was she supposed to look him in the eye when he heard this? Before they continued, what did that freak ask him to bring? He said that he wanted to obtain information about the current situation in Jianghu, particularly the unorthodox and demonic factions. She thought with a dissatisfied expression, that freak had never been interested in such things, but he had changed too much in these 2 months. Could there be someone behind him? Even if he was useless, he was still the son of the clan patriarch. If he made a good impression during the patriarch's visit, he would be able to obtain a position in the clan. No wonder there were so many annoying people hanging around him pursuing this goal. She slammed her hands on the table and loudly said that Kyujin and Yuchan should be wary. You can't let that damn freak get away with this. Another servant came to her and said that her son had come to see her. Sanyong turned to him and said that it meant that he had already finished his training. Hyunsum stood up and said with a smile that he should leave. She said with a displeased expression that if he noticed anything strange about him, he should tell her immediately. Her son entered the room and with a small smile asked how she was feeling. She thanked him and said that everything was fine, He had worked hard, so he should sit down. He had achieved his goal, right? He said loudly with a smug face that although this was not the final result, he had almost mastered the hidden weapon. She was happy about this and said that it was great as expected of her son. He became more serious and said that on the way here he heard about this Suraz. He didn't repent, even after what she did. She took a deep breath and said that talking about him gave her a headache. She didn't know what that idiot was planning. Yu Chang said that he seemed to have someone helping him. She looked at him with a little surprise and asked if he thought so too. He said that he didn't have enough internal energy. He didn't eat or drink anything. He couldn't last 2 months. Someone was secretly bringing him elixirs every night. Sanyon clenched her hand into a fist and said that she had thought about that too, although she didn't know what kind of idiot was helping him at all. He said with a sly smile that that was why he had to participate in the patriarch's visit. She was a little surprised by this and asked what was the point. He continued to smile and asked if he was playing on a large scale, then his patron would do something too, right? She thought about it and said that it was indeed so. Someone had to bring him the elixir so that it would be strong enough. The person behind him who was claiming praise would definitely show up. He agreed and said that once he showed up, they would capture them all. She asked with a smile. However, if that freak caused trouble, wouldn't the patriarch think that they couldn't even control him? Yu Chang said that it didn't matter. What could that idiot do? If he caused trouble, he would just stop him like a loving brother. Even if that freak tried to do something, the strength of a person who had only studied the Tan clan's energy arts, which even servants could use, couldn't possibly be that high, right? After a while, when we sat in his room and asked, did he say 6 years? Hyun-sam agreed and said that he had heard that the demon cult had been in a civil war for 6 years already. He thought that 2 months ago he had told him to check on the latest developments in Jianhu. It felt like a long time had passed due to the reincarnation through the primordial divine wheel, but it was much more terrible. It was 6 years of complete despair. He said that the heavenly demon had disappeared. It was an evil trick by the demon cult. There was chaos because they didn't know when the heavenly demon would return. The protagonist thought that the master might be alive. At least there was a small hope. Although he wanted to go to Tianshan immediately, he didn't have the strength, information, and means. He was especially lacking in information. It seemed that the traders were using all methods to find the master. Since he couldn't be found according to the available information, he had to look further. He came up with a plan for the patriarch of the Tan clan to visit the Nine Dragon clan. He heard rumors that the Dark Lord Tan Moonhyuk wanted to create a special security unit. If he joined this unit, he would be able to use the clan's spy network. Then his chances of finding the master would increase. While he was practicing, a small spider came to him and said that it seemed like he was on the verge of mastering the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger. The protagonist thought that this was an advanced basic technique taught to wandering warriors. A martial art that uses fists, palms, fingers, and feet as deadly weapons. If one strengthens the body, pushing it to the limit through extreme training, using the poison dragon cultivation technique, taking the spiritual elixir, and purifying the blood and channels, one can achieve this. He looked at the table with a dissatisfied look and asked, "Those pills again?" The spider agreed and said that he couldn't help the young master in any way, since the security was too strict. He said that if he was of no use, he would turn him into a spiritual elixir too. The spider was worried about this and said that he asked to believe him. He had done his best. He started eating the pills, agreed and asked if there was any other news. For example, where is the Dark Lord now? The spider said that he didn't know when he would arrive, and about Yu Chang he had just returned. MC took the rest of the pills and said that the Dark Lord's visit was approaching, so it was logical for him to appear. Is that all? The spider said with a serious look that he had seen him and his mother meeting secretly and discussing him. This caught his attention and he asked if they had a secret meeting about him, and what did they talk about? He listened to this and asked, so they will try to get rid of him during the Dark Lord's visit and think that there is a secret patron behind him? Apparently, they read too many dramas in their youth. However, for them to recommend him to the security division. He was thinking about getting there, but they want to do all the work for him. However, he does not like the state of affairs. They still try to humiliate him. Hyun-sam came to his room, knocked on the door, and told his name to the young master. He was a little surprised by this, turned to the door and said that he can come in. He brought a bowl with a strange liquid and said that the lady said that it was a tonic for him. Woon-wee was confused by this and asked, didn't she say not to give him anything to eat? He said in a worried voice that she said that he had already finished thinking, and as a reward for his suffering, she gave this to replenish his energy. He chuckled at this, and thought that this old witch was too predictable. He sighed in displeasure, and said that he could leave it here. Hyun-sam said with a worried look that she wanted to see him drink it. He started drinking it in front of him, and thought that from the looks of it, this crazy woman mixed poison in it. However, since he had already mastered the poison dragon cultivation technique, it wouldn't work. He was surprised when he tasted it and thought that this was actually 100-year-old ginseng, mixed flowers, and a small amount of madness poison. There were even purification pills. This elixir was so wonderful that just one dose would help restore energy and even enhance it, but with such a large amount, the elixir would infect the brain with toxins. As expected, there was poison in it. The ghost was very angry at this and asked loudly, how dare she give the young leader poison? This fool from the Namgung clan must be crazy. The spider asked loudly, how dare she slip such a thing to the master? He looked at him with a displeased expression and mentally said that he should follow her and find the sorcerer who helped her. He agreed and immediately jumped out the window to do this task. He put the cup on the table and thought, to drive him crazy with poison and then use magic to turn him into a puppet. Is this her plan? I wonder how strong her sorcerer is. He turned around and asked if he had already drunk it all. Then why was he still here? Hyunsam said with a surprised expression that there was a martial artist waiting outside. He was sent here by the lady. He walked outside and was met by a man who said that his name was Tun Gong, a martial artist assigned to train the young master. Although it was not for long, he hoped that they would get along. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he was known as the Warrior of the Fierce Wind. This is the Storm Squad's most valuable martial artist and one of the 5 strongest martial artists in the 9 Dragon Division. However, he is so lazy that he has long since stopped fulfilling his duties. Why did he suddenly become his martial artist? Gong showed him 4 fingers and said that he was asked to train him for 4 days before the clan leader's visit. He looked at him and thought, so what? He agreed, because he was too lazy to help with the preparations for the festivities. Regardless, this woman amazes him. By appointing him as a martial artist, she made it seem like she really cared about him, all the while wanting to take over his mind in order to humiliate him in front of the clan leader. He wonders what kind of plan she is following. She definitely has something like that. He asked with a serious expression, what will he teach him? Gong calmly said that he was asked to train him for 4 days before the clan leader's visit. He won't show up twice, so he should pay close attention. Immediately after that, he started walking around him at an incredible speed. MC saw it and thought it was a shadow movement technique. He stopped next to him and said that this is a shadow step. He looked at him and asked, is this the technique that Yuchang uses? He agreed and said that this is the basis of the shadow step arts that the young master uses. He sighed in dissatisfaction and wondered, is she going to exalt her son by comparing him to him? Gong said that the shadow step is perfect for using with poisons or hidden weapons. He left footprints on the ground, so he should just follow it. He looked at it and thought that he moved like a shadow while leaving clean footprints on the ground. He deserves the title of the Furious Wind Warrior. He was about to leave with a small smile and said that he showed him how to do the shadow step. Now he should try it again. He was about to say something else, but did not have time because he said that he had already learned everything. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that he had already learned the technique. This surprised Gong, and he said that he didn't think so. After all, he had never studied martial arts, and the shadow step was quite difficult. It took about 10 days for the new recruits of the storm troop to just learn the form. Even a genius like him needed 5 days, and to truly understand the meaning of the form, it took 3 months. Wunwei chuckled at this and thought, did he just call himself a genius? He said, what do you mean? That's how long it usually takes. Gong started to leave and said that if he understood, he should continue training. He was dissatisfied with his behavior and said that he already said that he learned it. His words also irritated him, and he told the young master that this is not something he can just see once and repeat. He asked if he wanted to bet on it. He bet 30 silver coins that he got the shadow step right. This caught his attention, and he asked with a small smile, is he finally interested? As far as he knows, his monthly salary is about 10 coins. He should bet at least 3 months of his work to turn this into a real bet, right? Gong said that shadow step is an invaluable martial art created in the spirit of the Tan clan. He wants to bet money on such a thing? He looked at him with an arrogant smirk and asked this martial artist, is he scared? With these words, he was able to hurt him, then turned around and said that the warrior of fierce wind himself said that it took him 5 days. It's okay. He will continue to train on his own. Gong asked him to stop with a big smile and said that he was pretty good at hurting egos. All right, he will take the money as payment for disrespecting martial arts. The protagonist looked at him with a smile and asked, so he agreed, right? Now he can't go back on his words, okay? He was about to say something, but at that moment, he used this technique and very quickly appeared behind him. He was very surprised by what happened and turned to him. He held the money bag in his hand with a smile and asked this martial artist, was he going to drink today? Maybe he shouldn't spend it. This surprised him even more, and he asked, did he manage to take his coins too? This is simply impossible. He is deceiving him. When did he manage to learn the shadow step? He calmly stood in front of him and said that he had just learned it. Had he ever had the opportunity to learn martial arts before? Gong asked with a shocked expression. Is that true? But how could he do this after only seeing it once? He looked at him with a satisfied smile and asked, does he really not believe in him that much? Does he want him to show it again? Or does he not have any other techniques to learn? It's just that this technique was very boring. He's probably too genius for this, right? Not only are his pockets empty now, but his confidence is also empty. Gong said loudly with a very dissatisfied look that he should wait. He will win back the money right now. He knows many more difficult secret arts than Shadow Step. He will see how far he can go. MC said with a smirk that he must be pretty confused, not only because of what he did with Shadow Step, but also because of the stolen wallet. He has never personally studied martial arts, but in his life as the heir to the cult, he has met many famous martial artists. This allowed him to memorize the form of many basic martial arts. The ghost of an elder flew to him and asked the boss, was it good, wasn't it? He agreed and said that no matter how talented he was, it would be impossible to steal his wallet since he was much stronger than him, unless of course the ghost helped him. It was very easy for them. Now it was time to empty his new teacher's wallet and his martial arts. 4 hours later, Wunwei was repeating the new techniques and said loudly, this is a butterfly chasing the soul. How about the physical arts of the storm or the 12 rotations of the storm? Gong was very unhappy about this, since he was spending his own money on this, trying to win back his losses. The ghosts looked at this and said that he might be a heretic, but he was still sorry. This was his unfortunate fate, being associated with the heir of a cult. This reminded him of his suffering in life. He asked with a satisfied smile, is he ready to continue? He fell to his knees with a sad expression and said that he could no longer borrow money from the bank. He asked with a smile, then what about the last one? He gritted his teeth with a dissatisfied look and asked, didn't he realize that he had no money left? He pointed to the many bags of money and said that that's why he wanted to propose to go all in, like a real man. He asked with a worried expression, was he going to sell him into slavery? The protagonist said that that wasn't quite true. He had one important martial art that he wouldn't be able to copy so easily. It was the storm dance. He was very surprised by this and called out to the young master. This offended Gong so much that he began to emit a strong aura and said in a serious voice that he could still understand the other techniques, but the storm dance was the soul of the storm squad. Putting this technique up for debate was like disrespecting the squad, which is the core of the 9-Dragon division. He asked him to refrain from mentioning it. MC looked at him and thought that he might seem simple, but he shouldn't forget that the one standing in front of him was a warrior of the fierce wind from the storm squad. He asked if he didn't have the right to learn the storm dance. Gong continued to emit an aura, but he calmed down and said that of course he had the right to do so. Since he was the son of the head of this branch family, he had shown it to both the first daughter and the third son, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to show it as well. He called him by name and said that he wasn't talking about his rights as the heir. He asked if he admitted that he could learn it. This surprised him, and he was about to ask something, but he stopped. He looked at him with a serious expression, called out his name and full title loudly, and asked if he thought he was strong enough to become a storm. Did he have the right to continue the mission of the storm squad? Gong was very surprised by what he asked and began to remember the past. He thought that after that terrible defeat, their squad had fallen into decline. However, they could become a true storm again. It had been 20 years, the storm mission, that he buried in his heart. He never thought that he would hear these words from the young master, the weakest of the heirs. He said that his words about the storm mission had stirred his heart. However, he had just proposed the storm dance on a bet. He couldn't believe that he was actually sincere in his words. Wunwei clutched his chest and said loudly that he was in great pain. 4 hours ago, when he first met him, if he had asked him to teach him the storm dance so that he could continue the storm mission, would he have agreed? He was about to run away after showing him the shadow step once. He turned away from him with a confused look and said that he couldn't deny it. So, he had deliberately mocked him so that he would accept his bet and acknowledge him? Now I see, he had heard rumors that he had changed. However, he also sees that he has actually been hiding his intelligence and strength. The martial arts he showed him, including the shadow step, are martial arts that would be difficult to perform with his body 2 months ago. 2 months is not enough to accumulate enough internal energy, meaning he has been accumulating energy for a long time while hiding it from the lady. It was only just before the Dark Overlord arrived that he decided to reveal his hidden claws. This is truly a devious plan to deceive his family. The protagonist thought he knew that this was considered a compliment in the Tan clan, but it was still strange to hear. The ghosts beside him said that this idiot must have seen the true value of the heir. He can't help but admire the most skillful order in the divine cult. He became angry because of this and wondered if he should turn them all into pills. He asked if he would teach him this technique or not. He was thinking about it, and the ghost said that there was no point in resisting. After all, no one could resist the sweet words of the heir of the cult. This was the reason why he made so many people swear allegiance to him. This made him even more angry. He decided to make pills out of them, turned around and grabbed them. Gong, with a serious expression, said that he would teach him the true storm dance. He turned to him when he heard this, bowed, and with a small smile said that in that case, he, a member of the Tan clan, requests teaching from his master. A smile appeared on his face because of this. He bowed too, and said that he, a member of the storm troop, the warrior of the furious wind, accepts his request. He began to use the technique and said that unlike the previous martial arts, the storm dance would be difficult to learn so quickly. He looked at him with a smile and said that he was offering him a change of bet. He was embarrassed by this and asked, "Are they still arguing?" He said with a big smile that they would bet on whether he could learn it by the end of the day. The loser would buy the winner food and drinks. He chuckled at this and said with a smile that he would owe him dinner then, since he was confident that he would win this time. Now he had to watch carefully. He jumped high into the air, controlled the wind currents, and thought that the former members of the storm squad had promised not to interfere in matters concerning the inheritance of the head of the family. Therefore, even if he continued the storm, he would not be able to support him as the next heir. But for the rest, it would only mean one thing. A new storm would soon appear that could join them on the way, and with whom they could drink. After a while, Gong turned pale from the shock and thought that he didn't care about the lost bet. After all, the greater the young master, the better it would be for everyone. However, this damn guy didn't even share a single drink with him. He looked at the many plates of food that he quickly ate and wondered what kind of dinner this was. The owner of the place came up to him very happily and asked if he needed anything else. He said with a very sad expression that he was asking for another bottle of alcohol. He couldn't watch this while sober. The MC looked at him and asked if he was a drinker. Then they should have gone to the Dragon Tower. Gong got upset about this and asked loudly if he even knew how much it cost. This bar was also quite expensive. It was the most popular restaurant in these parts. He started drinking the alcohol that was brought to him and asked if he was willing to foot the bill even if it was a little expensive. But who knew that he would eat enough to spend his weekly food budget? He thought that going to an expensive place like the Dragon Tower wasn't in his plans either. There must be a lot of people here. He left a small dark mark on the table and thought that he had to hold back for 2 months because of the ban that Sanyang had placed on him. However, he could not postpone his plans any longer. Ghosts with worried faces said that this was a binding spell of the revered demon god Mythos. Did he come to this place to leave such a mark? He thought that he needed to let their comrades, who were currently in despair, know that he, the heir of the cult, was still alive. After some time, a spider sat on a branch and said that it had already been 10 days since there had been any suspicious encounters. How much longer should he sit and watch? He noticed a person walking into the building and asked, "Isn't this the uniform of the Qingcheng sect? What is she doing here? I see, this woman must be the clan's first daughter, Kyujin. How will things develop if she meets the daughter of the Namgung clan? He hopes that this child is okay. Now is not the time to worry. Need to make a good impression on the young master and ask him to be more lenient." He jumped on the wall of the building she entered and heard Sanyang ask loudly, "Is she going to break her mother's heart?" Kyujin said loudly that it was nothing compared to the pain she was causing Wenwei. This time, she locked him in a room and forbade him to eat. She said with a calm expression that she doesn't have to worry about him since someone is secretly taking care of him. She needs to focus on the Dark Lord. These words made her even more angry. She slammed her hand on the table hard and asked in an angry voice, "Is this an excuse to treat him badly?" She's sure that she didn't even know about the assistant's existence before punishing him. Didn't she try to kill him? Sanyang became worried about these words and asked why she was so angry about which illegitimate child. Is she even her daughter? Kyujin looked at her with disgust and asked, "She never forgets to remind of his illegitimacy, right? Then she will reveal the truth to her." She started to leave and her mother became very worried about this and loudly asked her to stop. Her daughter didn't stop, and she said with displeasure that she had always been too soft since she was a child. But it got worse once she joined the Qingcheng sect. How was she going to take her father's place in this case? The spider looked at this with a confused look and asked, "How should I report this to him? This family, is it a complete mess?" Sanyang slammed her hands on the table really hard and said loudly that it was all because of that freak. She didn't need to wait for the Dark Lord to visit. There was someone there, right? She had to leave immediately. The spider looked at her and asked, what was she planning to do with the young master? She must be going to see a sorcerer. At the same time, the protagonist was practicing in the square and thought that it had been 10 days since he had made his spirit follow her, but there was no news. There should have been connections through the revered demon god Mythos, even in the 9 Dragon district. Either those people had left, or they were unable to act due to some kind of restriction. In any case, the situation is clearly not good. He needs to hurry up and become stronger. Gong looked at his practice with a confused expression and said that he was doing well and was doing well with weapons. He looked at him and asked, "Is he still dissatisfied?" He looked at him with a confused expression and asked, "Does the person from the Tan clan teach using weapons instead of stealth techniques and poisons?" That says it all. Why did he learn the storm dance in the first place? He thought with a slightly worried look that the people from the Tan clan were fixated on one path. He said that this technique of throwing flowers is the tango technique. That's why the movements were so disjointed. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Did he notice that?" MC said with a smug look that he was a capable student after all. He asked with a dissatisfied look, if he was such a good student, then why hasn't he learned to be humble? He thought that many sects and clans often have very complex movements in their techniques, because they are trying to express the enlightenment of martial arts in a physical form. However, the Tan clan is known for its hidden weapons and poisons. The similarity between the two concepts is that they both use tools. Because of this, the Tan clan's martial arts system ensures that the tool that was used can be recycled and used again in other ways. Even if the martial arts technique is different, although the clan's weapon techniques are not flashy, they are not inferior to others in the least. Of course, these are just the basics for effectively using poisons and hidden weapons. But the 9 heavenly sword he wants to learn is also divided into parts. If he learns the Tan clan's weapon techniques, he is sure that it will help him better master the 9 heavenly demonic sword. Will he be able to more effectively use the sword that was only an unattainable dream in his past life? He is really sorry, but learning poisons and such will come much later. Gong noticed his wide smile and asked worriedly, what is he planning? By the way, Miss Kyujin is back. Wunwei started to remember her and thought that she was the only person in the 9 Dragon Division who treated him like family. She was a relative who was deeply etched in the memory of the previous owner of this body, his sister. He received many letters from her even after he replaced him. Her letters were full of care and affection for him. He really hoped that she would maintain a good relationship with him. However, he was going to become San Young's enemy from now on. Will she take his side when that happens? Gong said that she was going to visit the elders first, so it seemed like she would visit him tomorrow. He said that he had better hurry up then, before his sister arrived. He looked at him and asked, does he want to start today? Then what was he talking about last time? The protagonist said with a big smile that he had already done it. At the same time, Yu Chang asked, so he had lasted 10 days without failing? The servant kneeled in front of him and agreed with it. He praised him for it and threw the bag of coins next to him. The servant thanked him for it and immediately ran out of that room. He remained sitting in his place and called out to Mu Yun. The man in that office asked, does he need to get rid of him? He agreed with a smile and said that he took poison 10 days ago, so he should be completely poisoned. He thought that even if he told him about it now, this freak would not have time to fully recover before the Dark Overlord visited. It seemed that Gong was putting a lot of effort into training him. However, even he needed 8 days to learn just the shadow step forms. No matter how hard this freak tries, he will barely have learned the basic forms by the time the Dark Overlord visits. The problem now is his sister. She had a fight with her mother because of this freak as soon as she returned, so there might be problems with the plan. When she turns 30, she will become the official heir of the 9 Dragon Division. However, his sister is too soft to take on such a role. After all, she joined the Qingcheng sect and didn't learn the martial arts of the Tan clan. She can't be the heir to the 9 Dragon Division, so it's only fair that he take on that position. A servant came to him and told the young master that a letter had arrived from the White Pavilion. Yu Chang turned around and allowed him to enter. Hyun-sam entered the room and said in a worried voice that it was from young Master Wunwei. He took the letter from him and saw that it said that this freak should fight him. He became very angry because of this and wondered, has this bastard idiot already gone completely crazy because of the poison? Perhaps this is a trap. A letter that can poison the reader is easy to obtain from the Tan clan. However, it seems he didn't do so. Is this really just a challenge letter? He opened the letter and read that it said that he wanted to redefine their awkward relationship through this duel. He wants to let go of all the grudges through this duel as martial artists. Yu Chang thought that he must be planning something. Either way, he needs to make a puppet out of him. He turned around and said with a smile that he should tell him that he appreciates his offer but will refuse. Hyun-sam bowed to him and agreed. 2 hours later, he received a letter with the inscription, Coward. He clutched the letter in his hand and said that he was sure that he would continue to send such letters, so he should stop accepting letters from the White Pavilion. The next morning, he saw exactly the same inscription on the wall. This angered him, and he told the servants that one of them should immediately go to the White Pavilion and tell him that he would meet him tomorrow at noon in the second training hall. He would personally cut off his head. After that, the servant came back and repeated what he said. The protagonist looked at him and asked why he waited so long if he was going to accept his offer anyway. Gon looked at him in surprise and asked what he had written to provoke him. He thought about it and said that although he could guess, he looked at him with a sly smile and asked how he was going to become the heir if he had so little patience. He wasn't going to stop him, right? He also smiled and laughed and asked why he would do that. It would be incredibly exciting. He smiled even wider and said that he would then fight his brother and beat him half to death. After a while, Kyujin came to Yuchang and loudly asked what kind of fight was he talking about. He turned to her and with a displeased expression said loudly that this freak was the one who started making fun of him first, so she should deal with him first. She was surprised by what she heard and asked if he was the one who started it. For this reason, she very quickly reached the white pavilion and wondered, however, what kind of ghostly energy was that? Now that she is near this place, she can feel it completely. There are these signs everywhere. Traces of death energy and poison residue are clearly visible. It looks like a madman's haven. She felt a person standing behind her, quickly drew her sword and turned around sharply. MC, who approached her, was able to stop the blade of her sword with his hand. She was very surprised by this and called him by his name. He called her sister with a calm expression and said that it was a rather cruel greeting. She suddenly stepped back, apologized, and said that she was going to stop, but did not expect him to try to block. He thought that she attacked him when he used the poison dragon technique, which is why he reacted late. If she reported his poison level and fighting ability, then his plan would be over. If Sanyong sent her to scout him before the battle, he didn't have time to finish his thought because Kyujin said with a kind smile that she was very worried about him because of Mother. She was very glad that he was okay. He thought that she looked at him like his master, the only one who cared about him. He grabbed his head and said that it did not look like she was sent by his stepmother. She asked worriedly, however, what kind of energy was this that was coming from him? He hadn't gotten involved in any dark deeds, right? When we began to concentrate the energy in his hand and asked, did she mean the poison arts he had been training in? She covered her mouth and asked, was this ghost energy and poison energy, was that possible? He agreed and said that it was a cursed poison. He thought that he had actually just combined the mystical energy with the poison to make it look like that. It would be difficult to hide his death energy from people's eyes, so he had to pass it off as something else. She looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, why did he need a cursed poison art? He said with a calm expression that it was the only poison he could use without the help of his family. It seemed that she wouldn't believe it. Is it unnatural for a member of the Tan clan to neglect morals in order to achieve greater power? He took a fighting stance and said that if it was a problem for her, she could try to stop him on her own. Jin was surprised by this and said that it seemed like he had changed a lot. He thought that he couldn't let her continue to protect him like she did with the old owner of this body. Even if their relationship suffered, he needed to set a clear line. She covered her face with her hand and said that that was right. Everything had changed now. She removed her hand with a wide smile and said that now it was clear why Yu Chang's mother was so worried about him. His words awakened an extremely strong thirst for battle. She began to emit a strong energy, and he wondered, is this energy and the desire to kill? She laughed and said with a satisfied expression that he really exceeded everyone's expectations. The protagonist looked at her with a serious expression and thought that from what he understood, this energy was the soul stream, the seed of the barrier breakers. In the middle of them, there was most likely a heavenly ghost stream. For a while, he had doubts about why she, the first in line to inherit the Nine Dragon clan and the most promising of all the youth in the clan, would join the Qingcheng sect. Soul streams, which grant their owner unrivaled talent, are considered one of the conditions for becoming a barrier breaker. However, as the name suggests, soul streams are rooted in the soul itself, so they evolve along with the owner, as befits the traditional Qingcheng method, which prioritizes training the heart. Moreover, the Heavenly Phantom Stream is a stream that requires constant battle. Combined with the Tan clan's teachings of doing everything for the sake of victory, this made her an unstoppable killer. He said that before discussing his energy, she should have told him about hers. This is quite alarming about her. Kyujin sheathed her sword, stopped emitting her energy, and asked for his forgiveness. She bowed and said that she forgot why she came here in the moment. It was rude of her to point a sword at him and interrupt his training. MC looked at her and thought that it was so easy to remove the bloodlust caused by the heavenly ghost stream. Qingcheng's training was taking its toll, but she herself was quite strong. After that, they went to drink tea. She really liked the taste and said that she often drinks tea in Qingcheng, but she had never tasted such a delicious one. He said with a wide smile that this tea came from Heavenly Eye Mountain. She said with a satisfied expression that she didn't think he was so good at it. She started looking for something and said that she brought him something. It's Tangulu from Meishan. He likes it, right? He thought that he didn't like it very much, but he should probably thank her instead of the previous owner of the body. He ate it and said that it was really delicious. She was happy to hear his words, but he kept seeing the silhouette with the evil smile behind her and thought that he couldn't get used to it. He really found it hard to believe that she was the same person who had such a strong killing intent before. He asked what brought her here. If she was here to interfere with his fight with Yuchang tomorrow. Kyujin looked down with a thoughtful expression and said that it was partly true. However, she came to apologize since she knew how they treated him. He asked if she thought that instead of their apology, he would accept her and just forgive them, right? She agreed and said that however, she still wanted to apologize. She was truly sorry. Wunwei took a deep breath and said that he was still going to fight him. She said that she was worried that he was pushed into this, but now she sees that it's actually part of his plan. However, is he sure about this? She understands that he is quite strong now, but Yuchang is no pushover either. She has also heard that he is planning something else. He thought that she seemed to know about their evil intentions, but she didn't know the details. He calmly drank his tea and said that he also had an ace up his sleeve. He thought that since they slipped him the madness poison, they thought that activating their sorcery would break him as planned. Hyujin said that even if he wins, he must not forget about their influence in the house. If he loses, Mom will do everything to make sure that no one finds out. He said with a smile that she is worrying too much. After all, it was he who suggested it. She can come to the second training ground tomorrow. She didn't understand why he needed this, but she still agreed. The next day, at the second training ground, there were many people walking around selling various delicacies. Some of them were taking bets on the winner of the fight that was to take place today. Kyujin looked at the scene with a worried look and said that now she understood what he was counting on. The protagonist walked up to her and said with a big smile that she would definitely have trouble hiding this news. Moreover, their dear brother seemed to be nervous, so he set up an arena where he could have fun. Gong was also in the stands and said with a smile that there were so many people here. A member of the Wind of Justice squad, Tan Te and Tan Jin, came up to him and said that young Master Wunwei had certainly worked hard on this. He looked at them and asked if they had come to watch too. He said that they had come here for work. There was a huge crowd gathered to watch this battle. They were here to keep order. He smiled and asked, anyway, who did he think would be the winner? Jin stood next to him and said that it was obvious. He may have trained the young master, but it had only been 10 days. Tanta said that it was clear that young Master Yuchang would win. Gong looked at them with a wide smile and said that he was sure that everyone here thought the same, but he wasn't the one who initiated this duel. Isn't he curious why he did this? At the same time, Yuchang looked at the servant who bowed to him and asked, is that all? He agreed and said that the young master spread news of the duel and even opened the doors, so anyone can come and watch. He said with a dissatisfied expression that he was just teaching him a lesson. It looked like all the slackers in town had come to watch this. The protagonist looked at him from the other side of the arena and asked his dear brother, what's got him so upset? Is he worried because he lost his mother? Why doesn't he go look for her so he doesn't have to worry so much? He can wait for him. He said with a dissatisfied expression that his mouth was as dirty as his mother's. He should shut up, since he doesn't want to be contaminated by his filth. He started teasing him and said that a mama's boy should only listen to praise. This made Yuchang even more angry, and he said that he should shut up. The MC repeated after him in a mocking tone, which made him very angry. He suddenly stood up from his chair and insulted him loudly. He jumped into the arena and loudly said that he should come here. He will bury him and make him shut up forever. The audience looked at him and asked, did he come first? Wasn't his brother the one who initiated the battle? He calmly walked up to the arena and said that his brother was so easily angered. Everything was going in his favor so easily. They stood in front of each other. He bowed and said that he, Wunwei from the White Pavilion, came here to receive a title, but still wished him a successful fight. Yuchang looked at him with a wide and evil smile and asked, is he trying to show respect? Did he get scared as soon as he entered the arena? Kyujin watched them from the side and thought that it looked like he angered him with the private whisper technique, but he should have kept it to himself. The spectators who were standing nearby said that the second master was mindful of his manners, unlike his opponent. She thought that his behavior made it seem like he was the one accepting the invitation to the duel, and not the other way around. In any case, what really matters is the outcome of the battle. He looks confident, but Yuchang is a rising star at home and is considered a genius. He shouldn't underestimate him. They came closer to each other and he said with an evil smile that he was sure that these insults were all he could do. The protagonist also smiled and asked, is he just here to talk? These words hurt him again, and he said with an evil look that it was time for them to begin. He doesn't know what kind of dirty trick he has prepared, but he may not even count on winning. He threw something on the floor with a sharp movement of his hand, causing a fog to appear in the arena. The people looked at it in surprise and asked, "What kind of smokescreen is this? Because of this, nothing can be seen." MC stood still calmly and thought that he didn't expect this. Using a hidden weapon without any cover would be meaningless. However, he doesn't recklessly attack him, and even considering him weaker, he didn't hesitate to attack from behind. He expected nothing less from the Tan clan. He used his skill to dodge the attack, and a surprised Yu Chang asked loudly, "Was that a shadow step?" He stopped very quickly behind him and asked, "Did he really forget that Gong taught him this technique?" He tried to attack him again, but Wunwei dodged and asked with a smile, "Did he really forget about it?" He turned around with a dissatisfied look and asked loudly, "Did he learn this too?" He was still his father's son, even if his mother was a simple servant. He got into a fighting stance and thought that, however, the shadow cover step was just skillful foot movements that created a shadow chi cover. He would show him the true shadow chi cover. He calmly stood in place while Yu Chang ran around him very quickly and thought that this was a technique that did not allow the opponent to hear and see him, a real dissolution into the shadow. Now I understand why he is called a genius. It will be difficult to track him in this smoke. He delivered his blow, but missed, and turning around, he saw the protagonist standing in place. He started to attack him many times with his hands, but he couldn't hit him, and he thought that, unfortunately, his mastery of the shadow cover chi wasn't high enough to hide from his dead man's eyes. Moreover, he was oozing with bloodlust so much that he could track him down even without using his eyes. Jin looked at this and said that he didn't think that he was already that good at the shadow cover step. Tante said that he also noticed that Lord Yu Chang's shadow cover chi had improved. It seemed that he achieved this through closed training. However, it still seemed more like a game of tag. Could the second son simply avoid his attacks until the smoke cleared? However, even if that happened, it would all be in vain if he couldn't land a good hit. Gong laughed and said that he taught him a move for just such an occasion. They looked at him and asked, "Did he do more than the lady asked?" He looked at them and asked, "Do they think he is that scary?" They laughed at this and said that they know he is the best in this world. Yu Chang kept trying to attack him, but he missed and said loudly that he was running away like a rat. He thought with a serious expression that the smoke was clearing, he should put an end to this. He was going to take pity on him and only break his legs, but it was his own fault. He created several clones and thought that even though he avoided his attacks using shadow cover step, he wouldn't be able to avoid this attack. He used the pear blossom needle shower, sky nymph flower scattering technique. Kyujin looked at this with a worried expression and thought, "Is this pear blossom needle shower?" He wants to kill him with this attack. MC said with a big smile that this is rampant. He would have played with him a little more, but it seems like now is the time to end this battle. He created a dome of wind around himself that reflected all the needles that were thrown at him. The audience was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What kind of wind was this?" She immediately realized that it was a storm and thought that it was the technique he learned yesterday. Even she couldn't see it clearly because of the ghostly and poisonous energy. Now she realized this was the kind of fighting technique he was training. It was the storm dance. Yu Chang was also surprised when he realized this and said loudly that it was impossible. He learned the storm dance, something that his sister and he couldn't learn. Wunwei said with a smile that fortunately, someone provided him with an excellent teacher. He should thank him, right? He ran up to him very quickly and delivered a strong punch to his opponent's stomach using the storm full punch technique. This attack sent him flying to the side very hard and he hit his back against the wall. The audience was very surprised by what happened and asked, "Did the young master just lose in one hit?" It was indeed a good blow. Jin was very surprised by what happened and asked loudly, "How did he use the storm dance?" Gong said with a calm expression that he had warned him that he had everything he needed. He was still shocked and said loudly that this was not some trifle that he could brush aside. He agreed with this and asked with a smirk, "What do they think now? Is his wind different from the one they once served?" He asked, "Does he mean to say that the young master has the same talent as the clan head?" He looked at the arena and said that it was too early to say so, but he learned to create a storm in 10 days. This is still a hasty conclusion, but shouldn't we keep an eye on him? It may be just words, but he said that he would take care of the storm squad. How could he not start to have hopes? By the way, why is he still creating wind? The protagonist called out to his sister who was standing next to him and asked if she would fight him. She was shocked by this proposal and looked at him. People looked at her and asked, "This girl, is this Kyujin, the heir of the 9 dragon family?" He returned from Qingcheng to meet the Dark Lord. So many years have passed that he did not even recognize her. Does this mean that the young master who learned the storm dance and the strongest recruit of Sichuan are going to fight? This battle will be more interesting than his battle against Yu Chang. He definitely hit the jackpot today. They have a chance to see the skills of the mistress. They began to actively call her name. Tante said that the situation seemed to be getting out of control. Jin asked, "Do you think he has a chance to win?" Gong, looking a little worried, said that he should not face her face to face. What was he planning? He thought that he showed off the storm, defeated his brother. This would already secure his position in the family. If he defeats her, he can even claim the position of heir. But if he loses, all the attention will go to her. The lady also seems to understand that this is a bad idea. Kyujin stood there with a worried look and wondered what he was planning. If they were alone, she would not have to worry about her reputation. However, in this situation, refusing would bring shame on their family name. Spirit started laughing behind her and asked what she was worried about. After all, he was the one who proposed it to her. Her heart demands a fight. She should trust her desires. She refused and thought that now she should worry about his position in their family and apologizing to him for treating her like that. MC called her again and asked if something was bothering her. Was she worrying too much about a fight that did not even lead to death? She should just enjoy it. These words helped her make up her mind, and she said that she could hardly hold back. Immediately after that, she jumped into the arena, and the audience loudly said that she finally got up into the arena. Kyujin suddenly turned around, bowed, said her name, and said that she is the heir of the 9 dragons of the Sichuantan clan and a swordsman training under the Qingcheng sect. She was trained by the Blade Master, Wu Huo, and specializes in the technique of the Alone in the World and Lightning Slashing Blade. Her peers from Jianghu bestowed upon her the title of Thousand Petal Beauty. She hopes to have a good battle. Wunwei also bowed, stated his name, and said that he was the second successor of the 9-dragon family of the Tan clan. His teacher was the strongest storm knight, Gong, and he also learned the storm dance. Today, he asked for her mentorship. The audience was very happy about this and said loudly that the challenge was accepted. He said with a small smile that she seemed to like it. She agreed and said that she had not been this excited for a long time. His smile widened, and he said that he was also a little excited. She took out her sword with a big smile and said loudly that her dear brother wanted to fight her. He got into a fighting stance, began to create wind around himself and asked, "Is she ready, right?" Kyujin agreed, ran towards him very quickly and said loudly that they should begin. He looked at her with a little worry and asked, "Aren't beginners given the advantage of 3 strikes?" He used the storm dance technique, the early wind blade seal, and their attacks collided. She looked at him with a wide smile after slashing with her sword and said that it was the early wind blade seal that stopped her sword that day. She quickly jumped away from him and asked, "Does that mean she can swing her sword as much as she wants, right?" She ran to attack very quickly and said that he was the one telling her to enjoy the battle. Then what advantage is he asking for? The protagonist looked at her with a serious expression and thought that she was fast. He used the art of shadow cover, shadow body drift. She looked at him and asked, "Does he even know Yu Cheng's skills?" Her performance really exceeded everyone's expectations. She defeated his shadow copies with 1 sword strike and said loudly that, however, he was still not very skilled at it. He blocked her sword strike and was sent flying back several meters. He smiled and asked, "Was Qingcheng's swordsmanship really that strong?" Kyujin looked at him with a wide smile and said that it was not it. After all, he decided to hide the energy she saw yesterday. She also has her secrets. He began to emit light energy and said with a smile that it was excellent. Since she said so, then he should show it to her. A very strong wind appeared around him, and he used the poison dragon technique, Ghost Dragon Release. She looked at him with a happy expression and said that this is exactly it. She ran towards him and said loudly that this is the same poisonous aura and ghost energy. She began to emit her energy and said that this is what she wants to fight. She will allow him to strike, but only once. MC looked at her with a serious expression and thought that her aura had changed beyond belief. All the killing energy emitted by Azul's ghost strike had now merged with the aura of Qingcheng's sword. It's strange. He feels like he's looking at a demon who's dressed as a beautiful angel. However, if he's the one being offered the first strike, why not accept? He ran towards her and thought that with 1 strike, he could take control of the battle. He missed with the first strike, and Kyujin said that his storm that he used to defeat Yu Chang was now much stronger. She abruptly slashed with her sword, which he dodged, and she said that, however, it was too obvious. She began to slash quickly with her sword and said that the movements of the storm dance were too wide. When he faced someone stronger, he needed to be careful. He stopped, thanked her for her advice, and thought that the explosive speed of the storm dance, mixed with the short and precise secret arts of the Tan clan, created a killer technique. However, it only worked against equal opponents. Against a stronger opponent, it would be risky. Then he needs to use a technique suitable for multiple attacks, the 12 strikes of the Fierce Tiger, and combine it with the storm dance. Kyujin looked at him and asked, "Did he also learn the 12 strikes of the Fierce Tiger?" Wunwei ran up to her very quickly and started to attack, and thought that the strength of the storm dance was in its speed. He could use the momentum to speed up the rotations used in the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger. Kyujin happily slashed with her sword, but he jumped up, and she missed. He somersaulted very quickly and was about to attack her with his foot. She dodged the strike, but he ran after her and thought that he needed to be even faster. She asked, did she understand that he was trying to maintain the flow of his attacks, but by giving the opponent distance, shouldn't he expect a counterattack? She began to throw many quick strikes and used the Qingcheng sword technique, an incredibly fast blade. He got into a blocking stance and used his hands to block her strikes. He stared at her and thought, was he too hasty in his attack? This was his chance to break through. She was surprised because he dodged her attack and ran towards her. She continued to slash her sword with a wide smile and said that this is what she understood. This is what makes a fight worthwhile. They continued to slash quickly, and she said that he should continue to entertain her. The crowd of spectators cheered as they fought, but one of them turned around and looked back. Yuchan recovered from his defeat and asked, what was going on here? The man who noticed him asked loudly, has the young master recovered? He stood up, looked at the arena and asked, not only did this freak knock him out, but he is now fighting on equal terms with his sister? Mother hasn't returned? His servant said that she hasn't returned yet. He thought that his sister would definitely lose, but the longer this dragged on, the higher this freak's position would rise. One of the spectators next to him said loudly in a surprised voice that the young master still didn't give up. He thought with a worried look that it was impossible, but he couldn't let his sister lose. They continued to fight at this time, and the protagonist thought that he had created an opening. Now he needed to continue the offensive. Unexpectedly for him, Kyujin kneed him in the chin and asked, is he too focused on the sword? Isn't he? He thought with a serious expression, is she attacking without a weapon? This flow is different from the Qingcheng style. She looked at him with a wide smile and asked, is he surprised by this, right? She is learning the Qingcheng techniques now, but 5 years ago, she was studying the arts of the Tan clan. He continued to attack and thought that Qingcheng's straight sword and the Tan clan's 100 strikes method that aimed to expose the enemy's weaknesses. These two opposing martial arts perfectly merged and were used in an attack. This was the power of Azul's ghost strike. He tried to kick her, but she used shadow step to appear behind him and delivered a surprise sword strike. He managed to dodge this attack and jumped to the side. He was breathing heavily due to fatigue and thought that he could taste bile, and with every beat of his heart, his body was becoming more and more numb. Now he understood what it was like to fight using martial arts. She looked at him with a calm expression and said that he was indeed different. His attacks were not like the standard ones like other beginners. However, in reading the enemy and dodging, he was like an experienced warrior who had fought in hundreds of battles. He laughed because of this and thought that he understood the basic movements. His past life, when he had no fighting energy, reading his opponent and predicting their moves. This was his main fighting style, developed from the desire to survive because he was against martial artists who were capable of killing in one move. However, having martial arts, he forgot one important thing. When he uses mystic arts, he does not use it strictly according to the rules, and martial arts are no exception. Kyujin looked at him with a wide smile and asked why he started smiling. He has such a beautiful smile. It seems like he has something in mind. She started to attack and said loudly that she wonders what her dear brother will do now. She wants to find out quickly. MC put his hand in front of him and thought that she was not aiming for vital organs. The principle of Azul's phantom strike is to drag out the fight. Combined with her concern for him, it led to the appearance of weakness. He is grateful for the good intentions, but he has no reason not to use it against her. He used the technique 12 strikes of the fierce tiger, ripping tiger claw. Kyujin was pushed back by this attack, and she said with a slightly worried look that it was not bad, but he was repeating himself. She was surprised when she felt the wind currents and thought that the wind deflected by this strike was circulating in front of him, restricting her movements. He learned to use the height of the storm in such a short time. She noticed that he swung his fist filled with a large amount of energy and thought that it was dangerous. He struck very hard and released this huge amount of energy. What happened really surprised all the people watching this fight. Wenwei stopped in the arena and raised his head with a serious expression. Jin and Tante looked at Gong with surprised faces, who was himself shocked by what happened. They asked, is the lady okay? Did he notice it too? He was also looking at the arena and thought that they were all very surprised, not only because the young master was much stronger than they expected, but also because of the glimmer of light that was just now. He called his sister with a serious expression and asked, is this fair? Kyujin stood in front of him in a cloud of dust and asked, did he see it? She wanted to hide it until she figured out his trump card. She pointed her sword at him with a smile, laughed and said that however, since he noticed, it can no longer be hidden. She released her energy and the surprised spectators loudly said that this was Sword Chi. She had already entered the early peak. No wonder she was the heir of the 9 dragons. Yu-chan was very happy about this, started laughing loudly, and said that she was good. Her brother had always believed in her. He thought that now this idiot had no chance of winning. She said with a crazy smile that he probably already understood that since she had started using Sword Chi, she could not let the fight drag on. The protagonist agreed with a calm expression and said that dragging out a fight with someone weaker than her would be considered extremely impolite. She said that she was very sorry, she wanted to enjoy the fight even more and see what he was hiding. He looked at her with a serious expression and thought that, as she said, the fight would end in the next moments. His early wind sword seal that had blocked her blade until now could not block Qing Cheng's sword entwined with Qi. Since he could not use his mystic arts, he only had one option. She looked at him with a happy expression and said that it seemed like he had come up with something. He looked at her and asked if she really thought so. She agreed and said that she could feel it. His heart was beating incredibly fast. He said with a small smile that he was probably a little excited. In such a situation, only a man obsessed with martial arts could. She didn't understand him and asked what he meant. Only those who are crazy about martial arts can call themselves real fighters. MC was a little surprised by this and said with a small smile that he understood her. He was a fighter after all. He thought that after being reborn in this body, he was too focused on mastering martial arts faster. But the life of a fighter he envied is not like that. The emotions he felt while fighting her, how will he be able to express everything he has learned so far? How well will martial arts work on his opponent? The excitement and fighting spirit, which is exactly why he wanted to become a fighter, to feel all this. Kyujin asked with a smile, "Can they continue their fight?" Judging from his breathing, he was fine. He agreed with a calm expression and said that she could continue. Immediately after that, they ran towards each other very quickly. She immediately raised her sword above her head and looked at him with a wide smile. Wunwei began to concentrate energy in his hand and thought that, as expected, she was aiming to finish everything with one blow. That meant he would have to use his most powerful attack in the form of Storm Dance. He would combine it with spectral energy and then compress it. He used the Storm Dance, Thunder Wind, Cannon Shot techniques. They attacked each other at the same time, putting a large amount of energy into their strikes. He felt a strong pressure and wondered, isn't this enough to fight an early peak-level martial artist? He shouldn't think about all sorts of nonsense. Either his plan would work, or it wouldn't. Their attacks caused a very strong gust of wind to rise up. Yu Chang looked at the arena with a wide smile and said that it was disappointing that the gap between him and his sister had widened, but that freak wouldn't be able to get up after such a blow. He noticed a glow that could be seen through the smoke, and doubts began to form. The protagonist continued to emit strong dark energy and thought that he had been waiting for this moment, the second during which the Qi left her sword. The moment during which it turned into an ordinary sword. He was able to break her sword into many pieces, looked at his trembling hand, and thought that he couldn't even move his hand. Usually you can win by simply breaking the swordsman's weapon, but that's not the end. She, the owner of the ghostly Flow Azul, will never stop because of such nonsense. Of course, this also applies to him. Kyujin got into a fighting stance, and he immediately jumped towards her, concentrating dark energy around himself. He thought that he would put all his remaining energy into this one strike. He used the technique of Storm Dance, Thunder Wind, Cannon Shot. She started laughing loudly with a big smile and said that he was really the best. She also started concentrating energy around herself to attack and used the technique of Rising Dragon method. Rising Dragon Strike, Waterfall Hiding in the Rising Sun. Tante said loudly with a worried look that they were getting too carried away. Jin was also worried about what was happening and said loudly that they would both get seriously injured. They were about to stop them, but they noticed something and stopped with painted faces. They were both about to attack each other, but someone came between them and said that it seemed like the two of them had played enough. They both stopped using their energy, and the man who stopped them asked if they were going to meet the clan head in the hospital bed. Hyujin immediately bowed and said that she welcomed the head of the 9 dragons. MC looked at him and thought, so this man is the leader of the 9 dragons and his father, Tan Hosen? He also bowed and greeted him. Ghosts appeared next to him and recognized him and said that he should be careful. He thought that after the decline of the storm he would stop cultivating, but he had become much stronger. He turned around with a serious expression and thought that now he understood even if this organization was strong, they were still a small special squad of the Tan clan. It seemed to him that the squad leader would be about as strong as an elder in the Heavenly Demon sect. However, this man was so strong that he couldn't even guarantee victory against him in his past life. Gosan looked at him and asked, is he dissatisfied with something? Does he have something to say to him? Wunwei started shaking his head in denial and wondered, Was he really staring at him that hard? He looked to the other side and said that he was just wondering what he was doing here. He asked with a calm expression if there was a place in the 9 dragons that he couldn't enter. He said calmly that he was just worried that seeing him with such a weak martial arts skills would offend him. What he said shocked everyone present, and he felt it. Kyujin, like everyone else, was very worried about it and quietly asked him to stop. He thought it was a reasonable reaction to such a response from the leader, especially from an illegitimate child who basically means nothing. However, after seeing the residual memories of the body, he realized that his father was a man with a capital letter. Busan smiled because of this, turned around, agreed, and said that he did not feel anything while watching his fight. The protagonist looked at him with a slightly dissatisfied look and thought that these were the words of his real father. He stopped and said that anyway, he heard that he had changed a little. It turned out even better than he expected. He looked at Yuchang, who was standing next to the arena, and said that however, he was disappointed with someone else. He called Gong, Jin, and Tante, who immediately jumped down and knelt in front of him. He said that they were too slow to react, so they needed to continue to work on themselves. They agreed with him, and he said that they should disperse and take care of the others. He looked at his sister, who was standing next to him, and asked why she looked so depressed. Kyujin said that she felt like they weren't good enough to gain their father's recognition. She looked at him and asked him what he thought about it. He said with a calm expression that this was how he was. However, the father suddenly became interested in the child he had always ignored. At the same time, he easily turned away from his son who did not live up to his expectations. She apologized and said that she shouldn't have asked that. MC didn't care about it and asked if she was hungry by any chance. How about having a drink since they finished the duel? After a while, she drank from a small cup and said loudly, with a happy expression, that this was the real life. He looked at her with a small smile and said that she felt like she'd been starving for several days. They don't feed her in Qingcheng? She said with a dissatisfied expression that they feed her quite a lot, but only vegetables. She's growing now, so she should eat meat and also drink whatever she wants. That's what she doesn't like about Taoists. He understands her, right? He agreed and said that she could have another glass. She handed him the cup, and he poured her some liquid from the bottle. He looked at her with a small grin and asked, "By the way, what kind of person is her senior training brother?" She became embarrassed because of this and asked why he suddenly asked about this. He asked with a sly grin. She mentioned him several times in the letters. How can he not be curious? He began to list what she wrote, which embarrassed her even more, and she loudly asked him to stop. Wenwei did not listen to her and said that she did not mention that he was going to visit the head. Now he needs to know more about him, because they will have to meet, don't you think? Kyujin said with a displeased look that he was infected with the bad energy of the Tan clan. He calmed down and thought that the fact that Li Chulsun, a disciple of the Qingcheng sect, was coming was out of caution. On top of that, the reason for the Dark Overlord's visit was that the Dark Overlord was rumored to be trying to create another special force like the Storm. If this was true, all the sects and clans in Sichuan would try to do something about it. The same goes for the Qingcheng sect, which the Tan clan has close ties with. They probably sent him here because they can't blindly trust her. Or maybe it's something more important than they think. He noticed someone, waved his hand, and said that they were here. Kyujin turned around and asked, "Is this the friend he was going to invite?" She was very surprised when she noticed Gong, who said that he should have been gentler in the training hall. They took a long time to clean up after him. He was surprised that she was able to manifest a sword aura. She immediately bowed to him, called him uncle, and thanked him. She worriedly called out to the protagonist quietly and asked why he didn't tell her he was coming. He also said with a wide smile that she didn't ask him about that. She worriedly put down a chair and said that he could sit here. He thanked her, sat on the chair, and said that they obviously ordered a lot of food. He hoped that all of this wouldn't be at his expense. They hit their glasses, and he said that he should try something like that. He calmly asked, did he hit his head somewhere? She was very surprised by this and cautiously asked quietly why he was acting so informally with him. Doesn't he know what kind of person he is? He was basically his father's martial brother. His uncle saved him from danger during the Battle of Qingcheng and even received an honorary title from the clan leader. He was surprised by what he heard and called him uncle in a worried voice. Gong looked at him and asked if something had happened to him. He bowed to him and said loudly that he didn't know about his relationship with his father and was very rude. He apologizes to him for that. Hyujin quietly praised him with a small smile and said that she was sure he would understand if he apologized properly. He was very disappointed by that and turned to her and said loudly with a displeased look that they had ruined his entire appetite. Did she make him do that? MC sat down in his seat and asked what he thought of the old storm troop, the Righteous Wind troop. He took his hand with a smile and asked what he thought he would give them. He held out an empty cup to him with a big smile and said it was a 10. He poured him some from the bottle with a disappointed expression and said he guessed right. It wasn't interesting at all. She offered him a drink, and he watched from the side and thought that through this fight he had attracted the attention of the old storm squad. Now the next problem appeared. It was unknown what Sanyang was going to do before the Dark Lord arrived. At the same time, the spider was sitting on a carriage that was traveling in the mountains and said that he did not think it would be so far. If they went too far, he might kill them, thinking that they had escaped. The carriage stopped and he asked, "Have they arrived?" Sanyang got out of the carriage and said that they came without warning. "I wonder if the temple master will be there." The spider jumped off the carriage and said that the sorcerer who poisoned the young master probably lives here. He senses a strong dark energy. Who is he really? A hooded girl came out of the temple gate and told the Namgung follower that she was grateful for coming. The temple master told her to meet her. Sanyong looked at her and asked how he knew she had arrived. His insight impressed her. The girl took off her hood and said that he was waiting inside. She should go there. The spider saw her and said with surprise that this was a Jiangshi, a corpse that retained its memories and was able to think critically. He was using this creature, which was difficult for even the most capable alchemists to control, as just a servant. This did not look like a sorcerer's dwelling. He did not know if what they had said so far was enough. But too much was not enough. He jumped over the fence and said that he needed to fulfill the young master's order for him to listen to his request. The master of this temple sat in the middle of the temple and said that he asked for more prophecies and to send him bright oracles. The Jiangshi approached him, bowed and told the Storm Lord that Madame Namgung had arrived. He, without turning to her, said that she should let her in. She came closer to him and greeted him politely. He said that as he could see, she was here because things had not gone according to plan. She was full of greed. Their God showed mercy to those who regularly turned to him, not to those who only asked for things. Sanyong waved her hand with a calm expression and asked that if it was the one who contributed more to the temple than anyone else, what would he say to that? Her servant brought out 2 boxes filled with resources, and the master said with a wide smile that of course he would show mercy to that person. He started examining the pearls and said that this was his favorite. However, it still needed a little more. She said that if everything worked out, she would add another box. He said that as expected of her, she knew how to gain their god's favor. So, how could he help her? She asked. He remembered the request she had made last time, right? He said with a smile that the concubine's child's brainwashing was still in effect. She shook her head in refusal and said that the situation had changed. He needed something faster and more reliable. She thought that she had thought that he was just a pawn that could be used and discarded, but the thoughtfulness of his actions, coupled with Kyujin's attitude, would cause her a lot of trouble. She asked in a serious voice if he could turn him into a Jiangshi. He laughed and said that she seemed to be very angry. The spider looked at this from the side, thought that they were crazy freaks, jumped out of the building, and said that he must notify the young master. If that freak, the Storm Lord, is capable of creating Jiangshi, then the young master will have a hard time dealing with him right now. He noticed the many monsters that were blocking his path and immediately realized that they were Jiangshi beasts. He said with a worried look that the fact that he could create these monsters so easily meant that he was a sorcerer from the Blackbone Ghost Valley. The Maoshan sect faction had turned into a heavenly demon cult. The master heard the sounds of the monsters and laughed and said that it seemed like she was being followed. Their ghosts were very unusual. The patron behind the concubine's son might be more problematic than they thought. Sanyong sighed with a dissatisfied look and said that she would add another box. This news made him happy, and she said that since she had increased the fee, he should reveal the identity of the puppeteer and also turn the concubine's child into a Jiangshi. The master laughed and agreed to it and asked, however, why should they look for his patron when he himself had kindly come to them? Another Jiangshi ran up to him very quickly and asked his master, did he call him? The master turned to him with a smile and said that he should capture the escaped ghost and find the sorcerer who was behind him. The monster immediately jumped onto the roof of the building and said that he never thought that the Jiangshi beasts had not caught him yet. He looked into the distance with a serious expression and whistled loudly. The spider continued to run away and said that he felt an extremely unpleasant energy. The spider continued to run away from the crowd of monsters with a serious expression and tried to warn his master of the danger before he died. At the same time, in the white pavilion, the training room, Wunwei asked, is she really not leaving? Kyujin said with a smile that the weather is fine today, she will leave when she sobers up a bit. He looked at her and thought that Yuchang, who had suffered a severe defeat, and San Young, whose plans had been put to an end, would try to harm him without a second thought from now on. She knew it too. He started to leave and said that she should just stay out of his way. She agreed and said that he could not worry about her and train. The ghosts next to him said that for someone from the Qingcheng sect, she certainly had a conscientious character. How could someone with such a character be the child of Hosun and a girl from the Namgung family? He hit them and asked in his mind, would they shut up, or did they want to turn into ghost pills? He began to examine the staff in his hand with a thoughtful look. This attracted the ghost's attention, and one of them asked the young master, "Is there some kind of problem?" He mentally said that something had changed in him after his training today. A ghost asked if he could find out how he felt. The protagonist said in his mind that before, when using martial arts, there was a delay between his thoughts and actions, something like a malfunctioning mechanism. He felt like it was because he was still a beginner in martial arts, even though there was a slight delay now, but he definitely felt that it had decreased. The ghost said that he was a senior mentor in the Heavenly Demon cult. Could he inspect his body? After receiving permission, he began to inspect his body from different angles. After that, he asked, had he ever heard of accumulated merit? He looked at him and asked in his mind, this is not internal energy, right? The ghost said that they are different things. Usually, increasing internal energy involves habitual training, but enlightenment, family influence, the increase of the practitioner mainly depends on him. He will grow as he receives merit. The MC calmly asked in his mind, in other words, accumulated merit depends on reputation, right? The ghost agreed and said that this was why, even when using techniques that absorbed the internal energy of others, he was not actually increasing his own internal energy that much. Although he was a special case, and there was no clear research, it seemed to him that the merits accumulated over the 17 years of his life of this body, and the new merits accumulated by him were very different. And perhaps the lag he was experiencing was a result of this. With a calm expression on his face, he mentally said that it seemed to him that the very fact of the lag was decreasing. He did not have time to finish because the ghost said that this meant that the accumulated merits of the young master and the new body were beginning to harmonize. Wunwei thought that he meant that he had come to understand and accept the personality of the previous owner of this body, so his accumulated merits were beginning to harmonize with his merits. Since he could not consciously live as the previous owner of the body, even though he considered this body to be his own, subconsciously, he thought of his body as the body of another person. After the duel, his thoughts changed from he is using martial arts in someone else's body to him being the one using martial arts. The feelings he experienced after meeting Kyujin and Hosan, who did not take him seriously, slowly eroded his subconscious barrier. He mentally asked how much these merits were now connected. The ghost next to him said that it was about 40% connected. If the similarity continues to grow, he will be able to easily achieve success in martial arts. The protagonist mentally said that this is great, this is all he needs. He began to practice with the staff, and thought that in order to perfect the mystic art, harmony between the body and soul is necessary. He is confident that the higher the connection between the body and his soul grows, the faster he will achieve the same level of mystic arts as in his past life. Kyujin looked at him and thought that a lot had changed. She could not imagine that he would practice martial arts so confidently and enthusiastically. Although she felt sad and guilty for making him change, he started building his own castle. From now on, his walls would only grow higher, but Mom wouldn't wait for his castle to be finished. Spirit appeared next to her and said with a smile that something was approaching. Hearing this, she thought with a serious expression that everything was as she expected. The ghosts also sensed something strange and warned MC, and he said that it was a ghost fog. He said with a big smile that because of the cinnabar poison-making style, he already knew that they were using ghost witchcraft. It looks like they finally got hooked. Now he'll see how big the fish is. Jiangxi stood on the roof nearby and said that the trail led him here. According to the Lord's guess, the patron behind the concubine's son uses a special kind of ghost witchcraft. Such a person is likely to use a unique magic tool. Since the trail ends here, it means the sorcerer is somewhere nearby. He can't wait to meet him. The fog has risen quite high. The ghost fog has the property of blocking consciousness, and if he restricts it to forming a thorny ghost fog, no matter what happens inside this fog, no one from the outside will notice. Where is his prey now? He noticed a thread of energy that leads to Wunwei, and it caught his attention. He wondered why this thread leads to his second target, the concubine's son? It turns out that he covered his tracks. Apparently, the sorcerer did not use ghost sorcery himself. Instead, he used the concubine's child to activate the mystic arts technique. He noticed this monster and asked with a sly smile, what kind of fog was this that he could not see anything in? Jiangxi walked towards him and thought that his opponent was a puppeteer who was smarter than he thought. However, since the concubine's child was also his target, if he attacked him, the puppeteer would definitely show himself. In any case, he can't sense anything around him because of the ghost fog. If he stands still, it will turn him into a Jiangxi, even if all his limbs are intact. He looked to the other side and saw Kyujin walking towards them while emitting a powerful aura. She ran up to that monster very quickly, dealt a very strong blow, and loudly said that he was caught. MC turned around with a smile and said that it was a big fish after all. He never thought that they would send a deadly swordsman and Gu Diao here. The ghosts next to him said that they were definitely from Black Bone Ghost Valley. However, this guy looks like a deadly swordsman of at least rank 3. Is everything going according to plan? He started searching for something in his inner pocket and said that a Taoist from the Qingcheng sect would hardly lose to a Jiangxi of the same rank, but the problem is that this monster is an assassin sent by San Yang. Is his sister in control of the situation, or is she simply doing her duty as a Taoist to eliminate evil? He ate a pill while she was fighting and said that he could only trust her determination now. Jiangxi tried to break free from Qujin's grip and wondered, is this Qingcheng's sword energy? This is a Taoist arriving in the Nine Dragons district. This girl must be the daughter of the Tan family, but why is she here? He was able to break free from her grip, jumped away from her, and was about to say something to her. She ran up to him very quickly, swung her sword and said loudly that she would not listen to pathetic demons. This vile Jiangxi must die again. His hands were shaking from her swift sword strikes and thought that he could not handle her. Even if he achieved his goal, he could not fight with his full strength lest he injure her. Otherwise, Lady Namgung would break the contract. If that happened, the Lord would become furious and torture him. Qujin very quickly began to attack him with her sword and asked loudly, what was he thinking about? She used the sword art of Qingcheng, cutting the blade incredibly fast. She struck many swift sword strikes and said loudly that he should stop thinking and just die. Blood was flowing from the wounds of this monster, and he thought that he could really die here. He was thrown back and thought that since he was going to die anyway. He said loudly that he pitied her because she was Lady Namgung's daughter, but it was her own fault for not listening to him. He took off the bandages that were wrapped around his hands, and a very strong energy engulfed him. His body grew very large, and blades came out of his hands thanks to the technique of ghost transformation. Qujin looked at this huge monster who was standing in front of her with a surprised expression. He struck a very strong blow with the blade on his hand, but she was able to block this blow with her sword. Jiangxi looked at her and said loudly that if she retreated, she would not be hurt at all, and it would be easier for both of them, because his mission was Lady Namgung's request. She continued to hold back his blow, despite the fact that she did not have enough strength and thought that she should not hesitate. She already knew that this was all her mother's plan. Her eyes lit up with energy, and she thought that she had to defeat him, find out who was behind him, and convince her mother to turn away from this path. She pushed his hand away, and he asked loudly, is this anti-demon energy? How prim and proper she is, and really very stubborn. He threw a very strong punch, but she managed to jump aside. He thought that if only she weren't so stubborn. If the battle continued despite the thorny ghost fog, the Wind of Justice squad would discover them. He didn't know when the puppeteer would appear at all. He would be at a disadvantage if the battle continued. The ghost fog would weaken soon, so he had no choice but to use Gu Diao. His target was still the concubine's son. A monster was flying above them and let out a very loud cry. The ghost looked at this and said to the young master that he would not allow Gu Diao to release more ghost fog. Wenwei looked up with a smile and said that he finally used Gu Diao. He almost fell asleep from boredom. The ghost said that it would be better if the stubborn girl fought Gu Diao and the deadly swordsman came. The flying monster flew towards him very quickly with its mouth wide open. He stood still calmly and said that it was so noisy at night. He looked at it with a serious expression on his face and said that he had to bow down before him. He used the first stage of Purple Eyes, tormenting evil ghost. The monster was frightened by this and crashed into the ground after flying close to him. He looked at the monster that crashed into the ground and said that he didn't mean so low. The ghosts examined this monster and said that the surprising thing was that it didn't even bend its neck. Gu Diao seems to have a sturdy body to begin with. A huge amount of resources and time must have been spent on creating this guy. They just had to attack him. The protagonist looked at this with a confused look and said that this is not even his ability, but he is so excited. He must get up immediately. Gu Diao, who was stuck in the ground, suddenly came out from under the ground and looked at him with a frightened look. He sat calmly next to him and said that he will give him two options. Either he will fight with that Jiangxi or with him. Because he looked at him with a wide and scary smile, the monster immediately flew away from him. Gu Diao began to attack that monster, which confused him, and he loudly asked why he was attacking him. Did that guy really take control of him? He thought that the puppeteer's ability was enough to take control of Gu Diao. What's more dangerous is that it means the enemy is somewhere nearby. Qujin jumped behind him, swung her sword, laughed, and said that by turning the other way, he was tempting her to cut him. With this strike, she cut off the arm of this monster. He looked at her and wondered why she just cut off his left arm. He asked with a worried look, what did this mean? She could have killed him with this attack. She shouldn't tell him that she decided to retreat because of Lady Namgung. She said with a big smile that of course that wasn't the case. She planned to cut him into pieces to make him repent of his mistakes. Then she would slowly save his soul. He called her crazy in a worried voice and asked if this was how Taoists acted when they tried to help others. Gu Diao flew next to him and slashed his face with his claws. Jiangxi turned around to look at this monster and loudly called it a mindless bird. Kyujin thought that she didn't know why the Jiangxi beast that released the ghost fog was acting like this around her brother, but she needed to get rid of the remnants of the ghost fog. She used the hermit style, evil destruction crushing strike, and began to make many quick sword strikes. The Jiangxi stood still and thought that the ghost transformation technique was dissipating. He needed to find an opportunity to escape from here while there were still remnants of the ghost fog. He gathered energy in his palm, slammed the ground, and pushed it back a few meters. Immediately after, he jumped and tried to grab his severed arm. Gu Diao flew towards him, as did Kyujin, who loudly asked, "Where is he going?" He used the explosion skill, causing his arm to emit powerful energy. That arm exploded, causing her to be unable to catch up with him and block it. Immediately after that, she ran towards him very quickly to strike him again with her sword. The Jiangxi managed to take out the pill he used and disappeared at the moment of her attack. She turned around and said that everything was going according to his plan. He should be careful. Someone was using demonic arts. MC sat next to her and asked if she could help him. He started telling her his plan and she asked if he meant that they should not kill the Jiangxi who intended to attack them. He agreed and said that they needed to gather enchantment first. Although the escapee belonged to a side branch of the clan, he was still able to infiltrate the main manor and spread the ghost mist. The enemy must be strong enough to use enchantment. If he feels threatened, he will simply use the return talisman to escape. Right now, he is not strong enough to defeat such a Jiangxi in the place he cast enchantment on. However, if she could dispel this, then he would reveal the identity of the person behind this monster that dared to attack the Nine Dragon County. Kyujin said that if he was telling the truth, then the Jiangxi they were dealing with was sent by her mother. What would he do if she decided to submit to her mother's will? Wenwei stood up and said with a small smile that in that case, he would just end up being a loser in this game of scheming. Isn't this what it means to be part of the Tan clan? She was a little surprised by this and thought that to him, who had been through so much hardship, the Tan clan was just a bunch of lying and deceitful people. However, she was sure that he would understand that not everyone was like this. It would take a little more effort. Gu Diao landed next to them. She looked at it and said that he was that beast after all. She looked at it with a cruel smile and asked, "Does he want more?" This scared the monster very much, while the Jiangxi they injured ran to safety with incredible speed. He said with a worried look that he couldn't believe that he was running away after a failed mission. Even if he reattached his arm, after losing Gu Diao and increasing the security in the Nine Dragon District, the master would never forgive him. All of this happened because of that damn woman. The protagonist caught up with him and said that if he was going to rest here, he should have gone further away. Did he seriously just leave the mansion? The monster jumped back with a frightened look and wondered, have they already tracked him down? He looked at him and wondered, is this the concubine's son? What is he doing here, and how was he able to track him down? Could it be that the puppeteer is pulling the strings? They should have tracked down the source of the thorny ghost fog spell, since they were able to take control of Gu Diao. It doesn't matter. He has to use this chance. If he catches him, he can reveal the identity of the puppeteer and bring back Gu Diao. He noticed the ghostly energy emanating from him, and thought that it seemed like the patron had assigned some wandering ghost to him. However, this form looked familiar. He looked at the monster in front of him with a grin, and said that he knew that Sanyang was completely desperate, but he never thought that someone from the Namgung clan was an ally of the Blackbone Ghost Valley. Jiangxi was very surprised by this, and loudly asked how he knew about this. He looked at him with a smile, began to emit energy and asked, who knows? This energy finally engulfed his body, and the monster said loudly in a very surprised voice that this is the battle robe of an evil ghost. MC said that it turns out that he knows what it is, which means he is old enough. Jiangxi thought about the evil ghost's battle attire. 10 years ago, everyone in Blackbone Ghost Valley knew about it. This was a witchcraft weapon that the young heavenly demon used whenever he created chaos. So this ghost energy, is it an evil ghost? He asked loudly. Why does he of all people have such a thing? He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, does he really think he will answer? He has a lot of questions for him. Jingxi looked at him and asked loudly, does he really think he will answer these questions? Wenwei raised his hand and said that of course not right now. They need to talk after he is dead. The monster was worried about this and thought that if he really was the heir to the cult, he would kill him with one blow. He saw the very powerful energy that he began to emit and thought that he was advancing. Is he using mystic arts or the Ghost King? The protagonist ran up to him very quickly and swung his fist to punch him. He punched the monster really hard and he wondered, was that martial arts? With this attack, the Jiangshi was sent flying back a few meters and hit his back on a tree. He fell to the ground and thought that this was the secret art of the 9 Dragon Clan, the Storm Dance. The enemy uses martial arts instead of mystical arts? A wide smile appeared on his face. He laughed loudly and said that he is not the cult heir. The cult heir cannot use martial arts, and he is a monster that can destroy a dead swordsman like him with one finger. He doesn't know where he saw the ability of the cult heir, learning to imitate it. He attacked the monster with his dark energy, but it managed to dodge and screamed loudly in surprise. He looked at this attack in surprise and asked loudly, "Is that a single binding chain?" He thought that this was a weapon created by the clan heir. He looked at it with a shocked look and wondered, is this really the cult heir? However, how does he use martial arts then? More precisely, how is he still alive? MC looked at him from the side and asked. This puzzled him, didn't it? Is he the person he knows or not? Does he have time to think about such things? Jiangshi thought with a worried look. He was right. If he continued to drag it out, the Wind of Justice Squad or the girl who screamed loudly would come to his aid. As long as he knew their identities, he couldn't escape. There was a way to silence him. However, if he really was the heir to the cult, he couldn't finish his thought because he asked, he still hadn't moved? Was someone being promoted to the rank of dead swordsman at this time? He means, looking at how he carried Gudiao around with him everywhere, one can conclude that he wouldn't be able to handle even one person. Maybe he should just go back? He needed some information, but a guy like him definitely wouldn't be trusted with it. This made Jiangshi very angry and said loudly that he would make him regret those words even if it cost him his life. He ran towards him very quickly and swung his hand to attack him. He was about to grab his hand and Wenwei asked, he finally decided to move, right? He thought that he seemed to be trying to buy time by leading them away from the estate. However, this would only hinder him if that idiot got scared and decided to run away. He needed to try everything he couldn't use in the fight with Kyujin. He slammed his back into the wall really hard and said that he got too carried away, and now he needed to deal with the corpse. At least his talk reminded him of the cult heir. Unexpectedly for him, the protagonist grabbed his hand and said that he finally felt relieved now. He pulled his hand away from him and said that if he didn't want to rest, he should have at least moved further away after using the return talisman. How was he going to deal with his corpse with such attacks? Jiangshi became worried about this and wondered, was this really the cult heir's evil ghost battle robe? He pulled his hand back and said loudly that this was simply impossible. He tried to attack him from different directions but couldn't injure him and thought that he had strengthened his attacks by loading up on demonic essence, but still it had no effect on him. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that even turning him into a corpse with such attacks would take him a year. The monster became very angry about this and insulted him loudly and swung his arm to hit him again. He threw a strong punch, but MC stopped him with his hand and said that the battle robe's durability test was complete. It was time to test it out. He delivered a very strong punch to his body and sent him flying very far. The Jiangshi survived this attack and thought that this blow confirmed his thought. He was weaker than him. These blows would not cause him fatal wounds. He would be able to defeat him when the evil ghost battle robe disappeared and the mystic energy was exhausted. He ran up to him very quickly and asked, what kind of laughter was that? Was he laughing because his attacks were weaker than he expected? Did he hope to defeat him when the battle robe dissipated? You should listen to him. He came here knowing that he was a Jiangshi from Whitebone Ghost Valley. Did he really think that he was not prepared for this? Does the brain also decompose when turning into a Jiangshi? The monster looked at him with a serious expression and said loudly that he was only so pompous because he was wearing the evil ghost battle robe. He should show him what he was capable of in a fight against him. He started to try to hit him with his fist and said loudly, before he runs out of mystical energy to maintain his attire? He tried to hit him, but he disappeared, and the monster immediately realized that it was an illusion art. Wenwei appeared behind him and kicked him hard in the head. The monster tried to attack him and said loudly that he was as agile as a rat. He looked at him and thought that this attack didn't cause a deep wound either. It seemed that he couldn't break through the dead swordsman's defense now. He would have a lot of work to do. However, unfortunately, it was time to end. He started to emit strong energy, and Jiangshi asked loudly, he still hasn't figured it out? His attacks were useless against him. He gave a strong punch and ran behind him. He turned around to face him abruptly and said loudly that it tickled. Unlike his battle attire, his body wouldn't wear out. He had to keep attacking him, and it wouldn't be long before he got his comeuppance. The protagonist stood calmly with his back to him and said that he was worried that if he dodged all the attacks, it would drag on. However, he tried his best to get it all to hit him. He He still thought that the brain does not decompose during the transformation. Jiangxi looked at him with a smile and said that he must have gone crazy being cornered. He would see how long he could move his mouth. At that moment, blood suddenly came out of his mouth. He was surprised by this and asked, "Are these symptoms of poisoning?" However, how could he poison him? He looked at him and said that normal poison wouldn't have worked. He looked at the energy from the poison emanating from his body with a shocked look and asked loudly, "Is this really the poison of lost souls?" MC looked at him and said that since he took all the hits with his naked body, he made sure to hit every part of him. He should enjoy it. Jiangxi swung his fist and asked loudly, "The lost souls dared to try to eat his body? They should stop touching him." He released a powerful wave of energy and the ghosts around him disappeared. However, this caused him to run out of strength and he fell to the ground. He walked up to him and the monster said that he just had to answer his last question. He was the heir to the cult, right? He sat down next to him and said that he would not die here. He took out a chain made of his energy and Jiangxi asked with a worried look, what was he planning? His battle form made of energy began to disappear and he told the elders that he had to go. They should train the newbie properly so that he would listen to him. Immediately after that, the ghosts of the elders appeared around the monster and agreed to it. Wunwei walked away from them into the forest and said that it wasn't that easy. Maybe it's because he's not yet able to do it on a subconscious level, but he's having trouble with witchcraft and mystic fields that take a long time to prepare. He needs to practice martial arts more and improve his mystic arts skills. He needs to work even harder. His face became serious and he thought that someone was watching him. Did they see everything? Who was it and where were they hiding? Was it Hozan? He asked calmly, even though he was the scariest member of the clan. He really didn't move, even though he saw everything? He became worried and said that maybe because of the great distance he didn't see what exactly he was doing, but he must have realized who he was fighting. How arrogant is he? Kyujin came out to meet him, dragging Gudiao along with her, and he asked, "Did she come all this way?" She asked, "He's not hurt, right? And what happened?" He looked at her with a confused look and said that he was okay. He was about to say something else, but she understood him and said that she thought they could do something about it. She wanted to cut off his wings so that he couldn't escape, but that turned out to be harder than she thought. So instead, she just beat him up. He thought with a slightly worried look that from now on he wouldn't contradict her. The protagonist bowed to her and said that he had let it slip. She gave him an opportunity, but he failed and apologized for that. She looked confused and said that he didn't have to worry because the main thing was that he was okay. She could just beat up that Jiangxi until they figured out where they were hiding. Gudiao broke free from her grip and quickly ran behind him. She was surprised by this and asked, "Can he still move?" The monster looked at him with a pitiful expression and let out a frightened cry. He sat down next to him and said that it would be difficult to bring a Jiangxi of this size into the house. Gudiao used his energy and shrank a lot in size. He was a little surprised by this and asked, "Can he use mystic arts?" Something strange caught his attention, and he said that he would keep it in the white pavilion. She must be tired. They need to rest for a while. Kyujin was thinking about everything that was happening, but she still smiled and said that he was right. The intruder was finished, so it was time for her to go. She turned away from him and began to leave with a serious expression. After a while, the MC in his room asked, "So his master is the cursed white bone mentor?" The ghost Jiangxi kneeled in front of him, agreed, and said that it was him. He said in a calm voice that it had been a long time since he had seen this old man. He raised his head and said that he must be familiar with the white bone mentor. He agreed with this and thought that this old man had taught him the art of death, and he had mastered it in just a month. Anyway, besides him, there is the blue bone merchant, the red bone horror, and the green bone indestructible. The four from the black bone ghost valley are near the 9 dragon county, and are plotting something? The 4 elders from the black bone ghost valley are near the 9 dragon county. There is only one reason why they would show interest at such a time: the grand welcome of the Dark Overlord. Moonhyuk, the Dark Overlord and one of the 10 greatest martial artists, led the new special squad. In the opinion of the divine cult, they can't just watch as Sichuan's defense is strengthened. Usually they would plant traitors in the squad or try to thin their numbers, but they wouldn't need the elders from Blackbone Ghost Valley if they just wanted to weaken the squad. Especially considering that San Young, the mistress of the 9 Dragon clan, also belongs to the Namgung clan and is related to it. They are plotting something much bigger. A group of barrier breakers that controls the Heavenly Demon cult, a community. If they have the cult's secret support, plans that would have seemed crazy before may suddenly become feasible. This was a laughable act in the past. He asked with a serious expression, "Are they trying to assassinate the Dark Overlord?" The ghosts asked the foolish Jiangxi loudly with dissatisfied expressions. Does he really think that the 4 elders from Blackbone Ghost Valley can defeat the Dark Overlord? Even the 9 demon ancestors couldn't. The Dark Overlord, one of the 10 greatest martial artists. Wenwei asked with a dissatisfied look, "So these guys are scouts, right?" The ghost monster said that he didn't know the details, but he heard that the support was coming from Tianshan. He was surprised by this and wondered, "Aren't they from the community?" He called him number 15 and the Jiangshi immediately responded to it. He asked if he knew anything about the community. He worriedly said that he was too stupid to understand what kind of community he was talking about. He said with a thoughtful expression that it was good that he didn't know about it. He thought that the dead swordsman from the Blackbone Ghost Valley didn't seem to know about it. In order to get more information about the community, he needed to capture that old freak, the damned Whitebone mentor. The problem was that with his current strength, he couldn't even break through his magic barrier, let alone defeat him. He stood up and said that other than that, this was all he could get out of number 15. Suddenly, Gong burst into his room and loudly asked the young master if he was okay. The clan leader ordered him to bring him to him, but what happened in their courtyard? He didn't understand what he meant, and the ghost said that he seemed to be talking about the traces left after his fight with his sister. The protagonist said that he should calm down, he would explain everything on the way. He thought that with the help of the Wind of Justice Squad and him, everything would be much easier. However, there is a bigger problem. He must start from how much this person knows, and what his next move will be. He came to the clan leader of the 9 dragons, gave his name, and said that he was greeting the clan leader from the White Pavilion. Hosan looked at him and asked if he understood why he kept his distance in public places, like the training grounds, but he spoke formally, even in private. He apologized and said that it had been a long time since they had spoken in private. Gong was very surprised by this and quietly asked, "Is he crazy?" They barely gained his favor, but he decided to ruin it all himself. MC turned to him with a smirk and quietly asked, "So his mentor was praising him?" He became angry at this and quietly asked, "How can he joke about such a thing?" He calmly said that he should continue to just observe. He turned around and said that if he was going to reward him for defeating the enemy infiltrating the 9-dragon pavilion, shouldn't it be treated as a public matter? He thought that he didn't call him over to talk like a father and son. They were both testing how much each of them knew about the situation. Hosan said that he seemed to understand why he called him. He said with a serious expression that he looked like he had figured out the identity of the attacker and how exactly his wife was related to him. He listened to him and it was primarily due to the arrival of the clan patriarch. Wenwei looked at him with a serious expression and thought that as expected, he knew about the assassination plan. He said with a serious expression that judging by his reaction, he must have already realized it. He had heard that he had changed, but this was too much. His inner energy, his resourcefulness, his vision of the situation, this was not a level that could be achieved in a few years. He had been waiting for his opportunity in this deep pit. He never thought that he had been deceived by him for so long. His vileness was truly befitting of the Tan clan. He bowed to him and said that he was grateful for his praise. He thought that it sounded like an insult, but in fact, it was the best compliment one could receive in the Tan clan. Hosan looked at him with a very serious expression and said that then he should not cross the line. He raised his head and was about to ask something about it, but he interrupted him and said that he would not interfere in their disputes with San Young, but he should not touch those behind her. The protagonist thought, he lets his son fight his wife to the last, but wants to leave the divine cult? What is this snake planning? He agreed to it and thought that it would be difficult to strike the white bone at once. Hosan passed by him and said that he told him everything he wanted so he can go back to his place. He turned to him and said that before leaving, he should reward him for defeating the intruder. He turned to him abruptly when he heard this and asked, does he want a reward? Since he was trying so hard to get it, it must be something he couldn't get on his own. He could tell him what he wanted. MC said with a calm expression that he wanted to train in the monster forest. He thought that in the special environment of that forest, teeming with poisonous insects and mystical beasts, he would have a way to quickly restore his mystical power to the level of his past life. Hosan said with a calm expression that only the clan patriarch could give him permission. He could only ask him for it when they met, but he wouldn't promise anything. He stood quietly by his side and said that he understood that. He was a little dissatisfied with this and thought that it seemed like it was out of the question for now. Took out a small butterfly from his inside pocket and asked him, in return, would he like to try taking it? Gong was very surprised when he saw the insect he had just taken out and was about to say something, but he turned to him and said that he should calm down. Wenwei looked a little worried and wondered what was going on. Was this some kind of rare artifact that even he was confused about? To him, it looked like just a decoration. Hosan looked at it and asked if he didn't like it. He said in a confused voice that he didn't. He tried to approach it and thought that the energy around it was preventing him from getting closer. Did this mean that he wanted him to take it in another way? He looked back and quietly told ghost number 15 that he should go. He agreed to it and immediately flew towards the butterfly. It sensed it and started to fly away, which surprised Gong even more. The insect flew in and landed in the protagonist's hands. Hosun looked at it calmly, walked away and said that it belonged to him now. He looked at Gong, called his name, and said that it was time for them to go. He looked at them with a shocked expression and agreed with him. They left together, and he looked at the butterfly in his hand and asked what was this. The ghosts next to him said that it looked like an expensive item. However, knowing these people, it might be a hidden weapon. He grabbed them with a very dissatisfied expression and asked, "Who asked them anyway? They should leave here." They all started to fly away and worriedly agreed with him. At the same time, Gong was walking down the street and asked the master, "Is he sure about this?" This artifact was very valuable to him. Hosun looked up and said that it used to be like that, but it had been 20 years since the Storm Troop disbanded and the Nine Dragon Clan was founded. Most importantly, his son said that he wanted to inherit the legacy of the Storm Troop. He said with a confused look that this was why he passed the blood butterfly to the young master, thought that maybe he still regretted not achieving the goals he set for himself with the Storm Troop. Hosun calmly said that he had shown this artifact to his other two children as well, but they showed no interest in it. However, he somehow got hold of the blood butterfly. If he could, then maybe he is able to unravel the secrets of the blood butterfly. After a while, MC sat in his room and asked, "Did he really say that?" He didn't say. "What is it?" The ghost said that he didn't say anything, but from their speech, it seems like it is something valuable. This so-called artifact absorbs a huge amount of spiritual energy every time it moves. From the look of it, it might be a demonic tool. He looked at it with a slightly interested look and asked, "Is this a demonic tool?" He swatted the ghost away with his hand and said that he should move away so he could take a look. He began to channel his energy into the artifact and said that after all, it is an item from the Tan clan, so spiritual energy can't be its main feature. It can't absorb that much spiritual energy. The butterfly flapped its wings, and all the energy he channeled instantly disappeared. He got angry about this and started channeling even more energy and said that it should stop resisting and making him look bad. This didn't change anything, and he asked loudly, "What if he tried this?" After a while, he lay down on the bed and said that he was so upset about the blood butterfly that he couldn't sleep properly. He would deal with it later. He thought that although if the damned Master of White Bones found out about yesterday's failed attack, he would definitely make a move. Hosun's warning forbade him from acting recklessly. However, isn't there a way to disrupt the enemy's plans without fear of Hosun's interference? He doesn't think such an opportunity will appear right away. Maybe he'll have to wait. Gudiao jumped onto his desk and started making strange sounds. Wenwei looked at him and thought that he had just interrupted his reasoning. He may be strong, but he's not strong enough to fight several dead swordsmen. If he's going to use it, he'll have to make it even stronger. He clenched his hand, released the blood, which he began to control with his energy, and thought that by using his blood as a medium, using the eye of the dead man, he would turn it into a refined artifact containing the knowledge of the Ghost King. He would call it the blood of the Ghost King. The ghosts said loudly that this was the famous blood of the Ghost King. He never thought that he would ever envy someone's inheritance. They must maintain dignity. Even for ghosts, such behavior is unworthy of them. Since this contains the knowledge of the Ghost King, this blood is an unrivaled medicine for those who use demonic arts. The protagonist held out his blood and asked, "He wants this, right?" Gudiao began to jump and make joyful sounds. He asked, however, why should he give it to him? What did he do to deserve it? Perhaps if he tells him the location of the Jianxi Beast Farm in the Blackbone Valley, he will give it to him. What does he think of this? He immediately began to nod his head in agreement. He saw this and gave him his blood and said that it was very good. As soon as he swallowed the blood and his body was filled with very strong energy, his appearance began to change and the ghosts said loudly in surprise that this was incredible. He was reborn. This must be a mythical bird that announces the advent of the demonic army. MC looked at him and asked with a small smile, "How does it feel to be reborn?" "It looks like he will be more useful than a spider now." The soul of one of the elders appeared in Gudiao's body, which surprised him very much. The ghosts looked at him in surprise at what happened and asked, "Isn't he Elder Huang? Wasn't his soul destroyed?" He turned around and asked the heir of the cult in surprise, "Why did he bring him back?" He raised his hand and said that there were 3 reasons. First, it is a reward for his loyalty. Most of his subordinates cursed his name when they were on the verge of death, but he distinguished himself. This also ties into the second reason. He still clings to the hope that he will protect his daughter. He doesn't even know her name or face. He said with a smile that he has to find her himself, with his own strength. Finally, the third reason is simple. Ghosts are easier to control than idiots. The elder looked at him and thought that he could leave the third reason unspoken. He said that it seems like he will finally get rid of his chains, but now he realizes that he won't be able to escape from it. He remembered the past and thought that after he lost his wife, his daughter was the only reason for living. She is his treasure. So since Chon Hojin kidnapped his daughter, he was already dead. He betrayed the cult leader and the cult heir for her, but was still unable to protect her. Who would have thought that he would get another chance? Wang said with a serious expression that he swears allegiance to him. He will devote his soul to his cause, and his fate is now in his hands. He will follow his orders without hesitation. Wenwei looked at him and asked, he retained his memories, right? Does he remember where the farm is? He started emitting energy with a serious look and said that if he gave the order, he would fly there right now and tear them apart with his new claws and beak. He extended his hand with a serious look and said that he must destroy the farm and show the traitors the superiority of the divine cult. He agreed to this and immediately flew out the window. He looked at the other side and thought that if he started destroying the farm, the Master of White Bones would be distracted from him. This would give him time to think about everything. After a while, Sanyong said that she was so tired after the night trip. She noticed a note on the table and wondered, is this a report from Mu Zheng? Considering the corner is folded, it means it is some kind of urgent matter. She started reading it and wondered in surprise. Yu Chang and Suraz had a duel, and that freak won? He even fought with Kyujin, but it ended in a draw? While the clan leader was watching them? At that moment she came to her, called her mother, and asked where she was. Sanyong turned to her with a worried look, called her by name, and asked what brought her here so early in the morning. She had some urgent matters. She said that it meant something so urgent that she couldn't tell her. A jiangshi sent specifically for Wenwei had entered the manor at night. She pretended to be surprised by the news and thought that it meant that the one she saw yesterday had dealt with that freak. She didn't like that the jiangshi's intrusion had been noticed, but for now, everything was fine. Hyujin said that she had fought him. This surprised her very much, and she asked what she had just said. Why did she do that? She hadn't been hurt, had she? She said with a calm expression that she was fine. That monster mentioned her and hesitated, not daring to attack her. Sanyong, with a very displeased expression, wondered what those idiots had done. She called her name and said that everything she was doing was for Yu Chang and her own good, that illegitimate child was just a nuisance. She asked with a serious expression, did she hate him that much? So much that she was willing to use the jiangshi to help her when her daughter, part of the Qingcheng sect? She was very worried about this and wanted to say something loudly. She didn't listen to her and started to walk away and said that if she didn't intend to turn away from the path she had chosen, she would have to stop her, even if she had to use force. Sanyong, looking scared, stretched out her hand towards her and called her name loudly. She said with a displeased expression that she didn't understand how he felt. How could she not understand? She fell to her knees and thought that this was all because of that freak. She should have taken care of this earlier, before things got this bad. She needed to go to the temple immediately. She had to do this for her daughter. At the same time, Gong was walking down the street and said that he had plenty of courage. Did he really need to walk around here after what happened last night? The protagonist said that he could come back if he was going to complain. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he needed to follow orders. They came to a building, and he said that this was Lu Bang's forge. He looked at it and thought that the god of crafts and Taoist techniques, using the name of a legendary figure, was quite presumptuous. They went inside, and Gong asked, is the owner inside? The worker looked at him, called him by his title, and agreed with it. The man came out of the room and asked, is that loser here? He said that he should let him introduce them. This is the owner of the forge, Tan Chuk Yung. The MC bowed to him and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. He was about to give his name, but he interrupted him and asked, is he the second son of that cold freak? He agreed with it and gave his name. He thought that he had heard that he knew their family from the time of the Storm Squad, but he didn't realize that they were close enough to call Hosen so disrespectfully. He turned around and asked why they came, just to meet each other. Gong smiled and said that he had something to do. He sighed in displeasure and said that there was already a lot of work to do here. He guessed that he came here because he was not happy with what he was given in the Nine Dragon Clan. He would do whatever he wanted. He just needed to leave the drawing here and leave. Wenwei thought that he already had a long list of things to do. It made sense. After all, everyone wanted to make sure their weapons were in good condition before the Dark Lord showed up. He wouldn't have walked through the door if Gong hadn't been with him. He took out the drawing and said that this drawing was quite complicated, so it seemed like he would need an explanation. Chuk Yung asked with a serious expression, did he even know who he was talking to? He would do everything perfectly, even if the drawing for the hidden weapon was really bad. He didn't have to worry. He said with a small smile that he didn't want the hidden weapon, but the sword. He asked, Is he going to become a Qingcheng Taoist like his sister? Gong immediately grabbed it and asked loudly, did he come here with it for the sword and not the hidden weapon? Why and what for does he need it at all? The protagonist said that he asked him to find a blacksmith, but did not say anything about the hidden weapon. He agreed with this, turned around and thought with a sad face that he was embarrassed now. Chuk-young said that he probably had high hopes for him. He went to another room and said that he should show his drawing. He followed him, opened his drawing and said that he wanted to use this dark sword to modify this. The blacksmith looked at it and asked, does he want to do this? Gong came over to take a look and asked, isn't this a metal fan? The blacksmith with a serious expression said that he was wrong, it was definitely a sword. This caught MC's attention and he thought that it was really good, immediately understood the intention of the drawing. He chuckled and said that it was an interesting, or rather, even ingenious weapon. He said with a smile that he was grateful to him for such words. Chuk-young looked at him and said that he did not need his sycophancy. It would be better if he told them about this strange sword. They started discussing all this, and the ghosts looked at them and asked, the young master also understands this, right? He does not understand what they are talking about. He said that it is a sword, but this one is clearly shaped like a fan. He heard the word gunpowder, but why is there gunpowder in a sword? Is this some kind of secret of the Tan clan? He does not think so. It seems that this guy does not understand what is going on either. Chuk-young continued to look at the drawing and asked, he is a little greedy, right? MC said with a smile that it would be more correct to say that he is quite ambitious. He said with a serious expression that he will have to do it himself. Gong was very surprised by what he heard and asked if he wanted to do it himself. He agreed and said that this design for the sword was not for his disciples. Wenwei's eyes lit up and he thought that this was his chance. He knelt down and said loudly that he wanted to show the sword he had made when the clan patriarch visited. It would be a great honor for him. He was a little surprised by this and said that there were only 20 days left until his visit. He looked up at him and asked if it was impossible. Chuk-young asked if he did understand that he had his own schedule, right? He responded by saying that he understood, so it would be too difficult for him. It seemed that his request was too difficult for him. He apologized to him for this. This made him very angry and he said loudly that it could be done even in 15 days. This caused a wide smile to appear on his face and he said that he knew he was amazing. Gong looked at him with a regretful expression and thought that another victim had been caught. After that, the protagonist went outside and thought that he was glad that he had the best blacksmith. It exceeded his expectations. He was sure that the Jiangxi farm had already been dealt with, so there was only one thing left. His attention was caught by Kyujin, who called his name. He looked at her and asked what happened. She seriously said that she wanted to ask him something. He looked at her and thought that Azula's murderous energy, the spectral traces that were leaking out, meant that she was unable to control her emotions so much that it was impossible to hide with the solo world style. It seemed that this was the reason. She asked, this might be unexpected, but what does he think about the past? She means if he holds grudges or something like that. She wants to know what he thinks. He began to manipulate the air around his hand and asked if she could catch the wind. It can be caught for a second, but she can't hold it in her hand. If she could stop it, he wouldn't be the wind anymore. What does the past matter? There are so many things he wants to do and needs to do now. The future is more important to him. She was very surprised by this and said with a happy smile that she made a decision thanks to him. She has to do a few things so he doesn't have to wait for her for a while. Right after that, she passed by him and jumped forward very quickly. The ghosts around him said that such a kind girl turned out to be angry. Her killer energy came from the style of the single world. With a swipe of his finger, MC threw them aside and said that they should stop talking. Better keep an eye on her. They agreed, flew away, and he thought that if she was so excited, she must have had a fight with her mother. It doesn't seem like this woman would just sit back after a fight with her daughter. He walked in and said with a smile that he better get ready to meet the guest. After a while, the servant called the clan leader and said that the second son asked for a meeting with him. Gong, who was in the study, turned around at the voice and asked, "Does the young master want to meet?" Hosan looked at the document in his hand with a calm expression and said that they could let him in so he could wait there. He went out to meet him and quietly asked the young master what he was doing here. Wenwei quietly said that he wanted to pay tribute to his father as his son. He quietly said that if he was going to talk such nonsense, he had better leave here quickly. He asked with a sly grin, "He is still the young master of the Nine Dragon clan. Isn't this kind of treatment too cruel?" Gong asked, "How about doing something to make him treat him better first?" They entered the office and Hosan asked, "So why did he come?" He said with a calm expression that he came to discuss the matter they discussed the night before. He wants to make a deal. He looked at him with a serious expression and called out to Gong, who was standing next to him. He immediately understood everything, and the protagonist noticed that he instantly disappeared. When the two of them were left alone, he said that by interfering in this matter again, he risked hindering the progress of the Tan clan's plans. He hoped that he had a good reason for doing so. He thought that he had understood this back in the training field, but this was not the energy that a branch clan leader should have. He agreed to it and thought that he said the Tan clan's plans, so they were planning something. Hosen said that if he wanted to make a deal, they both had to benefit. What could he offer him? He said that he didn't have anything he could give him right now, but he could promise to hand over something. He would protect Kyujin's elder sister. He knew very well who the lady had gotten involved with. His father thought about it and quietly said that he could continue. MC thought, did he use sound telepathy? So there were still people left here after all. He used the same technique and said that if the connection between the lady and the demonic cult was exposed, Kyujin and even Yuchang wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. He was well aware of how the children of the demonic cult's spy would be treated in Jianhu. His sister and brother would never be able to set foot in Jianhu again. Hosun said that he was the person who led the Furious Wind Squad as the vanguard to stop the demonic leader. Who would dare to put such a label on his children? Wunui said that of course they wouldn't say that in front of him, but the world isn't that simple. So he would try to make sure that Kyujin wouldn't be branded that way. His father said normally that they would put aside how exactly he was going to fulfill such a promise. What did he want in exchange? He said that since his part in this matter would by no means be small, he wanted to take an active part in their plans. Hosen asked if he thought he was capable enough to be included in his plans. He said with a serious expression and a smirk that he would prove to him that he was capable. He would bring him the head of the demon leader. At the same time, Sanyong entered the temple and loudly asked how he could fail like that. Does he even realize how much she's done for him? Does he know what her daughter told her? That he couldn't handle one freak. The master loudly called out to her to stop talking loudly. When she fell silent, he calmly said that he knew his judgment was wrong since things turned out like this. He had also lost a disciple, so he would not stand by. She need not worry, he would come out himself. Zhengxi came in and called him loudly. He looked at her and asked why she was making such a fuss. She said with a serious expression that it was an emergency. He took a deep breath, called the mistress and said that she should sit down and wait for a while. Sanyong agreed to this, sat down and thought that she did not like being humiliated, but the skills of the temple master were worth it. Since the temple master said that he would come out himself, it meant that he would definitely be destroyed. Hearing the news from Jiangxi, he loudly asked what she said. He thought with a very dissatisfied expression, was the Jiangxi beast farm attacked? The farm of his pets who had been secretly working in Sichuan province for decades. So it turns out that Zhu, with similar energy to Gudiao, his creation, destroyed them all? She continued to sit next to him and asked what was going on. Unexpectedly for her, he quickly walked up to her and grabbed her by the throat. He slammed her to the ground really hard and asked loudly, did she decide to deceive him? There is a high-class sorcerer with enough authority to take the parasitic crow he created and evolve it. Does she seriously think he will believe that he is on the side of some kid from the Tan branch clan? This is just absurd. She conspired with this sorcerer to stab them in the back, didn't she? Sanyong looked at him with a frightened expression and said that she didn't know what he was talking about. He began to emit powerful energy and asked loudly, did she not understand or was she just pretending? Was she underestimating them, the Blackbone Ghost Valley? She looked at him with a very scared look and thought, did he say Blackbone Ghost Valley? Isn't that a demonic cult? Does he mean that this place is part of a demonic cult? Master looked at her and thought that she definitely didn't know anything, judging by her reaction. It seems like the Namgung family used her until she became useless. He let her go and said that there must have been a misunderstanding. He sees that she really isn't involved in this. She thought with a very scared look, did she get involved with a demonic cult? It means that her family dragged her into this. That means the Namgung clan is collaborating with a demonic cult. He called her and asked, the second son in her house is called Wunui, right? Now that he thinks about it, even his name is similar to that freak. She doesn't even have to ask. Now he has a reason to kill him, along with the sorcerers who are behind him. Can he ask for her help? After a while, Sanyong said with a serious expression that she was wrong. If she needed to apologize for something, then she apologized. The protagonist said with a smile that this was quite unexpected. She really wanted to apologize? She hid her dissatisfaction and thought that she didn't want to, but that was the deal. She remembered that the master had said earlier that they needed to gain the second son's favor. He had to like her. She felt embarrassed by this and asked why he needed this. He looked at her with a wide smile and said that if she didn't want to do this, then he would make her a jiangshi to make sure the task was completed. She was very scared because of this and said loudly that she would do anything. At this time, she thought that she needed to use manipulation to find a clue. It wouldn't be easy, but she had to do it. He said that she had always acted as if she didn't care about anyone. He used sound telepathy with a wide and sly smile and said that she seemed afraid that the clan leader would find out that she had gotten involved with a demonic cult. Sanyun was very surprised by what she heard and wondered, how did this guy know? He wasn't just saying that, he was completely sure of it. She just found out yesterday that this temple belonged to a demonic cult. Then, how did he know about it? He looked at her with a very angry expression and said with a wide smile that she looked very confused. She thought that she felt like the puppeteer he had been with for the past few months was controlling him. But those eyes didn't belong to someone under someone's control. She didn't know if his patron was helping him, but he figured it out on his own. However, if he still only had a superficial understanding of everything, she said that she didn't understand what he was talking about. MC asked with a smile, then she wouldn't mind if he told the clan leader about it, right? He used the technique again and said that if he dragged Righteous Wind into the investigation, the information about the strange temples she often visited would come to light. Plus, when the items from the Namgung clan were discovered in their storage, it seemed like it would be very interesting. Who knew what her clan would say about all of this then? Sanyun, with a very worried expression, thought that they would frame her as the culprit, claim that they themselves didn't know about her connections with the cult, and humiliate her. That's exactly what her clan would do. She lowered her head, trembling out of fear, and said that she was the wife of the head of the Nine Dragons branch clan. There was no way she could be disposed of so easily. He looked at her with an arrogant smile and said that she herself didn't even believe it. It seemed like she couldn't be honest with herself. She still looked at him and asked what he wanted. He extended his hand with a sly smile and said that he was quite a greedy guy. Over the next week, she brought him all sorts of jewelry, a wild silkworm robe and other jewelry. In an attempt to get these rare items, she did not have time to think about anything else. After that, Wunhui asked what else could one expect from the famous Namgung clan. They have a lot of money. The ghosts looked at him with admiration and said that he had gotten hold of real treasures. He was sure that she was already ruined. This is what she deserves for what she had planned against him. He said with a displeased look that it was not for them to talk about it. He took out an object with strong energy from his inside pocket and said that these things were useful, but this was the most important of all. The ghosts looked at it and said that it had a very terrifying poisonous energy. What is it? He said that it was a pill made from a 1-to-1 mixture of the poisonous fire herb, dogwood fruit, and a certain type of bacteria. They said that it looked like an ordinary poisonous pill. Is he trying to reach the 6th level of the poisonous dragon cultivation technique? The protagonist agreed and said that he would open his middle dantian and reach the highest level. Bacteria are used as an ingredient in miracle medicines like this. However, if it is used incorrectly, the wrong poisonous bacteria can multiply and begin to destroy the body. Dogwood fruit and the poisonous fire poison herb enhance the poisonous effects of these bacteria, creating this incredibly poisonous pill. This is the best option for him, as someone who has mastered the poisonous dragon cultivation technique. The ghosts said that they now understand what he is trying to do, but it seems that this poison is too strong. Is he confident that his body can handle it? He said that was why he had this. He took out the Qi refining divine sphere from his pocket and thought that this was a miracle cure that was supposed to enhance internal energy, and it was also created by the divine doctor of life and death. First, he would take this to increase his internal energy. This pure energy was spreading throughout his entire body. It was definitely fulfilling its purpose. Now it was the turn of the poison pill. According to the elders, this poison was very difficult to digest. With his current level in the poison dragon technique, it would be very painful. He ate the pill and felt intense pain, but he continued to absorb the poison energy. The ghosts looked at him and said that they had to look at all this poisonous energy. Master would be okay, right? MC gritted his teeth in pain and thought that the poison was spreading throughout his entire body. He needed to convert the poison into internal energy for the poison dragon technique. He had to concentrate the energy and suck it into his upper dantian. He was able to do everything correctly and was happy that he succeeded, and thought that he had reached the 6th level of mastery in the poisonous dragon technique. The ghosts congratulated him and said that he had reached the highest level in just 2 months of martial arts training. He was cultivating faster than everyone else. He thought it was a small thing, but he could feel the pure essence in his middle dantian. The peak of dragon mastery, this is the highest level. Gong ran up to him and said that he heard a loud noise and ran here thinking that they had intruders, but now he saw this energy. He looked at him with a smile and asked what he was doing here. Wunhui looked at him and smiled and said that he had received the miracle medicine that Lady Namgung had given him. He jumped down to him and said that he didn't know what it was, but he couldn't even imagine how much she had spent on it. Threw him a wooden staff and asked, anyway, doesn't he want to experience how much stronger he has become? Or is he not interested in testing his strength? He caught it and immediately got into a fighting stance and said that he was indeed an excellent teacher. He jumped towards him, swung his weapon and said loudly that he would give it his all. Gong looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is he already using internal energy on his weapon?" "He has amazing talent." He responded to his blow and said with a big smile that he had a heavy blow. Then he should try to reflect it. The protagonist stared at him and thought that he could see his movements now. In addition, he could control his body much more freely. They started exchanging many fast blows, and he wondered, is this what it was like to be at this level of martial arts? He could now see what he saw. If he could use internal energy to control his weapon. He started emitting strong energy with a very serious expression and was about to attack. Gong was surprised when he noticed it, asked him to wait and asked loudly, does he want to use the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger with a spear? He didn't say anything and started throwing a lot of fast punches, which he started blocking. He was thrown back a few meters and said that now he would really have to work hard in duels with him. MC pointed his weapon at him and said that he did say that he would make him work until he was exhausted. When they finished the duel, he asked if there had been some rumors going around lately. Did he know about them? This caught his attention, and he asked what rumor he was talking about. Gong said that people were saying that he and Mrs. Sanyang had made peace. They also said that he was so touched by her efforts that he even gave up his position as the heir. Does he even understand what peace means? He assumes that these rumors are because of the gifts she gives him. However, he knows for sure that it is all a lie. He said with a smile that he can't say that he agrees. He used a telepathy technique and said that he needed her to act like this in order to gain an advantage in the fight against the cursed White Skull Master. He also used the technique and asked, who is he talking about? Wait, did he say the cursed White Skull Master? Is he talking about the head of the Blackbone Valley? Wenwei was surprised by his reaction and said that he thought he had heard about him from the clan head before. He didn't participate at all during the meeting, right? Gong thought about it and said that it made sense. He found out about her being related to them. He thought that his mood changed so much when they talked about the demonic cult. He said that he was talking about fighting him, but the magicians of the Blackbone Valley are very serious about their safety. He looked at him and asked, is he talking about the demonic magic sect? He said with a displeased expression. He already knew about it. Their Jiangshi are getting stronger in that sect. To be honest, he wasn't confident that he could kill their leader even if he tried his best. The protagonist said with a little worry that he knew it would be a major failure on their part if he just started a war. He thought that according to Spirit number 15, the forces in the temple now included the 4 death swordsmen and a Jiangshi, whose skills were comparable to the dead swordsman's. He heard that the cursed master of the White Skull had reached a higher combat level after his death. It seemed like the society had helped him. Gong asked what he was going to do and if he had a plan. He said with a confident smile that of course he had almost finished preparing. Earlier that night, Sanyang had come to his room and begged him on her knees for help. He asked with a smirk, did she come to him in the middle of the night to ask for help? Some would think he wanted to kill her. It seemed like the Namgun clan and the temple were after her. She agreed with a very tired look and said that he already knew what situation she was in. The abbot of the temple promised to turn her into a Jiangshi if she did not lead him to the sorcerer who supported him. She was about to say something else with a very worried look, but she stopped. He continued to smile and said that in that case, a terrible fate awaited her. She said that she would do whatever he said. He asked with a serious expression, could she give up her ambition for the position of heir that she had been seeking for so long for her children? She agreed and said that she would persuade her children to give it up. If he wanted, she would make sure that he would never see her again. She begged him to help. He agreed with a wide smile and said that then she would have to do whatever he said. He would do anything to get rid of that demon. First, he needed to make some preparations. At present, he thought that the final stage of his preparation to defeat the cursed master of the White Skull had finally arrived, after a while. Chuk Yung said that he seemed to be in trouble. He didn't look at the sword closely enough because he was too busy with the drawing. However, it would take at least 2 weeks to finish this sword. A demonic weapon, made of black steel, filled with demonic chi? He wants him to make a sword out of it? This guy was very cunning and outsmarted him. He would have to work without sleep for 2 weeks. His students wouldn't be able to help, given their skill level. Also, he doesn't have a third arm. He should tell him that it would take longer. He heard someone behind him say that he never thought he would end up like this. He turned around at the voice, was very surprised by what he saw, and asked loudly, what was he doing here? The Dark Lord Tan Moonhyuk stood in front of him and asked with a smile, why was he angry? They hadn't seen each other for so long. This made him sad. Chuk Yung said loudly, he should be in the 9 Dragons. What is he doing here alone? He said with a satisfied expression that he had sneaked out, of course. His words made him very angry and he said loudly that he was a burden to the others. Moonhyuk asked with an interested look, "Anyway, what is this interesting thing and who ordered this sword?" He said that the customer was Hosun's child. He looked at the drawing and said that although he heard that she was called a genius, but she still. He did not have time to finish because he said that it was not her, he meant the second child. He was a little surprised because of this and said that he heard that he had a weak spirit and even weaker talents. Chuk-young said that he was surprised too. He is very cunning, so he wants to use one weapon to switch between two techniques. Also use hidden weapons if the enemy creates a distance. Moonhyuk said with a smile that this is a typical weapon of the Tan clan. He shook his head in denial and said that he could do it in time if that was all, but there is one more thing. He has to look at this material. He wants him to make a sword out of it. It's a demonic weapon made of black steel. He said that he was studying sorcery to use the cursed poison. He started looking at the material and asked with an interested look, "So he wants to use the cursed poison on the sword, is there anything else?" Chuk-young said that, besides all this freak is that lazy guy's disciple. This caught his attention and he asked, "Does he mean that Gong took a disciple?" He said that he also somehow convinced that idiot to inherit the storm dance. This means that the guy doesn't just want a weapon, but also the ability to use the storm and cursed spells. Does he understand what he is now? Moonhyuk agreed with a smile and asked, he said that he didn't have time to fulfill this order, right? He raised his hand with the same smirk and said that he was curious how he would use this little toy. After a while, somewhere in the forest, Sanyong said that the preparations were completed as he requested. However, will there only be 2 of them? MC said that his master will be here soon. He is finishing up some business. He noticed Gong, who ran up to them and said that here he is. He landed next to them and asked if they really have to leave at such an inconvenient moment. He looked at him and said that now is the best time. He said with a serious expression that he got rid of Mujung as he asked. She was surprised by this and asked why they did that. He said that he was a spy for both the Namgun clan and the temple. Sanyong, with a displeased expression, said that her family members should hide their spies better. She thought that she was hiding him, but he already knew about everything and more. He is fooling everyone. Gong asked, "So there are only 3 of them?" When we gave him a mask with a human face, agreed, and said that there are only 3 of them for now. He picked it up and asked, "Do they really need to wear it?" He had already finished putting on the mask, and said with a smile that they needed to do it, or they would definitely be recognized. He turned around and said with the same smile that it was time for them to get started. The 2 of them started driving the carriage and said with a technique that the fog was getting thicker. That meant they had entered their territory. He could feel it, right? The protagonist agreed and thought that they might be hiding in the ghost fog, but he could see them perfectly, thanks to the dead man's eye. Those were all Jiangshi beasts. He guessed that they had tightened their guard because of the attack on the farms. Besides, it was no lie that the damned white bone master was able to reach a higher level of martial arts. It was much better than the spells he had used before. He felt a flow of magic and said with his mind that spirit number 15 should show up. It immediately appeared next to him and notified him of this. He asked with a serious expression, "White Bone Master took his spellbook, right?" The ghost was surprised by this and said that he didn't know all the details. However, he heard that many things were lost when the 12 black spectra passed through their old pavilion. The other ghosts asked loudly, "How dare those stupid Jiangshi do this?" He thought that everything would be lost with the art of the soul-burning flame. It seemed that there was something left over from when he was organizing the Ghost King's texts. Using sorcery against an enemy who already knows how the sorcery works is like trying to open a door with a key inside. He had to be careful what spells he used until he reworked the Ghost King's techniques. They arrived at the temple and helped Sanyong out of the carriage. A Jiangshi came out to them and said to the disciple of Namgo, "Welcome. What brings her here today?" She said with a serious expression that she brought that freak's things as the temple master requested. She stood at the entrance and said that they were on high alert, so she would carry the boxes. Her companions could wait here. Gong used a technique to ask what they should do, just start fighting? He also used a technique and said that he should wait. She said with a calm expression that they didn't know if the items were imbued with witchcraft. She had heard that mystical power worked differently when it came to the dead. Are they sure that everything would be okay if she carried them? Jiangshi thought about it and said that they could enter. She stopped in front of the temple, called the master, and said that Namgung's follower had brought the things he had asked for. He was pleased by this and said loudly that she should come in. Sanyong walked inside and greeted him. He turned to her with a big smile and asked loudly, had she finally brought his things? She said that she couldn't tell which items were imbued with magic, so she brought most of the things that were in his room. He laughed and said that she did a great job, even better this way. She turned to them and on her order, they put the boxes with the things on the floor. The master, with a big smile, reached out his hand to these boxes and said loudly that he hadn't even opened the box yet, but he could already feel the mystical power. She did very well. He opened the first box and was surprised when he saw what was inside. He looked inside and asked, "Is this explosive?" He turned to her and was about to ask something. MC and Gong grabbed San Young and quickly started to carry her away from there. A fuse was burning behind the wall of the box, while the shocked master wondered, what the hell is going on here? The next second, there was a huge explosion. Everyone grabbed their heads, trying to hide from the flying debris. Gong looked ahead and said that it was to neutralize the demonic magic. The protagonist replied that it did not mean that the mystic arts were completely destroyed. He asked, does he mean to say that the cursed master of white bones survived that explosion? He replied that he was a Jiangshi. He walked to the edge of the cliff and, putting his hand on his waist, added that he saw him activate his mystic energy before the explosion, so the sorcerer may have lost a few limbs, but he definitely survived. Moreover, this applies to them too. They looked up at the sky and saw swordsmen approaching them. The next second, they landed on the ground, and Dong screamed loudly, "How dare he do this to the sacred land?" The protagonist turned around and said, "How rude. He only destroyed one house." The dead swordsman behind her said that one of them was the fierce wind warrior Gong. In terms of strength, he was considered the second most powerful in the 9 dragons. Behind him was Wunwei, the second son of the 9 dragon family. Their presence here meant that the Tan clan had learned of their plans. Gong turned to the protagonist and asked if he could really handle it without him. He replied that he should take care of himself first. The dead swordsman said that they needed to find out how much their plan had deviated from the course. The goal was to capture them alive at any cost. Dong, preparing to attack, gritted her teeth and said as he commanded. The next second, a powerful attack was aimed straight at the dead swordsman behind her. She noticed a splash of blood and turned around. At this moment, Gong came down to them and asked how they dared to pretend to be humans. Dong looked at him and thought, even if it was a surprise attack, he killed the dead swordsman with one blow. This is a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle level. At this moment, the protagonist pushed off the edge of the cliff and flew forward, saying, "It's nice to have him with him, but now, see you later." The dead swordsman shouted, "Damn, where is he going?" Dong told them to ignore him. He is not a threat. She thought, right now. She told the others to use everything they have to defeat the mustachioed one. Dong sneered, "Are they going to take him prisoner? They have to try, damn Jiangshi." Meanwhile, from the collapsed building, Jiangshi was trying to climb out of the rubble and shouted, "This fool dared to betray them? Damn, his recovery has slowed down. The explosion has distorted the foundations of his demonic magic circle. He needs to quickly decide, restore the arrow with demonic magic or destroy the evidence and escape." At this moment, Wunwei appeared from the smoke and said that he came here for him, and he was going to run away? He added with a smile, "Hospitality is apparently not customary there." He replied, "This person, he is a bastard from the Tan clan." This plan seemed to be the business of the head of the family. MC, smiling, said that they have not seen each other for a long time. Old man. The last time they met face to face was when he learned the magic art from him. He was surprised. What is he talking about? The protagonist asked, has he already forgotten? Although they specialized in different things, but he was his teacher for a month. He repeated in surprise, learned from him for a month. Wait, this style of speech, it can't be. The protagonist walked up to him, concentrating energy around himself, and added, he did not recognize him after stealing his mystic arts. He is quite upset. At this moment, the spirit of a powerful being appeared behind him, and Jiangshi, perplexed, shouted, "Evil spirits? He is the heir of the Wunwei cult." He then concentrated the energy in his hand, sending a powerful energy upward, and MC noticed that he had become stronger. It would be dangerous if he did not destroy his demonic magic circle. Jiangshi screamed, and then pressed his hand to the ground, creating a powerful explosion. The protagonist, with his arms crossed, asked, "What is this? It does not look like the activation of a mystic art. What is he planning?" He thought that in any case, if he sees it with his dead man's gaze. But suddenly he was surprised. In front of him was an empty hole in the ground, and he asked, "What? Where did the old fool go?" He nervously looked from side to side and said, "He is not very good at stealth, and since he does not sense mystic energy, it means it is not an illusion." Spirits appeared next to him, and one of them said, "The heir of the cult, the master of white bones, he is over there." When we asked, "What?" he looked up at the sky and asked, "What is he doing there?" "Really?" Spirit replied, "It seemed like he had escaped." The protagonist added in disappointment that he didn't know whether to call him a coward or praise him for making the right choice. But of all the directions he could have escaped, he was just unlucky. The bird-like creature was either holding Jiangshi with its claws or flying forward, and he was screaming, "The heir of a cult? How the hell did he survive?" No, it didn't matter. Since he showed himself to him, that meant he had a way to get rid of him. What an idiot Wunwei was. He needed to retreat and gather his strength. At that moment, the protagonist said that he sensed anti-demon energy. Kyujin. She appeared next to them and sent a powerful energy upward, hitting Jiangxi directly and thus shattering the bird-like creature into bone fragments. The next second, the old man fell to the ground. The protagonist, approaching him, put his hand on the tree and said, "This is his retribution for running away with his heels flashing." Then he turned around with a smile and said, "Welcome, sister." She asked in surprise, "What is he doing here?" He replied that he was purging cultists with her mother. She was surprised. With her mother? What does he mean? He replied that Jiangxi she knocked down from the sky. He is from a demon cult. He is here to capture him. Kyujin lowered her gaze and explained that she came because she heard that her mother was plotting something with the master hiding in these mountains. But, a demon cult? MC averted his gaze and thought that he understood her confusion. But he needed to send her back before the old man pulled another trick and ran away. Then he said that he would handle him himself. After that, he pointed his finger at the mountain where the fire was visible in part, and he asked if she could help Gong. He protects mother, fighting alone against many enemies. She cried out in confusion. What? What, the three of them? He replied that it was a secret operation, and she came too, actually. He thought that she was probably worried. Then she looked ahead and said, it seemed like the situation was at a stalemate, so she would save the questions for later. He should run if it became dangerous. He replied, of course. She turned to him and said, see you later. After that, she kicked off the ground and ran forward at a rapid pace, and Wenhui said that he thought he had had enough rest while he was talking to his sister. Why doesn't he get up, old man? He knows that the Jiangxi with the demon wheel should have no problem recovering. The next second, the Jiangxi's hand rose from the ground. He asked, was he trying to make him let his guard down? Then Jiangxi stood up completely and spread his arms out to the sides, shouting, his damn mouth is as vile as before. He pointed his finger at him and added, but he died. How the hell did he resurrect? The protagonist concentrated energy in his hand and replied that he knew it was hard to believe. After all, immortality and reincarnation are every sorcerer's dream. Maybe this is enough as proof? The next second, his body began to be covered in energy, and Jiangxi, perplexed, shouted, the battle attire of an evil ghost. How did he overcome death, you idiot? The heir of the Wenhui cult. He replied that he needed to ask him something. He shouldn't run away like a fool. He needed to sort it out on the spot. He began to approach, and Jiangxi, concentrating energy in his hand, said that his chatter was still annoying. Okay. He would tear his mouth into pieces. Then he sent a burst of energy forward. It flew further, hitting the corners, and then several different monsters appeared, flying straight at the protagonist. But he put his hand forward and used Storm Dance and Storm Rage, destroying the monsters in front of him. He moved forward, and after a few moments, he was very close to Jiangxi. He shouted in confusion, is this martial arts? But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist punched him in the face, causing his tooth to fly off, and he himself flew back. The protagonist ran after him. He thought, he is so fast. According to reports, he has not yet reached the peak level. Then MC threw him down, hitting the ground, and he thought, so the bastard increased his strength in such a short time? What an idiot. Now he even uses martial arts? This is impossible. Then he shouted loudly. The power of his shout sent the protagonist flying backwards, skidding to a stop on the ground, and turning to the old man said, does he still have any trump cards up his sleeve? If this is over, then it is truly disappointing. Then Jiangxi raised his hand forward and shouted that he should shut up. The same attack again? He thought, even if he is stupid, there is no way he would repeat it again. Jiangxi clenched his fist and shouted, bang! Many monsters appeared near the protagonist. He asked, burning a corpse? Too obvious. The next second, the monsters began to explode, and the old man, trying to escape, said, damn, to think that he had to waste his valuable Jiangxi like this, but this should give him enough time. At this moment, Wenhui appeared at his side and swung his fist, asking, where are you going, old man? Then he punched him, knocking him back. Jiangxi, rising on his knees, thought that his mystic arts formation was broken, so he did not have time to use a larger move. He was completely busy rebuilding his body. The protagonist, approaching him, said that he stole his mystic arts scrolls, and this is all he can do? He shouted back that it was all his fault. He destroyed his demonic magic circle. The protagonist, stretching his neck joints, noticed that it was true, but to think that it weakened him to the point that he was running away like a coward. Sad. He thought that he could do more by becoming stronger. Pathetic. Jiangxi, gritting his teeth in anger, concentrated energy in his hand and jumped at him, shouting, the heir of the cult. MC thought, even with his provocations, this is all he can do. There is nothing more for him to see here. He grabbed the old man's hands and he shouted, idiot. His hands trembled, and then the protagonist threw him to the ground. The old man rose again, and MC said, and the Jiangxi of the demon wheel is quite strong and tough. The next second, Jiangxi shouted that he gives up. He will tell him everything he knows, so he should spare him. Wenhui kicked him in the face and asked, old man, has he already got dementia? He has single binding chains. Why would he leave him alive? He suggested to simplify things and meet after his death. He grabbed him by the neck and swung his other hand, and Jiangxi was perplexed, thought he was really going to die. He shouted that he couldn't die like this. The next second, the protagonist said in surprise, "Oh, so he was hiding something." He appeared on the seashore and said, "Soul restraining art. Well, this is unexpected. To think that he is capable of such a thing." Spirits appeared next to him. One of them said, "Cult air, this is quite an advanced mystical art." Another spirit added, on a completely different level compared to the usual capabilities of the Black Bone Ghost Valley. The protagonist looked at his hand and said, "Really? Even for him this is too much." He thought that he definitely has connections with the association. Then he heard Jiangxi's voice, who said, "Cult air, he locked him in the soul prison." He replied, "Oh, old man," he continued, "he cast this spell at the cost of his life. Even he won't be able to escape. Damn it, how dare he force him to take such a drastic step." MC wondered why he was mad at him. It was his own fault for not having a backup plan if his demonic magic circle was destroyed. He told him to shut up. The protagonist smirked. Look at him getting mad. Spirit said, "The heir to the cult. Maybe they should find a solution first before pissing him off." The old man shouted that he would drown his soul in his own and steal everything he had, making it his own. The next second, the protagonist was underwater, and Spirit added, the ground they were standing on had disappeared. It was hard to believe that his master, or rather former master, had such a mystical art. MC noticed that he was in the middle of the ocean. This mystical art was so advanced that it could create a very realistic space. Finding the gate of life would not be easy. The question is, can he figure out the structure of it before he drowns? He thought, it might look the same, but he can determine the structure by observing the flow of mystic energy moving along the current. If that wave from earlier was called the blocking gate, then this oceanic flow is the gate of enclosure. If he follows the gate of enclosure, he should reach the gate of peace, where he can observe the entire structure of the mystic art. But even here, he can't see the gate of death or the gate of life. The old man used his life to cast this spell. Considering his words and personality, as well as how much he values his life, the purpose of this spell is probably an attempt to seize his body, not steal it. If that's true, then the gate of death in this mystic art is his drowning. He looked at his hand and thought, so this is the gate of life. He then thrust his hand into his chest. The spirits, perplexed, shouted, "Air, what is he doing?" Ended his life, but why? The protagonist, releasing drops of blood from his mouth, turned to them and told them not to fuss. Death by anything other than drowning is the gate of life of this spell. Isn't that right, old man? He held the heart with eyes in his hand, and Jiangxi shouted, "Damned cult air!" Meanwhile, Gong dealt powerful blows, killing the cursed swordsman in his path. Dong shouted indignantly, "Damn!" The dead swordsman turned to her and shouted that they won't be able to hold out for long alone. He keeps releasing his blades. She replied that she knows, but she needs an opening to attack. How can a person be so strong? Gong swung his weapon again and smirked, and before that they had more than enough self-confidence. How long are they going to delay the inevitable? He aimed his attack forward. Dong, covered with her hands, jumped back, shouted that she was different from them. He was surprised, right? How about this? He used the cry of 100 victories, crying flower. The multiple cutting attack headed straight for Dong, and she, covering with her hands, thought even she, a soul swordsman, was barely keeping up. The other dead swordsman could not take it anymore. At this rate, they would all die at his hands. Then she turned to the swordsman and said that she would sacrifice the 3 of them to destroy him. All the dead swordsmen, they must give her their lives. They called out to her indignantly, and Gong, perplexed, asked what was wrong with them. They were acting strangely. Then the dead swordsman charged at him. He swung his weapon, shouted, "Do they think they can take him with a simultaneous attack?" He easily repelled the attacks of the first one and then was surprised, but he cut off his limbs. The swordsman was right next to him, and he thought, shit. Dong had already appeared in front of him, swinging her hand. He thought, when did she appear here? Was she waiting for the moment when the dead Jiangxi blocked his view? Shit, even if he tried to dodge, he would have to sacrifice his hand. Dong had already aimed her hand at his face at this moment, but the next second, a powerful beam of energy pierced her hand, and the sword that flew past was stabbed into the ground. Gong thought, this sword. Dong shouted in confusion, anti-demon energy? She thought, someone from Qingcheng, Kyujin. She ran towards them and shouted, Gong, is he okay? Dong said, shit. And at this moment, Gong attacked the last 2 swordsmen and said, thanks to her, Miss Kyujin. He then rushed towards Dong, who said in fear, Master. She flew back, hitting the ground, and Kyujin asked in confusion, Gong, did he eliminate them all? He replied, that's right, everyone was eliminated successfully. He then turned around and asked, but why is she here, Miss Kyujin? She looked down in confusion and replied, the important thing is, don't they need to help Wunwei? He replied that he told him to leave once they were eliminated, and that he would defeat their leader himself. He seemed pretty confident, so it would be fine. Meanwhile, the protagonist was in the water, and Jiangxi screamed, the heir to a cult, he's a crazy idiot. He pulled out his own heart? Does he have multiple lives? He replied that this is the gate of life. If he drowned, he would have taken over his body. Jiangxi screamed, and yet, how could he do such a thing so easily? He's an idiot, for real. Before he could finish speaking, if Wenwei clutched the heart in his hand, a bright flash of light illuminated the space, and he asked, did he change the space? Looking around, he noticed that it was now a jungle. The old man shouted, there are all kinds of poisonous creatures roaming here. You can't wait to see him writhing in pain. The protagonist leaned over to the plants and asked, first water and now poison? Is this all he can do with such an advanced mystic art? He then punched a tree and grabbed a lizard in his hand. He told him to stop acting so terrible, old man. Jiangxi shouted, damn. A bright flash of light illuminated his space, and the MC looked around and noticed that they were now in the sky. That meant the old man should be right there. He sent a powerful energy into the eye that opened, and the old man shouted in confusion, what? How did he find him so quickly? What about now? They found themselves in a deserted place. He shouted, what about it? They found themselves in an icy space. Then they were near an erupting volcano, and he shouted, he should try it on his teeth. After that, the protagonist asked, are they back to the very beginning? Has he run out of ideas? He indignantly shouted, what tricks is he using? How can he detect the gate of life so easily? The protagonist spread his arms out and asked, is it because he is a genius? Catch the soul and immerse it in the fantasy world. Compress the fantasy to contain the soul. Jiangxi was perplexed and shouted, what? He recognized the name? He replied that he used one trick too much, old man. He figured out the structure of this spell thanks to him. The name of a mystic art is not just a title. Unlike martial artists who announce the name of their arts and greetings to make it more widely known, sorcerers try to hide the name of their spells. A mystic art becomes more effective the less the opponent knows about it. The name of a spell is a short explanation of the mechanism of the spell itself. A spell whose structure has been analyzed can no longer serve its role as a prison. Wenwei slammed the ground and Jiangxi shouted, this is impossible. He gave his life for this spell. The space began to break into small pieces, and he shouted, the heir of the cult. After a while, the MC sighed and said that he was back in business. He grabbed Jiangxi by the neck and said that thanks to him, he learned an interesting spell. His soul broke out of the body, and he, clutching his head with his hands, asked, did he really die? The protagonist asked, is he not happy to stay with him even in death, old man? He answered, the heir of the cult. How did he reincarnate? If he tells, then he will tell him everything he knows. The protagonist grabbed his face and pressing him to the ground said, he seems to have not fully understood everything because of his politeness. And now he dares to bargain with him? He asks questions, he answers, understand? He replied that he understood, and then the protagonist sat down on a rock nearby and added, 6 years ago he died at the top of the sealed heavens. What happened on Tian Shan then? He had to answer without missing a single detail. 6 years ago, the peak of the sealed heaven. After he died, and took many elders with him, the heavenly cult was mired in internal squabbles. The fist demon of the beast mythology, the true demon of the negative mythology, the blade demon of the North Sea mythology, the killing demon of the ghost mythology, and the wind demon of the void mythology. 5 of the 9 demon mythologies united and rebelled. They defeated the group of the ancient demon of the heaven mythology, who was protecting the gallery of the cult leader, and invaded the main palace of the venerable demon of the god mythology in order to capture his master. If they had also gotten their hands on the master after getting rid of him, then it would have been true that only the venerable demon group would have been able to resist them. The rest would have had no choice but to follow them in order to maintain power. But civil strife broke out. According to rumors, they were unable to capture the master. Then the MC looked up at Jiangxi and asked what happened to his teacher then. The old man thought in fear, those eyes, could a human possess something like that? Yes, this idiot has absurd abilities. Commanding the dead, although he himself is a living ghost king. Now that he has become a spirit, he feels this uncontrollable sense of horror. Since he cannot disobey, he must avoid disembodiment. Then he said, cult leader. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying energy, and the protagonist, looking to the side, said, something is approaching. The old man asked in surprise, ah, really? An aura began to thicken around them, and one of the spirits shouted, cult heir, something is wrong. Wenwei jumped back, and Jiangxi, reaching out his hand to him, shouted, cult heir, he must help him, he will tell him everything he knows. Suddenly, the creature closed its jaws, absorbing Jiangxi's spirit. The protagonist asked in confusion, the soul of the cursed master of white bones was absorbed. What kind of creature is this anyway? Spirit shouted, the heir of the cult, he thinks it is better to keep your distance. Another added, this creature is dangerous. MC thought, is this a creature called to keep the secrets of the association? Attacking. We must. Then he was surprised to see that the creature disappeared into the ground, leaving behind only a small hole. He asked in surprise, escaped, appeared out of nowhere, only to devour the soul of the master of white bones? One of the spirits said, the heir of the cult, he had heard this before from the master of white bones. I think it is called a wish. He clarified, a wish? He answered, "It is not exactly a monster, more of a phenomenon of sorts, an anomaly shrouded in mystery. It grants great power to those who make a contract with it, but if not handled correctly, it can absorb the soul." The protagonist said, "Absorb," meaning the contract with the wish takes precedence over his abilities as a ghost king. Spirit replied that it seemed so. The protagonist, putting his hand on the ground, said, "Dare to take away the soul that he bound with the power of the ghost king. What nonsense." He needed to know so much. He clenched his fist with sand in his hand and added, "And he lost such a significant source of information like that." He thought that this was not the end. There were still remnants of the White Bone Master's ego. He moved his hand forward, concentrated the energy, and thought that he would take possession of his knowledge, even if in pieces. The memory that arose in the head of the White Bone Master at the moment when he was consumed by desire. This thought should have remained the most vivid. It will surely be connected with the association and the time when he made a contract with desire. This is the cavalry of the head of the heavenly cult. The elders of the Blackbone Ghost Valley and the White Bones are similar. He found the right one. He thought that even in the memories such a strong pressure remained, so this bastard from that very association, divergent. The face is not visible. This is the memory of the White Bone Master. He will not be able to see what he himself has not seen. However, one detail is firmly ingrained in his mind, the eyes with inverted yin and yang. This is all he can get here, from his residual memories, but a hint can help him determine the opponent's ability, already significantly, especially if these abilities exceed his Phantom King chains. Then he raised his gaze and said that there is nothing more to catch here. It is time to finish. Suddenly, he looked at his hand in surprise, which was painted red, and thought, "This." The crack from which desire crawled out. Red energy was rising up his hand, and he thought that this was becoming dangerous. While investigating the memories of the White Bone Master, the Lord of Desire smelled him. At this rate, he will also learn of his existence. No, perhaps he is capable of worse. He needs to get out of here. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He raised his hand and swiftly jumped back. One of the spirits asked, "Is he okay?" Another added, "He instantly broke out in cold sweat." The protagonist, breathing heavily, replied that everything was fine. They should not fuss. He almost got caught, but he got critical information. One of the spirits said, "As expected of the heir of the cult, incredible." Another added, "He pulled out information about their enemy only from residual thoughts." Wunwi looked forward resolutely and thought, no matter how hard they tried to cover their tracks, he would dig them all up. They just had to wait. Association. At this time, Hosan was studying the piece of paper. Gui Jagal Tan Gun, the advisor of the Nine Dragon clan, came up to him and remarked that he must be worried about the protagonist. He had not been able to concentrate on matters ever since he learned that young Master Wunhui had taken him and his wife outside the territory. Hosan sighed and said that he seemed quite agitated. Jagal happily remarked that the protagonist might return with the head of the White Bone Master. What could be more curious than that? He wondered if he honestly thought that was possible. The advisor replied that he thought he could do it. Hosan asked with a calm face why he thought so. He explained that his recent achievements indicated that he could. After 2 months of rumors that he had changed, Wunhui defeated Yu Cheng. He then held his own against Miss Kyujin for a moment, and he also defeated the intruders together with her. And he also brought his foxwife to her knees. Because of him, so many variables were introduced into his plan. Thanks to which, the response of the White Bone Master and his wife allowed him to more easily monitor the secret movements of the demonic cult and the Namgung family. However, this was all he was able to calculate. Hosan added that this was until Wunhui said that he was going to attack the White Bone Master. Jagal agreed and asked if he knew how much his head hurt when he heard that. He asked why he didn't stop him then. The advisor chuckled and asked happily, how could he do that? So many interesting things were happening one after another. And right now, he heard something very curious. Did he know where the clan leader was now? Hosan wondered what he had to do with all this. Jagal explained that he was currently at the Lu Ban's smithy. The clan leader hammers away with old man Chuk Yung. They are making a special weapon at the request of a certain comrade. He doesn't know the details. But young Master Wunhui had requested something that had piqued the interest of the blacksmith and the clan leader. So he tells him that the protagonist might be able to bring the head of the White Bone. Hosan noted that there were more than enough reasons. Jagal said that they should think about the future. Should they tell their young master the full scope of their plan? And if so, how much of it should Wunhui handle? Or they could leave him to himself, as they had done before. Hosan noted that he felt he was leaning toward leaving him in the dark. The advisor explained that he always achieved results better than they had ever imagined. The clan leader said that Gong had recently told him something. Like if you leave everything as is, then everything will grow together by itself, and he will only hurt himself by trying to hold everything together himself. Jagal exclaimed in surprise that he dared to say such a thing to his master. It was so rude. In that case, he would assume that young Master Wunhui would defeat the White Bone Master. and he would adjust the plan accordingly. Hosen, looking at the full moon, replied, "Let him do so." After some time, MC returned to the others. Gong worriedly noted that he was gone for so long, he was about to say goodbye. The protagonist said with a smile that he should have more faith in his student. Kyujin ran up to him and worriedly asked if he was hurt. The protagonist replied with a smile that everything was fine. Gong pointed at the bundle and asked in bewilderment what it was. MC replied with a smile that it was the head of the white bone. He screamed in fear, "Let him take it away from him." Why did he take it with him? Does he really want to impale this head on a stake like the followers of the demon cult do? The protagonist agreed and added that it was his merit. He should let people know. The teacher exclaimed furiously that this will not happen. They are still a traditional sect. Where did he get this? Kyujin, watching this, thought that he really defeated the elder of the demon cult. He was not that strong a few days ago when they fought, and now the aura emanating from him has strengthened overnight. His achievements in martial arts are impressive, but what's more important is that he managed to drag Mother into it. What kind of thing did he come up with to lead to this situation? Suddenly, a spirit girl appeared, who noted with a smile that she and this guy are berries of the same field. Kyujin asked if he really had a spectral trace. Spirit replied that no, she did not mean a spectral trace. His talent is not that impressive. She asked in confusion, then what did she mean? And what do you mean his talent is not impressive? He is already so capable. Spirit replied that this is what makes him better. He is a demon, or rather you could call him the Demon King. He devours everything that stands in his way, but he is a human. How can a human be so similar to her? How strange, very strange. Kyujin covered her ears and thought, how much noise. Spirit warned her not to cross him. She wanted to be the one who eats, not the one who is eaten. The girl thought with a serious face that she would never have thought that the spectral trace would react like this. The demon cult has started to act again, and Woonwee will become famous in Sichuan as the one who destroyed their stronghold. His achievements are incomparable to hers, which she only achieved with her limited talent. It is highly likely that he will become the heir to the family. What will Mother do then? Suddenly, MC ran somewhere. Gong asked why he had blown everything up here first, and now he was looking for something. He replied that he should wait. He pulled out one tip from the White Bone Master. The protagonist summoned Spirit number 15 and asked where the White Bone Master could hide secret records or his treasures. Spirit pointed to the place and noted that it was somewhere here. There was a room here that only the Master and Dong could enter. He was sure that he would find what he needed right here. The protagonist began to rummage and pointed out that there was some kind of device here. So, there must be something underground. A moment later, a passage to a secret storage opened. They jumped down there and began to study the place. Gong, wildly surprised, noted that he saw that the Master of Records and Treasures had organized well. It looked like a code used by a demonic cult. It would be difficult to interpret it here on the spot. The teacher called out to the protagonist, who stared at a piece of paper. MC picked a letter that said that the three of them apparently belonged to the group of the venerable demon god Mythos. Let the demons capture them before the leader of Mythos showed up. After reading the contents, he wondered what he found. After a while, the protagonist thought that they later searched the room, studied the notes of the White Bone Master about what he did to establish himself here, the letters he exchanged with his superiors, and they took the funds earned by his labors. They also found a box with secret notes, labeled Namgung. Pulling the box outside, MC noted that they should move them before the demon cult, and the Namgung clan noticed and stopped them. They couldn't carry everything at once, so let Gong stand guard. And the two of them should bring people to help them move it all. Kyujin wondered what he would do. The protagonist replied that he would follow the trail left by the White Bone Master. He had obtained some information during his battle with him. He was going to check it out while he could. The girl excitedly exclaimed he wanted to do it alone? What if it was a trap? The protagonist explained that he still needed to check it out. This information could affect their clan's plans. Gong sighed and noted that he probably couldn't stop him. One of the other 12 black ghosts might appear, so he would go with it. MC thought that, as he said, the other black ghosts would not be as easy to deal with as the White Bone Master, but it would be a hassle if he had someone else with him while he searched for the people of the venerable demon god Mythos. He noted that he needed to guard this place. It would be a great loss for the Tang clan if they did not save these things. Gong grumpily agreed to stay in this place. The protagonist called out to his sister and said that the only one who could accurately convey the information about the incident was her. The girl was about to ask when she suddenly looked at her mother and thought that even if Gong or Woonwee went with Sangyan, she would be able to turn things around in her favor. Only she could convey the truth to her father. The protagonist added with a smile that he would leave a trace wherever he went. Let them send reinforcements when they were done with this place. Kyujin sighed, agreed, and asked that she would follow him as soon as they sorted it out. so let him run as soon as it became dangerous, okay? Gong said that he would protect this storage no matter what, let him be careful. The MC noted that they were worrying too much. Anyway, he left. The protagonist set out on a journey and a spirit appeared, who remarked that even from their perspective, no one had ever trusted him as much as they did. Another spirit appeared, who added that he also saw sincerity in their concern for him. The first spirit smiled and remarked that if they were of the same faction, he would be happy to share a cup of any drink with them. The MC agreed with a smile and said that they were indeed good people. He thought that if these two were not in this unfriendly family of the 9 dragons of the Tang clan, his identity as Wunwei would hardly mean more to him than his physical body. And now he has people he wants to save. But this rescue mission is not the responsibility of Tang Wunwei of the 9 dragons, but the heir of the cult, Yan Wunwei. Sometime later, in Sichuan, in Daocheng County, the protagonist asked in surprise, "There should be so many people in this place?" One of the spirits explained that, apparently, in the county of 9 dragons, all the housing was occupied due to the arrival of the Dark Lord, so the people ran to the nearby county. MC noted that it would take some time to find them. Let them split up and start searching for the survivors of Mythos and their pursuers from the Black Valley. Let them find every trace they could leave. In an instant, all the spirits scattered in all directions to start searching. After that, the protagonist thought that since there were so many people here, the only right solution was to watch from somewhere high above. He noticed the roof of the building and thought that this place would be perfect. After a while, the protagonist went inside and a servant ran up to him. MC asked if there were any seats on the top floor. He replied that there was just one table left. Wunwei paid him and noted that he would sit there. The servant happily led him to a table and said that this was the perfect place to admire the city. The protagonist sat at the table and thought that the demonic people wandering around would be able to hide their aura with ease. Fortunately, the remnants of demonic energy were still present. This meant that they had not yet managed to leave Daocheng County. Suddenly, a spirit flew to him and reported that he had discovered a hidden observer. An assassin was hiding nearby. The protagonist said to let him determine the direction in which he was moving. The followers of Mythos should be there. Another spirit flew to him and reported that he had overheard a conversation. It seemed that these people knew that they were being chased. But because they skillfully covered their tracks, it was not easy for the pursuers to find them. The MC was surprised and asked how many there were. The spirit replied that 3 were mentioned in the report. He asked how many pursuers there were in total while pouring a drink into a cup. Spirit reported that he had counted 9 so far. And he was not sure yet, but it seemed that one of them was a demonic person from the 9 demon mythos. The protagonist wondered in surprise that this was a mythos that would accompany people from the Blackbone Ghost Valley. He guessed that it must be the mythos of the Northern Sea Blade Demon. MC thought that the mythos of the Northern Sea Blade Demon was located in the north, among the glaciers and snowy plains. They were once known as the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea, but after the palace's decline, the remnants of its followers joined the Sky Cult. The cold they wielded was so strong that it froze the ground they walked on. Due to this, they became one of the 9 demonic mythos in an extremely short time after joining the Sky Cult. The precious treasure of the Northern Sea mythos, the Ice Essence, contains an immense amount of yin energy and is a necessary ingredient for the creation of excellent jianqi by the Blackbone Ghost Valley Masters. Because of this, the Blackbone Ghost Valley has sworn allegiance to the Northern Sea mythos Blade Demon and serves as their hunting dogs. This means that the people behind the assassination attempt on the Dark Lord must obey the Northern Sea Mythos Blade Demon. MC inquired, "How strong is the person from the Northern Sea Mythos?" Spirit replied dissatisfiedly, "They hid their aura, so he can't say." The protagonist thought that someone who can perfectly hide their aura is a master who has reached the highest stage. It will be much more difficult than he expected. He ordered him to determine the location of their followers more clearly. Spirit accepted the order and flew away. The protagonist looked at the beautiful scenery and thought that the sun was already setting. It took longer than he planned to find followers. Suddenly, Hyuk Woogie, a disciple of the Golden Sword sect, screamed, "Like, how come there are no more seats?" MC looked at the place of the noise and saw a servant trying to explain, "Like, how can they see? Today is an extremely crowded day." The guy furiously asked, "How dare he make such an excuse?" The protagonist thought that these 3, about his age, are wearing decent clothes. Apparently they are children from prestigious families. He can't say anything about the guy, but the 2 girls give off a serious aura. They can probably become as famous as his sister. Woogie furiously screamed, "Doesn't he know him? Just let him in, and he will politely ask one of the guests to get out of here." MC thought that he heard about the Golden Sword sect back in the cult. It is a new sect, founded about 30 years ago. It received money and power after establishing trade relations with the West. Suddenly, Yu Sumin, the MA sect's pure moon lady, said excitedly that it was okay. It was a pity that they couldn't try Daocheng tea, but since there was no room, it couldn't be helped. The protagonist looked at the guy's reaction and thought that he wanted to impress the girls, but it had the opposite effect. Suddenly, Woogie noticed him and smiled and pointed out that it was Wunwei from the Nine Dragon Clan. How was he doing? The MC wondered if he knew him. This made things more complicated. The guy walked up to his table and pointed out that there was no room. He wouldn't mind if they sat next to him, right? The protagonist thought that, judging by their attitude, they weren't friends. Well, it was clear that Wunwei didn't have any friends. Normally, he would just kick him out, but he had no time to think about such things. He would leave as soon as the spirits reported the location of the followers to him. The protagonist, with a calm face and holding a glass in his hand, replied that they could do as they wished. Woogie happily called out to the girls and noticed that there were seats available. They sat down at the table, thanked him, and began to admire the aroma of tea. Suddenly, Spirit flew in and reported that they had found followers. As they said, there were 3 of them. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a powerful aura. Bai Doyang, a swordsman from the Lion sect, entered the cafe, pushed the servant away, and said that he had business here, so let them not move. Woogie, in fear, asked what was going on. Spirit irritatedly noticed that their aura and weapons were the same. It seemed that they were swordsmen from the Lion sect. MC thought that, as the name suggests, they are known for their harshness and aggressiveness. Doyang approached their table, called out to Sima Sunyi, and asked if she was from the Chuna house. The protagonist, with a serious face, asked again, the Chuna house? Spirit said that he heard that the Clear Sky Blade Emperor had a daughter at a late age. This lady might be that daughter. The protagonist pointed out that the Clear Sky Blade Emperor is one of the top 10 martial artists, just like his mentor and the Dark Lord. So the daughter of such a person. Spirit added that the leader of the Lion sect, the Lion Blade King, challenged the Clear Sky Blade Emperor a year ago. MC noted that he must have been torn apart. Spirit said that he heard that the fight ended in 10 strikes. The protagonists noted that they wanted to take revenge through the Blade Emperor's daughter. Sunyi herself wondered what would happen if it was her. Doyang greeted her, introduced himself, and shouted that as a representative of the Lion sect, he challenged her to a fight. The visitors, watching what was happening, excitedly exclaimed that this was the Scarlet Lion Blade. He's so cruel that battles with him always end in bloodshed. Another remarked that he never thought that the second eldest disciple of the Lion sect would show up here. Sumin asked with a displeased face if he thought it was too rude to just go and challenge a person out of the blue. Doyang remarked that since she was with Sunyi, she must be the Ime sect leader's junior disciple. MC wondered if the other girl was a young martial artist of the Ma sect. Doyang explained that this conflict was between the Lion sect and the Chunha house. He didn't think it was fair for the Ma sect to interfere. Well, since Miss couldn't win on her own, he thought it wouldn't be such a big deal if she attacked him too. Sunyi replied with a calm face that she accepted his challenge. Sumin ran up to her excitedly and tried to calm her down, but the girl seriously told her not to worry. If she continued to avoid such things, she would not be able to call herself the descendant of the Clear Sky Blade Emperor. Doyang laughed and mockingly remarked that this was bold as expected of the Blade Emperor's relative. Should they move to a more suitable location? The backyard of this tea house is quite spacious, perfect for them to swing their swords. Spirit told the protagonist that it looks like it's all over. He agreed with displeasure and added that they had completely wasted their time. Spirit said that the followers ran through the alleys. The other spirits split up to keep an eye on them. The protagonist stood up from his chair and ordered him to lead him to the one who needed help the most. He was stopped by swordsmen from the Lion sect. One of them said that until their duel was over, he should stay in his place. Doyang solemnly announced that all the guests of this establishment must witness their duel. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and added that he in particular, who, apparently, was accompanying Miss Sunyi. MC pushed them away with a serious face and told him to get out of the way. The swordsman put his sword to his throat and asked if he hadn't heard him. The protagonist immediately grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the wall, pointing out that he had told him to get out of the way. Why couldn't he just listen? Spirit said excitedly that they were idiots for picking on the heir, just when he was on edge. The swordsman furiously charged and shouted, "How dare he touch a member of the Lion Blade sect?" The protagonist asked irritably, "How dare he?" He took a fighting stance, breaking his opponent's sword, knocking him out with one blow. Suddenly, another one appeared from behind, but the protagonist calmly broke his sword with a punch and delivered a powerful blow to his face. Doyang, watching this, thought that this was an elite squad of the Lion Blade, with the strength of which they rule the entire province of Guizhou. But he defeated 2 of this squad with such ease. He armed himself and said that he was expecting a duel, so he was not going to interfere. But now he would have to show him why he was called the Scarlet Blade. Doyang rushed to attack with furious cries. MC, dodging the attacks, thought that usually he would just disarm them, but they really were at the wrong time. He furiously shouted that he at least knows how to dodge. But it is worth his blade to reach him at least once. The protagonist deftly dodged once again and Doyang screamed, "Does he really only know how to run away? Let him stand and fight." He swung his sword to deliver a finishing blow. The protagonist calmly announced that he was bored. He stopped his sword with one movement of his hand and asked, "So he hit, and what will he do now?" Doyang in wild shock said that this cannot be. MC delivered a powerful blow, from which his head got stuck in the ceiling. Sumin, watching what was happening, noted in horror that he had defeated one of the most famous newcomers in Guizhou, and so easily. All the swordsmen exclaimed in fear and pounced on him. One of them shouted, "How dare he do this?" The protagonist, with a calm face, noted that they really liked the word dare. After some time, he destroyed every opponent and there was only one left. The swordsman, in wild horror, exclaimed that he was a monster. MC approached him and said that they were the first to attack him, and now he was calling him a monster. He hysterically shouted that he was asking for forgiveness. Let him forgive him. This will definitely never happen again. The protagonist grabbed him by the hair and, agreeing, added that in return he must convey messages to the guys he knocked out. For today, he will stop there. But if they get under his feet again, they will find out what true hell looks like. He promises. The swordsman fainted from such a strong fright. After that, the protagonist calmly left the establishment. Sumin, in complete shock, noted that he seriously up and left after all that he had done. It seemed that this was not the right time for tea. Sunyi agreed and thought in surprise that a new talent of their age had appeared. I think his name was Wunwei, right? After some time, the demon with the callsign owl caught up with the bird from the Kunlun sect and, having stabbed him in the back, happily noted that he had finally gotten him. And he would make sure that the rest of their scum would suffer the same fate. The guys screamed in fear. Let this filthy heretic shut his mouth. Owl laughed and said that he could not wait for him to start crying, begging for mercy. He tried to contact his accomplices and said that the target was detained. Let them come and pick him up. Hearing nothing in response, he asked in confusion why no one was answering. This is Phelan speaking. Let someone answer. Why the hell is everyone silent? He thought that this was strange. It couldn't be that there was absolutely no answer, even if they decided to do nothing. The demon armed himself in fear and exclaimed, "Really?" Suddenly, the protagonist intercepted his connection and asked if he was scared just because his comrades weren't answering him. Phelan began to look around excitedly and asked, was it he who disrupted their communication channel? Who the hell was he? MC noted that he couldn't believe that they were still using spirit communication. He wondered in fear, what did he know about spirit communication? Why did this manner of speech seem so familiar? At that moment, the protagonist sat down on the roof right above him and said that he was thinking too slowly. The rest of his friends noticed him much faster. Phelan turned around and asked in fear, when did he manage to appear? He looked at its appearance and exclaimed, this is the battle attire of an evil ghost. Purple eyes? This appearance? It can't be. The MC went down to the ground and remarked that, judging by what he saw, the pursuit of a member of the mythos of the demon god excited him no end. He grabbed it in lightning speed and remarked that it was not his people who should be hunted, but these traitors. After a while, Gu Mingche, the second son of the head of the Northern Sea, met with his assistant Baeksan and asked if they were finished. He replied that it would take more time to avoid all possible witnesses. He apologized for the delay. The guy remarked that it was okay. The longer he waited, the longer Wunwei's servants would scream in agony. The assistant called out to him with an excited face. Mingche added that he knew that what he had done was cowardly, but he could still clearly see that bastard's expression in his mind, back when he was fighting for the inheritance as one of the 10 pillars of the demon mythos. He remembered how the protagonist had approached him and asked what that weakling was doing here. Mingche stood up and pointed out with a serious face that he didn't even know martial arts, and he could do such a thing with just a chain. What kind of creature was he? MC told him to shut his mouth. What if his weakness was contagious? There was no need to fight him, he was so weak. Let him get out of here. Mingche thought that he, the second inheritor of the demon mythos of the Northern Sea and one of the candidates to inherit the heavenly demon cult, had lost everything in one defeat. After which, he had barely managed to reach the early perfect stage, and that bastard had just died without even giving him a chance to take revenge. However, he hadn't lost anything. At this time, Mingche asked fiercely that if he were to kill every single one of his followers, he should at least suffer a fraction of the humiliation that he had suffered. No? San replied that he would do his best in his time on this earth. He said that he was grateful to him for that. Suddenly, both of them sensed a trace of magic. Mingche looked at the place excitedly and called out to his assistant. He explained that this was a trace of the sorcery energy of a venerable demon god mythos. There was probably a magic caster among them. Ming-che nervously pointed out that at first glance, his abilities were nothing special, but the dead swordsman of the ghostly Valley of Black Bone could not handle him. San said that if he allowed it, he would handle it. He gave his consent, and in an instant, the assistant headed to the location of the trace of magic. Ming-che thought irritably that this energy was remarkably similar to Wenwei's energy. At this time, MC, holding the demon, asked how he dared to lay a hand on his follower right in front of his nose. He replied in fear that he was just following orders. The protagonist said that of course he understood that he meant nothing here. The demon was excitedly happy and noted that he was infinitely grateful for understanding. Suddenly, the protagonist pierced his body with his hand and said that heavenly punishment overtakes all traitors to the cult. He should not have forgotten this. Let him not worry, soon his comrades will follow him, they will all die. MC made a hole in him in an instant and destroyed the enemy. The follower fearfully noticed that he was wearing an evil ghost's battle robe and had purple eyes. Is this really the heir? The protagonist asked with a smile. Who else? He happily ran to him and hugging him shouted that he was so happy that he was okay. The protagonist replied that he did a great job. The guy tried to say something with tears in his eyes, but he said that there was no need to explain anything, he understood him perfectly. He would have gladly continued their conversation, but it seemed that an interesting individual had visited them. Let him stay away from them. San suddenly came to them, and, after looking at the corpse, remarked that he did not think that there was someone of such a level here. It seems that they caught a bigger fish than expected. MC replied with a calm face that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not think that the living corpse of the Northern Sea was still standing. It seems that the weakling Ming-che is somewhere nearby. How is he doing? San replied with a serious face that his clothes seemed familiar to him. There was a man who treated the young master in such a way. The protagonist replied with a smile that he was sure that he was the one he thought of. He furiously exclaimed that this was the young heavenly demon. The spirits exclaimed in fear, what a colossal cold energy. Let the young heir be careful. San is a blade demon and the protector of the second heir of the demon mythos of the Northern Sea. He knew he was the second strongest among the blade demons, but he never thought he would be this powerful. MC remarked that it was surprising that the ice spirit, who usually lived for 10 years at most, was still walking around. He was about 15 now, right? San replied that he thought he had died 6 years ago. He was quite surprised to see him alive. He had been guiding their followers to hell, thinking that he was there too. Apparently they had never met him. Suddenly, a follower emerged from around the corner and tearfully said that while he was gone, the second son of the Northern Sea demon mythos had been possessed by the demon god mythos. San, creating ice blades from his hands, said that no matter what, it seemed like he had barely managed to survive. Compared to the young master, his chi was too weak. He was no match for him. He couldn't let such an opportunity slip away. MC replied that he seemed to have made a mistake somewhere. He thought that his whole life had been filled with difficulties. This was his life. In his entire existence, he had never known defeat. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he would give him 3 seconds. San rushed to attack and replied that they would see how much longer he could allow himself to talk like this. The protagonist splashed out his powerful energy and, having parried the blow, asked why they still hadn't learned their lesson. San barked, when did the enemy manage to prepare a sorceress formation? The enemy was waiting for him to attack? The protagonist asked, was his mind really that clouded with death approaching? What kind of fool would go straight at a sorcerer? San coughed furiously and raised his weapon. He raised his hand and clarified, was this fog a spell of the thorny ghostly fog of black bone? The enemy didn't think that this would be enough to catch him, did he? MC replied that it was not quite so, and San looked in surprise at the mana that appeared. San fell to his knees and yelled that this was not an ordinary spell of the thorny ghostly fog. Did the enemy add something else to it? Wenwei replied that it was exactly that. He developed it especially for them. He thought that it was a network of fantasy of restraining the soul. It is a very advanced spell created using the mystical techniques of the cult. However, it requires a huge amount of energy to activate. At the current stage of development, he does not have enough energy for it. But is it necessary to use the fantasy network normally? The protagonist's purple eyes specialize in activating such techniques efficiently and quickly. MC used them to prevent too much energy from being wasted. He also added the thorny ghost fog spell. Since it works well with a fantasy network, purple fantasy network. San smiled decisively and raised his sword, and noted that it still seemed like the opponent had mixed advanced techniques. However, now they had no energy left to withstand his blow. Wenwei agreed and clarified that he would not let him do it. San was very surprised and instantly coughed up blood. He put his hand to his chin and asked, is this poison? When did the opponent manage to do it? The protagonist replied that he added it to the ghost fog. If San tries to use his chi, it will only get worse. San will have no choice but to hold his breath and start circulating chi to get rid of the poison. MC thought that this wouldn't work either. His ghost poison was special. This poison was so fast-acting that chi circulation alone wouldn't be able to stop it from spreading, especially when it was made entirely of yin energy. San's body was a very good environment for his poison. San covered his mouth with his hand and ordered the freak to stop hiding and asked him to show himself. MC asked, "Is he the freak?" Now that's a compliment. Wunwei appeared behind San in the smoke. The opponent furiously lowered his hand and yelled that he was going to die soon anyway. San resolutely raised his weapon and exclaimed that he would rather take the opponent to the grave with him than give in to this. He swung his sword with great force and used the Ice Soul Blade technique, ice cutting the sky. A powerful stream of air and smoke was sent to the side, throwing stones up. The protagonist calmly said that he knew the formation would be destroyed. He was too hasty with the activation. MC smirked and looked at San, adding that he still couldn't hold back his disappointment. Apparently, the poison had done its job. San angrily clenched his teeth and brought his hand to his bloody chin. San quickly raised his weapon and yelled. The protagonist had closed the distance between them. "When was the spell dispelled?" MC asked in surprise. "Was that the distance?" He smiled and covered his head with his hand from the enemy's attack, noting that he was somehow close to activating a new spell. San angrily yelled that this was the battle attire of an evil ghost. But MC shouldn't have that much energy left. Wunwei wondered if the enemy thought that he had taken that into account too? The protagonist had used mystical energy enhancement, the evil demon's indulgence. MC wrapped his hand in mana and thought that he had also changed. San looked at the dark mana in amazement and yelled, "What is this?" Wunwei used the Dance of the Storm, the blizzard of the northern winds, tossed the enemy aside. San tensely flew to the side and asked, "Is this martial arts?" He thought that the protagonist's dantian was destroyed. He thought that these were not some simple self-defense techniques. Has MC really reached the peak? A powerful explosion thundered around. Wunwei thought that he strengthened his internal energy with the battle attire of the evil ghost and the ghost fog. He used the purple fantasy net to make the enemy use up all his internal energy and weakened him with the ghost poison. And even so, San angrily swiftly struck the enemy, raising a stream of smoke. The protagonist slid back, leaving a trace on the ground. The spirits asked, "Is MC okay?" San should barely be able to stand on his feet after the poison, but despite everything, he continues to attack. His soul is filled with deep hatred for the protagonist. They called out to the air in fear. Wunwei confidently rushed into battle with a smile and thought that it was interesting. It was fun to be able to use your abilities and see the potential for improvement. The world of martial arts opened up new horizons for the protagonist. The real battle clearly shows the shortcomings of the 12 strikes of the Furious Tiger. Insight achieved by analyzing the technique into small parts and segments to find its shortcomings. Martial arts are only a tool with which MC expresses and develops himself. The most important part is the vessel that performs the actions. Wunwei. Instead of imitating other people's techniques, he is forced to transform them into his own. He has too little information on how to do this. Reworking martial arts to suit your own needs. And here is an example standing in front of the protagonist. The Ice Soul Blade technique. The movements are slightly different from the original. The expression of San's Ice Soul Blade technique is like a blizzard. It is surprisingly fast and sharp. The enemy who cannot pass through will be buried under the snow, and as a result will freeze. This is San's personal blade technique, only based on the Ice Soul technique. MC will copy his sword's trajectory, breathing, steps, and everything visible. When we stop the opponent's weapon with his hand, San asked in surprise, "Is this the Ice Soul Blade technique?" How did the protagonist imitate it after just one look at his performance? MC waved his weapon and thought that he would pick up the moves that suited him. Then he will use the 12 strikes of the Furious Tiger. Wunwei decisively raised his hand, enveloping himself in mana. He quickly ran towards the enemy using the 12 lunges of the Snow Tiger. The mana rays instantly left wounds on San's body. He roared in surprise. The protagonist combined his technique with his and adapted the blade technique. San called the enemy a monster with great fear. MC raised his hand with a grin and said that he could not understand why they all called him that. Wunwei swung his hand and struck the enemy, and San screamed in pain. The protagonist noted that the enemy could call him a genius in a good way. San clenched his teeth in rage and said that losing here would be a shame, after which he would not be able to look the young master in the eyes. San raised his hand with great anger and used the divine palm of the Ice Soul. The protagonist calmly looked at the ice mana emanating from the enemy's hand. He quickly flew back. San lowered his head down and laughed and noticed that MC had let his guard down. He raised his head with a mad look and screamed. How does the protagonist taste their ice poison? The spirit screamed angrily. What kind of demon is this? He is not going to give up easily at all. At this rate, the protagonist's dreams will be frozen. Wunwei put his hand to the frozen part of the body and said that it is different from the old ice poison. San smiled sarcastically and laughed. Did the protagonist notice? It's called ice poison that corrodes the heart. The poison consumes the victim's heart until they die. and there is no antidote for it. This poison was originally developed without it. MC raised his head and thought that he was wondering why they were targeting the Tang clan, probably because of that. Wunwei wondered if this is what they got from the association. San tensed up and asked if the protagonist already knows about the association. Less was expected from the enemy. It turned out convenient that he would get rid of MC now. Wunwei clarified who told him that. He raised his hand with 5 balls and thought that he killed 5 dead black bone swordsmen on the way here. The protagonist quickly shoved the balls into his mouth and the spirits screamed, "Really, so many ghost spheres at once? This is very dangerous." MC's body was enveloped in mana streams and he coughed in pain. San laughed madly and yelled that it was useless to resist. Didn't the opponent hear him? There is no antidote for the ice poison that corrodes the heart. Wunwei thought that as the opponent said, the ice poison cannot be neutralized. However, he is not trying to neutralize it now. With the energy from the ghost spheres, the protagonist will resume the circulation of blood in his frozen streams. In this way, he will absorb the ice poison. This heart poison is definitely a very good weapon. But all this powerful yin energy and poison is just a very good dinner for MC. San asked in amazement, did the opponent just convert the energy of the ice poison that corrodes the heart into internal energy? Wunwei smirked and clarified, San wanted to kill him, the Ghost King, with ice poison? Even though he was full of yin energy? The opponent must really be losing his common sense. San knelt down and exclaimed, Ice Soul Blade technique and now ice poison. He yelled with great rage. Was the young master mocking him all this time? San instantly fell silent and fell to the ground. Wunwei smiled and remarked that it was a meaningless death for a person of San's level. After a while, the protagonist looked at San's corpse and said that he had received the loot. He thought that now he needed to deal with the corpses with the true flame technique so that they would not be traced. The servant looked at MC with admiration and yelled that he never thought that he would be able to see such a thing with his own eyes. He remarked that it was an honor and instantly fell silent upon hearing something. The servant turned his attention to the flying eagle and exclaimed, "This energy." He pointed his finger at the sky in fear and called out to the young master, yelling that this was the energy of the Blackbone Ghost Valley. There were new enemies there. Wunwei asked the servant not to worry about him. Elder Wang flew up to the protagonist and MC clarified that the bird was on their side. Elder Wang turned to the young heir and exclaimed that he had returned after fulfilling his order. The spirits flew up to him and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. How many freaks did Elder Huang absorb? He looks much better than when he left them. The protagonist waved his hand, asking the spirits to be quiet, and asked if Elder Huang had destroyed all the farms. Elder Huang confidently confirmed this and added that there was something else he had to report. Elder Huang squeezed the crystal in his beak and said that he had found this while on a mission. MC took the crystal in his hand and looked at it and noted that they had better hurry. After a while, Mingche jumped and asked Redbone, "Are you sure they are on the right track?" Redbone of the 12 Black Ghosts of the Blackbone Ghost Valley asked him not to worry and said that the bodies of their wild valleys were endowed with the essence of dark mana, so they cannot escape the mournful tracking of the soul. Mingche clarified in confusion, so why hasn't Redbone been able to catch that damn bird yet, if it is unable to hide from observation? Redbone yelled that he was interrupted and clarified that it was not their fault. Mingche irritably replied that he did not need an excuse. He ordered to show him the way. Redbone thought that this was an inferiority complex, speaking in Mingche. He turned his head to the side and asked to go there. His tracking technique said that the bird has not left this place yet. Redbone landed on the ground and asked, "What happened here? Isn't this the ice energy of the Northern Sea myth Demon Blade?" Mingche replied that he had ordered San to track down a member of the Venerable God myth. Redbone calmly remarked that San must have been a truly capable fighter for them to fight so seriously. Mingche looked at the ice chunks and thought that they were ice poison. And what's more, a heart-corrosive one. A large amount of internal energy was required to activate the heart-corrosive ice poison. That much energy would shorten the user's lifespan. If San, who already had little time left, used it, it meant that. He instantly stopped thinking and remembered the past. Mingche came out of his memories and Redbone remarked that there was only one thing strange. According to the grieving soul tracking, the cursed bird should be. Mingche grabbed him by the throat with force and Redbone coughed out a cough. Redbone yelled, "What was this for?" Mingche replied furiously that he had followed him here on the orders of the myth leader to kill the cursed bird that had destroyed their farms. And not only is there no one here, there are also traces of a battle left. Redbone should have tracked it down. But there was no sign of anyone having been here, even though the ice poison that corrodes the heart was used. Mingche took out his sword from its sheath and added that the owner of the cursed bird and the surviving members of the Venerable God's myths. He must understand the connection between them. It is better for Redbone to tell him everything Redbone knows about the owner of this bird. If Redbone does not want to know how well his life-devouring blade can deal with him, Redbone shouted while breathing heavily that the protagonist is from the Nine Dragon family. Chasing, whom they were following, was created from the cursed bird that they sent to kill the son of the Nine Dragon family. Ming-che thought that the Nine Dragon family was a branch of the Tang clan, and that their manor was planning to kill the Dark Lord. He ordered him to continue, and Redbone said that they were trying to lure the headman's wife over to their side in order to infiltrate the Nine Dragon family. The woman demanded that the second heir be killed in exchange. But the dead swordsman they sent on this mission went missing. And for some unknown reason, the bird mutated into Jew and started attacking their farms. Ming-che let him go and asked, for some reason, they are useless pieces of trash. Redbone clasped his hands around his neck and agreed, clarifying that the cursed master Whitebone would investigate the problem. But as far as Ming-che knows, they haven't infiltrated the family yet. Ming-che pointed out that everyone knows how closed off the Tan clan freaks are. Redbone stuck out his tongue and exclaimed that it will take longer than expected. The problem is, they don't even know what kind of organization is behind this bastard. Just a few months ago, this freak was not considered human. And then he suddenly changed and started to interfere with their plans. Ming-chi noticed that it was suspicious and asked what his name was. Redbone replied that it was Wunwei. Ming-chi gritted his teeth in anger and thought that it was the sorcerer of the myth of the revered god who killed San. Sorcerer powerful enough to stop and neutralize the black bone ghost monster. A sorcerer covering for the guy who was stopping them. And his name was Wunwei. After some time, the servant yelled that they were the three birds of the Kunlun sect. They bowed and greeted the heir of the cult. The protagonist thanked them with a smile for holding out for so long. But what about the head of the cult? Is he even okay? The three birds got scared and MC sternly clarified. Did something really happen to the head? The servant cried with great fear and replied in disagreement that they thought that since the protagonist was alive, the leader would be with them. Wunwei was surprised and thought, is the teacher not with them? He asked them to tell him what happened. The protagonist thought that when the five myths rebelled after the bloody massacre in his chambers, the teacher and his guards were no longer there. After losing both leaders, the myth of the venerable demon god was expelled from Tianshan and scattered throughout the country. The followers of the myth scattered to every country they could reach in order to find the leader of the cult, while avoiding the attention of the association. And after 6 years, they finally found his mark in that inn. The three birds were sent here to confirm its authenticity. The MC looked at his hand sadly and said that a leader must stick with his followers, even in bad times. He apologized to them for his weakness. The three birds cried and asked the heir not to say such things. They are extremely grateful to the heavens for his return. Wunwei clarified that as they could tell, their leader was not with him. He turned his back to them and added that he had not even recovered to the level he was 6 years ago. Protagonist thought that the demon squad that protected the teacher might have disappeared along with him. But they were confronting the association and the 5 demon myths. If everything was fine with the teacher, it was impossible that the teacher would not have taken these followers with him. MC mentally asked the teacher, what should he do now? The servant wondered what the heir would order. Wunwei turned his head to the side and thought that for him, only a few months had passed, but for them, 6 years had passed. The protagonist must keep one thing in mind. The leader of the heavenly demon cult, in order to be revered, must envelop Sichuan in divine flames. It must reach the very peaks of Tianshan and burn away every single one of their enemies. The myth of the venerable demon god. The MC said in a terrifying tone that all demons must bow before them. He enveloped the space and his body in bright mana. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Wunwei raised his hands and said that he accepted them under his command on behalf of his mentor. This way, they will prepare the throne for the head's return. In the name of achieving the goal, will they trust him once again? The three birds bowed to him and exclaimed that they begged him and asked for guidance. The protagonist thanked them for this and thought that first, he needed to gather the followers that were scattered across this land. The MC asked who currently ran the organization. The servant replied that one of the 5 blade captains was a vampire spirit. Wunwei noted that the head of the vampire sect was still alive. The blessing of the first heavenly demon had truly descended upon them. The servant resolutely said that they would immediately return to deliver this joyful news to the vampire spirit. The birds specified that the comrade should stay with the heir. The 2 of them would cope. The servant said that in that case the 2 of them would pass on his words. The protagonist ominously announced that the new head of the venerable demon god myth would be waiting at the Tang clan settlement. After a while, a carriage passed by in the darkness. The pale-skinned MC asked, "Is it that bad?" The spirits replied that his insides were seriously damaged. Wunwei released his energy without even thinking for a second about processing his new knowledge. The chi deviation could befall him at any moment. The connection between the protagonist's spirit and body was unstable. The MC seemed to have overexerted himself, trying to absorb the poison. Elder Wang tensely added that they did not fully understand how the protagonist was still conscious. Wunwei clarified that for the followers, the head of the cult should not just be a leader, but a real god. That's what his teacher told him. Worship is worship of someone who has ascended to the heavens. If his essence falls, then the eyes of the followers will disappear. With no teacher, the protagonist must become the backbone for their followers to rely on, even if the path is unpleasant and lonely. MC breathed heavily, thinking that he had failed to understand his mentor's true feelings the first time he heard those words. Now it seemed he was beginning to understand a small part of that very loneliness. Wunwei put his hand to his chest and said that what was important now was to recover. Elder Wang noted that the protagonist needed at least a month of rest. MC sternly replied that he did not have it. There were only a couple of days left before the Dark Lord would visit them. Elder Wang clarified that in that case, Wunwei needed to purify the yin energy and correlate his new insight with the abilities of this body. The protagonist crossed his legs and noted that this meant that this was the only option. Nothing could be done. The spirit screamed. Did the air decide to circulate qi in a shaking carriage? MC closed his eyes tightly and said that he needed to figure this out before the yin energy made things worse. Wunwei thought that the reason for the internal damage was because he was trying to replenish it, before his understanding could lead to stable results. All the energies within him were unable to find balance and instead became clumped. The protagonist needed to untangle them, eliminate the excess, and then properly transform them. All of this to form a new yin essence, free of unnecessary impurities personally his, which MC would then place into his central meridian. Streams of energy flowed out of Wunwei's body. Elder Wang exclaimed in admiration that the protagonist had separated the energies one from another and then purified each of them. The thought of this was already amazing. What amazing concentration. Only an air could do such a thing. The yin energy was stabilizing. He must be finished. The protagonist opened his eyes and the spirits surrounding him congratulated MC on his advancement in skill. Just think, he figured out a new cultivation method using his central meridian. Wunwei is really amazing. The protagonist asked irritably. What are they talking about? Created a new cultivation method? Elder Wang asked in surprise. Didn't MC channel all of their qi through the central meridian with a single thought? Wunwei replied that he did, and Elder Wang pointed out that this was the ultimate goal in learning the central meridian cultivation method. The mystic arts in the upper meridian, the martial arts qi in the lower meridian, and now the cold energy from the heart-corroding ice poison. They all moved according to the protagonist's will. This means MC created a central meridian cultivation method that suited him personally. Wunwei allowed the yin essence to flow through him and restore everything he had disassembled. The protagonist happily raised his fist and asked, is this his personal central core cultivation technique? He thought that the upper meridian was formed according to the Ghost King's scriptures that the protagonist learned in his previous life, while the lower meridian would be formed using the Heavenly Demon Heart Guardian's techniques that he would focus on later. Learning them would already turn MC into one of the most powerful masters in this land. However, this would only work if he only fought local enemies. The entities that he would need to confront from now on were a group of divergents that had reached the astral plane. That the Ghost King's tome and the Heavenly Demon Heart Guardian's techniques would not help him surpass them. Wunwei smirked and said that if this method of cultivating the central meridian allowed him to combine his mystic arts with his martial arts into one. Elder Wang remarked in amazement that this sounded like a difficult path in life, but with what they had seen so far, it was definitely possible. The protagonist agreed and said that he had already decided on the path. MC looked at the sphere and thought that it was similar to the flow of water, breathing like a black dragon, and has a purity reminiscent of real energy. This is the real energy of the black dragon of rivers and lakes. This will be the result of his cultivation of the central meridian, qi of the black dragon. After some time, the assistants called out to the master and shouted that they were ready to go. Kyujin thanked him and said that just think, the commander of the Furious Wind Squad himself volunteered to help. The commander calmly replied that it was their duty. If Gong reported everything properly, it would be much easier. The assistant looked at the carriage and noted that at such an early hour, he approached it and ordered it to stop. Asked what brought him to the gates of the Tan clan's subsidiary at this time, the protagonist, descending the stairs, clarified what brought him. He returned from a mission. The assistant turned to Wunwei with great surprise. The sister turned her attention to him and quickly ran up and hugged him. MC said in surprise that he didn't expect her to be waiting for him right here. Kyujin examined him and yelled, "Was my brother hurt?" Wunwei calmly didn't confirm it. The sister thought that since he came back so quickly, it looks like nothing happened. She was still glad that he wasn't hurt. Kyujin sighed in relief and praised him. The protagonist smiled, picked up the bag with the loot, and said that he killed one of the members of the Northern Sea Myths. Kyujin yelled in surprise. Did my brother even manage to complete his mission? After a while, San in the form of a spirit yelled. He addressed the heir of the cult with chains around his neck. Wunwei, directing mana towards him, asked San to be grateful that he was done with it. The spirits clarified that the protagonist tore his soul apart while torturing him, and then used his powers to return everything back. Their fate of becoming a ghost turned out to be much better than they thought. MC said that they now have enough information about the myth of the Northern Sea, and it was almost noon. Gong opened the door and called out to the master. When we looked at him and noted that it was just in time, Gong clarified that he heard that the protagonist was in serious trouble. MC exclaimed that he only defeated a member of the demonic cult and exalted their name. Gong irritably replied that he was not talking about the cult. They said that Wunwei beat up the guys from the lion sect. The protagonist remembered this and thought that he had forgotten. They were nothing special. He smirked and asked, "So what now?" They were just jostling for a while. Did the Lion Blade King come here to call him to account, or what? Gong confusedly confirmed this, and noted that the same Lion Blade King had come to call the master to account. MC asked irritably, "A man considered unrivaled in his region came for him because of some childish fight." Gong sternly replied that the gentleman understood everything correctly. Wunwei sighed and said that he was expecting applause. Apparently he would also have to listen to insults. Gong agreed and asked him to go. After some time, the protagonist folded his hands and said that he returned with news of the completion of his mission. Hosan sternly said that in addition to the head of the Lord of the Storm, which, as MC said, belongs to him, Wunwei also brought the head of the demon of the blade of the myth of the Northern Sea. It does not end there. The protagonist also managed to amuse the Lion sect and bring the king of the Lion Blade to their door. The protagonist replied that in the name of fulfilling the mission, a conflict with the Lion sect was inevitable. He would like to add something else to the list of merits. Hosan asked in surprise, "Is there anything else the MC wants to report?" Wunwei pulled out a piece of paper and said that here are all the details of the plans that the myths of the Northern Sea are plotting. Is this enough for Hosan to recognize him as worthy of participating in the game? After a while, the protagonist, descending the stairs, thought that if he had known that such a place existed, maybe he should have ordered one of the ghosts to spy on Hosan? No, nothing would have come of it. He needed to keep an eye on Sanyang's actions, and he couldn't even keep track of all of her assistants. MC looked at the bright light coming from the slightly open door. He thought that this exceeded all his expectations. Wunwei would never have thought that there was such a large space here, underground. The spirits asked the heir to take a closer look. This map of the area covers the entire world. How can it be so detailed? You can see Sichuan in the middle, Haidong on the right, Xinjiang to the west, and even India and Europe. The smallest sects and groups are marked here, along with their name, size, and other details. Even their relationships with the Tang clan and how to improve them are described. Wunwei thought that there was also the Tianshan Ridge here, on which the heavenly demon cult is located. Also, the locations of the towers of the masters who strive to overcome the limits. Now the protagonist understands everything that the Tang clan has planned. Tengun happily said that this is amazing. He would never have thought that the master would bring the protagonist here so soon. MC looked at him in surprise and thought that he was wondering where Tengun usually disappears to. Apparently, he spends time here. Tengun covered his mouth with a fan and asked how it felt to see the center of wind evolution. Wunwei noted that it meant that they were going to eclipse the world with a storm. Their goal is clear, just based on the existence of this map. Not only China, but also the whole world, a global network. Tengun happily approached the gentleman and asked to entrust him with the protagonist. Apparently, MC's head was blessed by the heavens themselves, his intelligence, courage, and cunning. Yes, even moral qualities. Everything about him is very good. He is a person from whom he can do anything he wants. Tengun enthusiastically asked to give him the protagonist and shouted that in 20 years, even in 10 years, he will turn the Tang clan into the most powerful organization in this world. Gong furiously asked what Tengun was saying. The young gentleman acted like a real warrior. Wunwei does not deserve to dig through papers. Tengun noted that fighting ability is far from the most important thing for the clan. Much more important is the desire to achieve the goal at any cost, which corrodes everything in its path. Both martial arts and strategy are just means used to get what you want. Gong roared angrily. So what, Tengun was going to lock MC in a room like his? Leave this amazing talent for martial arts unnoticed? Tengun yelled that this is the way of a ruler. Anyone can train martial arts whenever they want, but the talent for ruling can only be nurtured in a position of responsibility for others. Posan ordered them to stop and said that Wunwei would choose his own path. He asked them to put their quarrel aside for later. Posan turned his head to the side and noted that the protagonist's observation was correct. This place was created by the Tang clan to unite the entire world. The people of Wanghu say that their clan is a barrier that prevents outside forces from entering Zhuanghu. However, neither he nor the clan leader intend to remain just a wall. The Tang clan will become a castle from the top of which one can look down on the entire world, and above which no one dares to climb. For this castle to appear, it first needs to become an impenetrable fortress, which the fans of the demonic cult will not be able to touch. Half a year ago, they received news that his followers dared to start plans to kill the patriarch. To be more precise, the Namgung clan intended to use the demonic cult for this. Hosun calmly smiled and added that they were going to nip it in the bud, but the patriarch said that if they acted so obviously, they would only end up chasing the latter. And they needed the body of the killer. The patriarch would become bait for the plan. And so the plan to destroy the demonic cult was created. The protagonist clarified that it turns out that they want to use this assassination attempt to get a worthy reason to attack the demonic cult. Considering that he has already entered Wanghu, the Tang clan needs to accumulate strength like never before. MC thought that putting his life on the line for such a thing, the Dark Lord Moonhyuk, is undoubtedly insane. The fact that the ruler was able to obtain this information, and moreover make such a decision, is definitely surprising. Wunwei sternly said that this plan would not work. He thought that they did not know about the biggest variable in it, about association. The protagonist said that this plan would fail. Hosun said, it would fail. He should explain his thoughts, and he advised him to choose his words more wisely. At this moment, Jagal stood between them and opened his fan and said, he may not be aware, young master, but they are more than sufficiently prepared for this attack. He raised his fan and added, the mechanisms, formations, mystic arts, as well as the actions of the clan leader's guards, have already been planned. The protagonist said, that's right, the resources, strategy, and actions outlined on this table allowed him to understand the Wind Evolution Center's excellent ability to gather information. The advisor asked, then why is he escalating the situation since he saw everything? Then, MC held out a folded piece of paper and said that this is the information he obtained. Jagal, opening it, said in surprise the location and general orders of the members of the North Sea Mythos and the Blackbone Ghost Valley who have infiltrated the Nine Dragon District. Hosun asked how well it matched up with theirs. He started rearranging the dots on the map and replied, it was about 90% similar to what they knew, and about 10% different. That much accuracy suggested that the information must have come directly from the demonic cult. Hosun, addressing the protagonist, he said that these were the complete plans of the North Sea Mythos. He replied, that was exactly it. He placed his hand on the map and said that by doing so, they confirmed that his information was most likely accurate, and he also agreed that their strategy was excellent. So what else did he find that indicated that their plan had failed? He replied that it was simple. It was their assessment of the demonic cult's strength that was the problem. The demonic cult was a level stronger than what they and the Wind Evolution Center believed. Hosun asked if their assumption was wrong. He really believed that the members of the old Storm Squad and he had not encountered the North Sea Mythos in battle. They had even taken into account the possibility that they had become stronger after internal conflicts. The protagonist walked up to the map and added that he was saying that this was still not enough. He thought that, to be honest, he was shocked. This plan would guarantee victory even if we assume that the enemy forces were at the peak of the predicted range. However, this was only applicable to ordinary enemies. Whitebone and Bake Sun were significantly stronger than they were 6 years ago thanks to the association. The Soul Containment Fantasy Network required a colossal amount of mystical energy, but it was almost impossible to break out of. And the ice poison, corroding the heart, absorbed a significant amount of internal energy, but there was nothing to be done about it, since there was no antidote. If we take into account these and other measures of assistance from the association, these plans were completely insufficient to stop it. Hosun looked at him and said, does that mean he was saying that they, the Tan Sichuan clan, were not prepared to defeat the demonic cult? The protagonist responded based on what he had seen. He said that since he said that, he had to prove their assumptions wrong and his own right by putting his life on the line. With that, he released his powerful aura and raised his hand up, adding that he limited his strength to the standard level of the enemy captain, based on the Wind Evolution Center's assumptions. If the demon cult members were really a level higher than they thought, then he should win, considering that he defeated San, the enemy's right hand. But if they were right, MC finished his sentence for him. Then he would die from the Tan clan's secret technique, the Thousand Poison Hand. Jagal shouted, his lord, this is too cruel. Gong shouted, young lord, he must apologize, and the clan leader is definitely his. But before he could finish speaking, Wunwei continued, as he thought he had not made a mistake. A powerful aura spread around him from his chest. Gong, perplexed, shouted, what? But it hasn't even been a week since he unlocked the Central Meridian. Hosun asked, where did he go wrong? He had to give credit to his aura level, but still it was lower than the one he limited himself to. He replied that he was right about that, but the sand he had finished off was a level higher than the energy he was currently emitting. Hosun frowned and asked, in that case, how did he deal with him? He replied that he thought it would be better to show him in person. With that, he concentrated the energy in his hands and was ready to attack. Hosun pointed his hand at him and noted that he was not revealing all his cards, and that was also commendable. The protagonist then jumped back and forth several times, leaving a trail of energy behind him. Gong at that moment grabbed the hair of the advisor, who was trying to run forward, and shouted, "His research. He must let him go." The protagonist, dodging his father, thought that he was giving him a head start. His eyes followed the trajectory of his movement, but he acted a moment too late. He really limits himself to the supposed strength of the enemy officers. Maybe it's because he wants to prove that the information collected by the Wind Evolution Center is correct, but it's still annoying. He sent out his hand. The father noticed. This is the enemy demon blade martial arts. The powerful energy met, and he thought that this is not just an imitation. It is perfectly combined with his own techniques. He then waved his hand and said that he acknowledged his ability, but it is still not enough to prove his point. Then his hand rushed towards the protagonist's face. He looked at it, and then there was a bright flash and a splash of blood. Gong shouted anxiously, "Young master." Hosan said, "He can't say that he likes it." The moment the poison reached him, he blocked the blood supply, also drew out the blood before the poison spread throughout the body. Moreover, he was ready to receive a blow from the secret technique of the hand of 1,000 poisons to counterattack. He extended his hand in front of him, and the protagonist struck it. He continued, "For the North Sea Blade Demon, this would be enough." Wunwei smiled and said that he could afford it, because he saw that he had limited himself to this level. He replied, "That was why he didn't like it." Jekyll shouted, "Are they finally done?" It would be better for them to finish him off right away if they were going to continue to destroy the Wind Evolution Center. Hosan, turning to the protagonist, said he was absolutely certain that their plan would fail. Did he have a solution? He replied, "Of course." He asked what it was. After a while, he said that he was deviating. Hosan, looking at the mark left on his hand, thought even if he had limited his internal energy, he still wouldn't have thought that he could poison him. He then turned to the rest and asked what they thought they should do. The advisor lowered his head and said, the research he had spent sleepless nights doing, how much longer would it take to sort it out again? Gong said, "His master." Hosan interrupted him and folded his arms and said that his opinion was obvious, so he could relax. He shouted, "He was too cruel." And he added, when Wunwei revealed his talent and said that he would bear the storm, he already knew that he would be loyal to him. Gong looked at him in confusion, and he closed his eyes and said that he was not going to take it to heart that he put him and Wunwei on the scales. He understood that he was still here only because of the stormtroop. He lowered his gaze and said, "His lord." He remembered how he gave his word that he would make it so that they could enter this stage. He still had to believe in him. Hosan said that after all, he could not become the leader of the new stormtroop. The advisor bowed and told his lord he should let him know something before he shared his opinion. He plans to appoint young Master Wunwei as his successor? He wondered, what was the point of this conversation? He replied, if he still didn't trust Wunwei completely, then he shouldn't let him anywhere near a position of power. If he doubted him, then he shouldn't involve him. However, if he wanted to use him, then he shouldn't doubt. The riskiest thing one could do in this world was to rely on someone he didn't trust. He shouldn't hire someone he doubted, and he shouldn't doubt the person he was working with. An old saying, right? He waved his hands and added, if he didn't trust the opinion that young Master Wunwei had provided, then he just needed to continue to let him do things his way as before. They would stop the demon cult's attack based on their own preparation. However, if he was going to trust Wunwei, then he had to trust him completely. He approached him and raised his finger, saying, moreover, Kyujin was not interested in the inheritance from the beginning, and Yu Chang is not worthy of it. He replied that he already saw that he was trying to provoke him. Then he lowered his gaze and thought, believe. He remembered when the protagonist smiled and said, it's simple, he should rely on him. He will take responsibility for this plan. Then he closed his eyes and said that he had made a decision. On the second day, a large notice was posted in front of the main building of the Nine Dragon clan, which said that the second son, Tan Wunwei, would henceforth be the heir to the clan. After a while, the protagonist, with his arms folded, looked at the table full of food in surprise. A subordinate approached him, lowered his head, and asked for forgiveness. The kitchen was not properly equipped, so this was all they could prepare for the first meal. MC was surprised. The first meal? He clenched his fist and replied that he had just sent Hunsam to get all the ingredients, so they would soon be able to prepare dishes more suitable for his tastes. One of the elders who appeared remarked on how sincere the subject was. He was so devoted to him. The protagonist agreed. Unlike some, Spirit said in fear, but they have changed. He replied, it doesn't matter. Then he smiled and added, he asked Hosan to let him handle these issues, and he just saddled him with all the responsibilities of the heir to the head of a subsidiary clan right before a huge event. Machinations, mythos of the North Sea, greeting guests, finding a compromise between the outer clans of the Tan family, cooking for the Dark Overlord, working out the schedule of the Green Honor Squad, preparing for the festival. He grabbed his head, thinking that just thinking about all this was giving him a migraine. At that moment, Kyujin put her hand in front of her and said in admiration, wow, there's a whole banquet here. Her face was red from the alcohol, and she congratulated the protagonist. He bowed and thanked her, and she was indignant. What kind of face did he make? Are you not happy to see her or something? He smiled awkwardly, noticing that she was already drunk. She sat on the window and, holding the bottle up, confirmed it. Today is a beautiful day, the day he was finally accepted into their household. The protagonist noticed, and also the day on which she will be freed from duties that she cannot stand. She laughed awkwardly and replied, spot on. He said that Qingcheng suited her much better than the Tan clan. She looked out the window and agreed. The days she practiced martial arts in the Qingcheng sect were the happiest days of her life. Wenhui looked at her and thought that he couldn't call her an irresponsible person. He was sure that she hadn't missed the classes required to become an heir, even while training her martial arts in Qingcheng. All her preparation up until this point had been in vain. But even so, he could see that she was genuinely happy for him. After that, he pulled out his chair and said that his subordinate would prepare more food so they could eat. She jumped out of the window and said that she had been waiting for him to call her. She put the bottle on the table and added that she really got some good wine. MC's face changed when he looked at the bottle, and she pointed at it and said, "The lady in red." He knows how rare that is, right? He thought that there was a tradition in Sichuan. When a girl is born in a family, wine is prepared and buried. It is a celebratory wine that is dug up only for a special occasion, for example, marriage, or achieving something significant in life. He is sure that they originally planned to get it when she becomes the heir to the clan head. He asked if she is absolutely sure. She confirmed it. Today is a happier day than if she became the heir to the clan head. He added, well, if she says so. At that moment, Gong jumped in the window holding many bottles and shouted, "Congratulations, young master." The protagonist pointed to the side and said, "The door is over there." He was indignant. Man, he shouldn't be getting hung up on stupid little things on such a beautiful day. He had brought a lot of drinks with him, so Kyujin noticed him, greeted him, and bowed. He laughed and greeted her back. Then the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder, and he turned around and said that he suddenly had some business to attend to. The protagonist said no, she was here to congratulate him too. After a while they sat down at the table, and Gong awkwardly scratched the back of his head, sighed, and said that he was getting worried that he had interrupted an important conversation. Then he noticed the bottle on the table and asked, "Have they started yet?" When we explained that it was her lady in red, Gong was struck by lightning at these words, and Kyujin, pouring a drink into the cup he held out, told him not to worry, she was glad to be freed from her role as heiress. Then she filled the cups. The protagonist said that he would pour her some. She looked at her reflection in the drink and noticed it smelled so nice. She raised the cup up and said, "And so to the future of Wenhui and the subsidiary clan. They will drink." After that, they began to eat, and Kyujin said admiringly, "Wow, he really has a capable cook." The protagonist said, "Right, but what about her relationship with that senior disciple?" She spat the drink out of her mouth and shouted indignantly, "Why did he remember him?" Gong was surprised. Senior disciple Qingcheng? He was talking about Li Chulsan? Kyujin turned to him and shouted indignantly, "This is not what he thought." Gong stood up from his seat and said that they need to plan the matchmaking. No, first, they need to talk to the clan head. She pounded her fists on the table and shouted that she already said, this is not what he thought. She has no intention of ever getting married. She wants to leave this clan forever, right after the festival ends. Gong turned around and shouted in surprise, "What do you mean? Is it because of what happened to the First Lady?" She replied, "Not only because of that, she had been thinking about it for many years. In Qingcheng, it only took her a month to master what would have taken her a year in the Tan clan. It's just that her heart has always been more inclined towards the sword." There was an awkward silence, and then Gong said, "To be honest, it's hard for him to understand. As she knows, he has been a part of this clan his entire life. He is a Tan to the core. But he understands that she has really thought about it seriously." At this moment, MC apologized for saying this during the celebration, but as she already knows, he will need a blade before the festival. During the Dark Lord's visit, will she be that blade? She looked at him and said, "If he means destroying the demon cult, then she agrees." The next second, the protagonist pointed his hand at her and said that the target of this blade would not only be the demon cult. She was surprised, and he added that if this blade could not find the strength to defeat a certain enemy, Kyujin grabbed his hand and lowered her head, saying that he would need to find a new blade. He replied that was exactly it. He could help her leave the clan before the festival if she did not think she was capable of it. She looked up at him and noticed that he was cruel sometimes. In her opinion, she had always been on his side, even when he had to conflict with his mother. He said that he was telling her this because his status in the clan was changing. She let go of his hand and added that she had already decided everything a long time ago. What she had studied for sure, both in Qingcheng and in the Tan clan, was correctness. With that, she punched her chest and walked up to the protagonist, looking him in the eye, saying that all her decisions are based on whether something is right or wrong. If he wants justice, she will follow him. However, MC replied, so she will not. She replied exactly. She believes that her mother's actions are far from righteous. That is why they have always been at odds with her. If he is not confident in her loyalty, Then their paths will diverge here. When we thought about it, righteousness, he had not even thought about it. Until now, the righteousness that the people of Zhongyan spoke of was more like selfishness. However, it does not seem that Kyujin is the same case. Her voice sounded sincere. He put his hand on his chest and apologized to her. He thought that she was willing to sever blood ties for the sake of a righteous cause. She said that she believed that he, as the heir to the head of the subsidiary clan, was capable of this, so she would become his blade. After that, she held out the cup and added, "Wunwi, this will become the blade that will live for him and die for him until this is all over." They clinked glasses, and he replied that he would do his best to ensure that this blade was used for pure purposes only. Gong sighed and said, "God, he was completely forgotten." Then he joined in. After a while, the city was the fortress of the Golden Sword sect. Wugi angrily threw the object on the floor and shouted, "Tan Wunwi, how can this incompetent be the heir to the head of the Tan clan's subsidiary? He already disgraced himself in front of Sumin and Sunyi because of this idiot, so now he also has to grovel in front of him with gifts at the festival on the occasion of the Dark Lord's visit and apologize? But he is the one who is in the wrong, not him." His body shook with anger. He continued, "If he were also born into a noble family, he would be much stronger than him." At this moment, Gu Mingche appeared behind him and asked, "A gift for Wunwi, right? Looks like he's in the right place." Wugi turned around and shouted, "Who is he?" He replied that he didn't need to know. He waved his hand, releasing a pulse of energy, and walked forward, saying that he wanted to see this Wunwi, so he would have to use it. He didn't mind, right? Meanwhile, the protagonist and Kyujin were already sitting on the roof under the moonlight, and he asked, "Is the good girl from Qingcheng allowed to get drunk like this?" She was indignant. "What do you mean, good girl? She's a Taoist." He put his hand on her shoulder and laughed. Yeah, their good girl Qingcheng is a Taoist. Does she know? He was always curious why she was so nice to him. She put the bottle aside and said that she was going to tell him one day anyway. It must be time, she promised. He was surprised. Who did she promise? She answered, his mother. She made a promise to her. She was a very warm-hearted woman. She remembered when she was little, ran up to her. His mother looked at her with an embarrassed smile. She told her, who was always tired from the Tan clan's training, how big the world outside the manor was, how wide Jianghu was, how graceful Mount Qingcheng was, how beautiful Amei Peak was, and how sweet and delicious candied fruits were. And then one day she found out. She remembered holding a bowl of liquid in her hands and asking, "What kind of medicine is this?" She found out that her mother had mixed poison into her medicine. Then his mother made a gesture for her to be quiet, and she shouted indignantly, "Is she accepting this even though she knows what's in it?" She replied, "Young Lady Kyujin, the medicine mixed into this has no effect on her." She was surprised. "What?" She replied, "Her illness can't be cured by anything." Thanks to the clan head, she was able to keep it under control, but after Wunwi was born, it only got worse. This medicine only brings the day when she will have to leave them closer. She cried out indignantly, but it would still be better for her to stay with them a little longer. She replied with a smile that she did not want to cause unnecessary trouble like that. Then she took her hands and said, "Young Lady Kyujin, she knows that she is asking for a favor that is difficult for the Tan clan, but could she promise her just one thing? She would like her to remain good friends with Wunwi, even after she leaves them." Kyujin cried with tears in her eyes. She will not promise, so she must not die. Then she said that she is sure that she will become a wonderful person when she grows up. She must not lose the kindness and warmth in her heart. Kyujin added that she had promised her before she passed away. But even after that, her mother did not intend to stop. Sanyang spread false rumors slandering Wunwi and his mother, and everyone in the Nine Dragon clan believed her story. Wunwi was the child of a drunken mistake. It was a bit absurd when you thought about it. Did they really mean to say that Hosun, who had reached the highest peak of cultivation, couldn't handle alcohol? Even if it ruined Hosun's reputation, the main thing for Sanyang was that Wunwi and his mother would be more offended by this rumor. Then Kyujin apologized. It probably wasn't very nice to hear that she was treating him well because of a promise. He replied that she was looking at it the wrong way. She looked at him in surprise, and he asked if she hadn't been warm to him even before his mother asked her for this promise, as well as before she found out about her mother's machinations. He thought that she was just that kind of person. She thanked him with an embarrassed smile, and he wondered how such a stone man and a terrible woman could have such a kind, mysterious daughter. He thanked her back, and then looked away and thought that Wunwi had a feeling that he didn't understand. Sanyang, he really didn't care what happened to that woman. The events had already changed so much. She would be imprisoned for treason after the Dark Lord's visit, even if he did nothing. However, that nagging feeling still didn't go away. The difference between Tan Wunwi's body and Yun Wunwi's soul, the bitterness he carried in his heart, the feeling of sorrow and despair that he, who was an orphan in his past life, couldn't understand. But now he was beginning to understand it. He clenched his fist and said that he had something to decide, so he was deviating. Kyujin raised the bottle and replied, "Okay, they'll see each other." Then he pushed off the roof and rose up, saying that if she was still drinking when he returned, he would tell her senior in Qingcheng everything. She was indignant. Why did he bring it up again? Then she sighed and pressed her sword to her chest. The next day, the First Lady's pavilion. Sanyong nervously bit her nail and said, not only was this idiot recognized as a candidate for succession as soon as he returned, he was also appointed deputy clan head. She thought that this meant that she and her son were abandoned. Then she said irritably, "Something. She needs to do something." She thought, those idiots from the Righteous Wind Squad again. She shouted that she had already stated that she had nothing more to say. Yu-chan came into the room and said, "Mother." She turned her attention to him and said, "The Righteous Wind Squad members should stand guard at the door. How did he come here?" He came closer and said that he asked his father for permission. She replied, "I see. It's good that he came." She put her hands on his shoulders and told him to listen carefully. They would never be safe as long as that idiot was the deputy clan leader. He needed to go to her family. He replied, "Mom, the people from the Namgung clan who came for her are being watched by the Righteous Wind Squad." She confirmed that everyone who came with her had been caught, but there was still hope. She took out a folded piece of paper from her inside pocket and told him to leave this sign at the southern corner of the Righteous Wind Pavilion's backyard, and he should leave a note telling them to come to the Scarlet Pavilion. Then they would take him away at night. He clutched the piece of paper in his hand and asked, was there anyone else from the Namgung clan that she was still hiding from him? She looked at him in surprise. He said that he knew she didn't trust his rebellious sister, but she should have trusted him. She apologized and said it didn't matter now. But he slammed his fists on the table and shouted, "Why? Why did she ally with a demonic cult?" Tears were streaming down his face, and she asked in bewilderment, "How is he?" He shouted that he wanted to achieve everything himself. Whether it was martial arts mastery or advancing in clan politics, the help from the Namgung clan was also supposed to serve his development. He just wanted to prove his worth himself. Mother, he wanted to win as a Tan. At this moment, MC entered the room and noticed that the conversation seemed to be over. There were still spies from the Namgung clan in the Right Wind Pavilion. How could this be? The advisor, opening his fan, said that he thought he had gotten rid of everyone. He was very ashamed. Sanyong turned to them and said, "He is with the advisor and Kyujin." "Really?" She walked up to the protagonist and shouted it was he who forced Yucheng, and he said that she promised him that if he demanded, she would resign and give up her children's inheritance rights. She was indignant and, turning to Yucheng, told him not to listen to them. Kyujin, frowning, asked her mother to stop. They had already shown Yucheng all the evidence. She said in horror, "Yucheng." She fell to the floor and the advisor said, "The First Lady, she will be able to tell them everything in detail at the Righteous Wind Pavilion." He hoped that she would realize that there was nothing more to be done. She said desperately, "Nothing more. I understand. It's over." No, she will not accept this. The next second, she raised a gaze full of malice at them. A powerful aura spread around, and the protagonist thought, this is demonic energy. Yucheng, perplexed, asked, "Mom?" One of the elders said, "Is that what he thinks?" The second spirit said, "The demonic technique of explosive blood flow reversal, which is forbidden even in the heavenly cult." The protagonist thought, exactly, the demonic technique of explosive blood flow reversal. It is temporary, but greatly multiplies the reserves of internal energy. But in response, he loses his mind and sees everyone around him as enemies. And after enough time has passed, the person dies. This technique was originally used as a last resort. Sanyong said irritably, "Wunwei, if it weren't for him." He replied that he was sure that it was the Namgung clan who introduced her to the damned white bone instructor. So why was she angry at him? She told him to shut up. Then she grabbed the table and abruptly threw it right at him. But the protagonist put his hand out to the side, throwing it aside. The table shattered into several pieces, and Yuchang clenched his teeth, lowered his gaze and said, "She also uses demonic arts." Kyujin came forward and told her brother to move away. He was surprised, and she, turning to her mother, asked her not to add to the burden of her sins. Wunwei noticed that it was too late to talk. She had already lost her mind. Sanyong's eyes were already bleeding. The veins were bulging on her face and body, and she screamed, even though she was her daughter. She had never listened. She didn't need her anymore. She stretched out her hand and ran forward. But Kyujin swung her sword, attacking her mother and throwing her aside. One of the spirits said, nothing less was to be expected from Daoi's Qingcheng. She was able to dispel the demonic energy with her antimonial. Another elder added, "This woman is wasting her efforts." The protagonist thought, wasting her efforts? Even if she didn't know that the demonic blood flow explosive reversal technique was actually a demonic martial art, she should have at least known that she herself would be in trouble after using it. Did she use it because she just wanted to cut him down? The next second, Sanyong waved her hand, sending out a slashing attack. The attack grazed Kyujin's cheek. And she thought, Mom, she remained selfish until the very end, She knows very well what choice she will make. Well then, she will remain true to her path. Tears streamed down her face. She drew her sword from its sheath and thought, in the name of the Qingcheng sect, the heavenly blade, the combined chi of heaven and earth, the leader of the hidden sword, all of whom favored Kyujin, she would begin the ritual to exterminate the demon forces. Sanyong at this moment continued to chant non-stop, "Kill!" She then kicked off the ground and ran at her daughter, but she took a stance and turned around to attack her mother. After a while, it began to rain over the manor. One of the elders, turning to the protagonist, asked if he had seen the expression on her face before she died. Another spirit agreed. He couldn't say he felt particularly good after that. That expression looked more motherly than any she had ever shown. Yu Chang thought, because of her deep, twisted motherly love, she wanted to finish off Wunwei, but in the end, she only wounded her children. Then the protagonist put his hand on his chest, which began to glow, and the spirit said in surprise, "The young heir, it is! The young master, his spirit and flesh are in harmony." He closed his eyes and thought that the gap between his soul and body was closed. Apparently, his deep grievance was avenged, Wunwei. Then the advisor, passing by Yu Cheng, said that they will announce that the First Lady is accompanying him to the Namgun clan to restore. He thanked him for preserving her honor. After all this, time flew by quickly. After the death of Sanyong, all the remaining spies of the Namgun clan were caught. So Kyujin came to terms with the emotions left over from her mother's death, and began to help him with the duties of the deputy clan leader. And soon the day of the Dark Lord's visit was already around the corner. After a while, MC and Kyujin were meeting the arriving carriages. He called her over and said that there was something they needed to discuss. She looked at him and was surprised. What? He said that he didn't think that this position was meant for such an immature chick like him. He was just a child, and he thought that she was much more suitable for this role, since she was more responsible, experienced, and adored by everyone. She was indignant. What? What nonsense. The spirits were discussing at that moment. What a rare species. He had been watching the young heir for 10 years, and had never felt more proud of him. He hoped that he could continue to watch the sparks fly between this couple for a long time. Then the protagonist grabbed one of the spirits and angrily said, "Time to recharge the ghost sphere." The elder apologized. At that moment, Yu Sumin approached them and raised her hand, calling out, "Kyujin." She turned her attention to them and said, "Welcome, girls." Sumin smiled back and said, "It's been a while." She then looked at the protagonist and asked in surprise, "Is that Wunwei?" Kyujin was surprised. "Do they know each other?" Sumin asked, "Did they see each other at that tea shop not long ago, right?" MC coughed into his fist and apologized for having to watch him like that. Kyujin smiled and said, no matter what, they should let her formally introduce them all. She pointed her hand at Sumin and said that she was the MA6 Pure Moon Lady, the one they had interacted with at the Shu Peak training camp. She smiled and said that it was nice to meet him again. Kyujin then pointed her hand at Sima Sunyi and said that she was known as the White Sword Mulan and the Azure Flower of the Mountain Manor. Then she put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that this was her younger brother Wunwei. He was now the vice chief of their subsidiary clan of the Nine Dragon Clan. He bowed and said that it was a pleasure to meet them both. Sumin asked, so it was her younger brother who became the vice chief and not her? She smiled and confirmed it, and she said, she complained all the time because she didn't want to accept the position. It seems like in the end, everything turned out exactly as she wanted, huh? Kyujin gestured for her to be quiet. She laughed in response. At this moment, Sunyi looked at the protagonist, and he turned to her and asked, is something wrong? She looked away and said that it was not. Sumin then put her hands on her shoulders and took her hand, running towards the entrance, and said that she was sure that they were terribly busy right now. They would see each other later. Kyujin waved and said, okay, see you later. Wunwei leaned his hands on his knees and said that he believed that this pair were the last ones. He was already tired. She said that they still had paperwork to sort out, but the sun was setting, so most likely. She then looked ahead in surprise and asked, where were these carriages from? The Golden Sword sect. After a while, Najinba bowed to them and said that he welcomed them on behalf of the sect leader and madam. He was the Golden Sword advisor. The protagonist bowed back and introduced himself, saying, the road here must have been difficult. However, what is all this? Before he could finish speaking, the advisor placed his hand on the box and said that the sect leader was saddened that he left them without taking anything with him on his last visit. So he personally asked him to convey his apologies. After that, he opened the box and added, along with the gift, that he could help their subsidiary clan and more. He looked at Wugi, who bowed and shouted that he was asking to be forgiven for his past behavior. He was begging him to forgive him, the vice chief. The protagonist thought, that's right, this guy is from the Golden Sword sect. He will just play along with them a little and accept the gift. He then smiled and said, of course he forgives them. They both bowed and thanked him. The next second, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, what? Turning to the subordinate, he told him to take them to the guest pavilion. He is sure that they are tired from the long journey. He accepted the order. And the protagonist thought that, for a brief moment, he felt a trace of demonic energy, and the owner of it was him, Gu Mingche. Sumin said that she saw everything. How she was staring at Wunwei, Sunyi answered her displeasedly that it was not what she thought. Sumin poked her finger in the cheek and asked, "Not that really, and why?" Sunyi answered that he smelled like a sword. Sumin asked puzzledly, "The smell of a sword?" Sunyi said that there was no smell before. Sumin asked again, did she mean that he learned to wield a blade during this time? Sunyi answered something like that. Only it was the smell of a master who had devoted years to training. She looked down and thought, and not just years, rather entire decades, if not more. She smelled the smell and thought, that smell. Sunyi grabbed Sumin's hand, and she screamed, "What's wrong?" Sunyi frowned and thought, they need to go back to Kyujin and Wunwei. This is the smell of someone who personally fought with father. At this moment, MC turned around and saw the crowd of guys, and thought, it's him, Gu Mingche. He's doing his best to hide his demonic energy, but it's not enough to deceive him. The spirits asked, "Young hair, who are you staring at?" Wunwei said, "That guy, it's Gu Mingche." The spirit clarified, "Did he mean the 7-second assassin?" The elder asked, had the Northern Sea Myth's leader's second son already gotten inside? The spirit knew they would do this, but so quickly? The elder wondered, what would the young master do? MC replied that killing him right now would be a bad idea. He grabbed his face and thought, he'd gladly rip him to pieces right now for what he'd done. However, the plan would be too badly damaged if the Northern Sea Myth gave up on the assassination attempt, so he'd let him live a little longer, Gu Mingche. After a while, Sunyi asked, "The Golden Sword sect was the last one, right?" Wunwei replied, "Yeah, the sun was almost set, so if someone was late, he thought he would arrive tomorrow morning, if he had manners." Suddenly, he heard a sound off to the side. MC thought it was a feeling. He activated the ball and threw it towards the gate. Kyujin asked puzzledly, "Wunwei?" He waved his hand and summoned a spear. The spirits replied, "Yes, the young heir." MC grabbed the handle of the spear and Kyujin asked, "What's wrong? Are they being attacked?" She turned around and screamed, "It's this!" Dark energy began to spread across the area, and then a loud laugh was heard. A voice rang out. He wanted to scare him into running away with his tail between his legs, and he himself went on the attack? He's a good boy. Weiji swung his staff and struck. Wunwei clenched his jaw and activated his mana. He tried to resist the opponent's energy, causing a huge explosion to sound. Kyujin covered her face with her hand and said, they collided high in the air, and the recoil was so strong that it still raised so much dust. The guy fell to the ground and grabbed his head and screamed, "What's going on here?" The man asked, "A demonic cult?" Mingche stood to the side and smirked. Weiji laughed and said, even though the blow was quite light, he didn't think he could parry it without even straining himself. Wunwei cleared his throat and folded his hands under his chin and said, "He, Tan Wunwei, deputy head of the Nine Dragon Clan's subsidiary clan, greets the head of the Lion Sect and Lord of Miram, Grandmaster, Weiji, the Lion Blade King." Weiji said he heard that the Storm Swordsman raised quite talented guys. Truly, definitely not bad. He looked at MC carefully and said, he's good enough to fight his disciple one-on-one. He's definitely worthy of evaluation. Wunwei thought, horror, just reflecting that sword energy had opened up his internal wounds. So this is how powerful martial artists who have reached the peak of perfection are. It doesn't look like he'll want to stop anytime soon, but that's not his problem anymore. Hosen's voice suddenly rang out. If he'd known they were coming to visit, he would have greeted them in person. What brought them to his house without any warning? The spirits cried out, "Oh my! That aura, he's definitely not weaker than the Lion Blade King." They knew he was hiding his true power, but not that much. Weiji laughed and said that he'd heard people calling him the Fool of the Nine Dragons. He may not show himself much anymore, but his storm is still raging. No, he'd even say it's raged even more. The Swordsman of the Storm. Hosen asked who cares what people call him? What's more important is that he sees him in good health again. Apparently, he has business with his son. Why don't they talk inside in person? Weiji smirked and asked why. Is he afraid that he will hurt his son? Hosen replied that he was just being polite since there were many eyes watching them. Weiji waved his hand and said that he was the only one who didn't care. Fighters appeared next to him and Hosen called out his army. He said, in that case, it seems like he has to respond accordingly. If he wants Wunwei to take responsibility for the incident in the county capital, which sounds pretty ridiculous at his age, then he will find his goal difficult to achieve, unless he goes through him. Weiji asked irritably, did he think that if he spoke so pompously, he would speak differently? MC stood behind him and thought fearfully, no, stop. A bolt of anger passed between the men, and Wunwei thought, why does it feel like they are about to fight right now? Crazy old men. The spirit said that the Storm Squad even got the Burst Death Arrow. Apparently they are ready for a full-scale fight. MC asked again, Burst Death Arrows? The elder replied that these arrows were used in battles with the Heavenly Cult. They have explosives attached to their tips. Wunwei folded his arms and said displeasedly, crazy Tang idiots. The spirits were upset when they heard these words. Weiji frowned and said, Burst Death Crossbows, Active Storm Squad, he violated the treaty, Storm Swordsman. Hosan replied that they are currently part of the Justice Wind Pavilion, and these crossbows have never left the location of the Nine Dragon Clan since the signing of the treaty, and their mere presence is not a violation. Ouija replied, he certainly knows how to chat, but he didn't think he'd fall for it, did he? Hosan replied, he was extremely sorry, but that's not true. The spirit said, it seems like when the storm troop was disbanded, they were forced to sign some kind of treaty. MC wondered, so some other group made a pact with the storm troop? What's more important is that these guys are manipulating the situation so that the fight would be considered justified. Ouija smirked and said, well then, his target is still that kid who supposedly beat up his stupid students. So he's going to test his son to see if he's qualified to try to subdue the lion. Hosan's eyes flashed and said that in that case, they'd have to go through him first. YG happily replied, as he wished. Their energies collided, and Wunwei sighed and said, it seems there's no choice. He swung his spear and sent mana into the sky. Kyujin thought in surprise, they hadn't even started fighting properly yet, and their chi aura was already so dense. He managed to break through it. The man said, he wasn't this strong when they met in Daocheng County. The commander wondered, when did he become so mature? Behind the warriors stood Ming Che and thought, this frosty chi. MC said, clan leader, Grandmaster Ouija, this is their guest. Hosan replied that they stopped being their guests the moment they showed their hostile mood. Wunwei turned around and asked, wasn't it said that they came to see him? And since they were here for his sake, then it was up to him to decide whether to treat them as guests or not. Ouija looked at him carefully and then laughed loudly. He shouted, he wants to accept him as a guest? Him? And he raised quite a brave boy, a storm swordsman. Hosan jumped off the roof and landed next to MC. He said, he thinks the MC has noticed too, but this man doesn't understand at all when to stop. Is he sure he can handle it? Wunwei replied that he will do his best. The father closed his eyes and replied, okay. He waved his hand and the warriors disappeared from the roof. Ouija asked, so the fact that he decided to accept him as a guest probably means that he is ready to accept his test? Wunwei replied, yes. However, the internal injuries he received during the special training in Daocheng have not healed yet, so he is not in the best condition to accept his test. Ouija frowned thoughtfully, and then said that he was right. He looked pretty bad. He turned around and asked the students irritably, so their opponent was in such a state, and they still lost? They are idiots. The guys asked them to forgive them, and Ouija said, so the MC is asking for time. Is he right? Wunwei replied, exactly. Ouija asked to tell how many days he needs. Wunwei replied, 10. Ouija asked again, 10? With the medical knowledge of the Tang clan, no, he gives 3 days. MC said, at least 5. Ouija waved his hand and said, 4. He refuses to wait any longer. Wunwei replied, okay, he will be ready for his test in 4 days. Hosan approached him and said, if they cause any disturbances in these 4 days. Ouija waved his hand and said, yes, yes. MC nodded his head and said, in that case, let him take him inside. He turned around and said, Master Mu, he has a favor to ask him. The master replied, the sun was already setting, what could he need from him now? Wunwei walked up to him and ordered him to find out when his order would be ready. The master replied, okay. MC waved his hand and suggested that he go inside to Grandmaster Ouija. They entered and Ouija's attention was drawn to the girls. Suni and Sumin were bowing. Wunwei said he would tell the servants to set the table. He was sure he was hungry. Ouija laughed and said, he knows how to treat guests. He really is hungry. Suni looked after the guest carefully. After a while, Kyujin came up to them and asked, they must have been uncomfortable, huh, girls? Sumin replied, not at all. This turned out to be a great opportunity to see the strength of martial artists in action. Suni said, and she was glad that Master Ouija didn't even think about her. Kyujin looked at her in surprise and then said, that's right. She looked down and thought, in fact, the disciples of the Lion sect had attacked her, the daughter of the Clear Sky Blade Emperor, and Wunwei just happened to be there. But the Lion Blade King didn't pay any attention to her at all, despite the fact that she was the cause of the whole mess. Doesn't he care about the Clear Sky Blade Emperor at all? Suni turned to Kyujin and asked if she could tell her about the sword technique that Wunwei uses. Kyujin asked in confusion, sword? Wunwei hasn't trained in swordsmanship. Suni's eyes widened in surprise and said, that can't be. Kyujin put her hand to her chin and said, how strange. Uncle Gon once asked her the same thing. Suni asked again, is she talking about the great master Tong Gon, the warrior of the fierce wind? Kyujin said, yeah, he is training Wunwei. Some time ago, Gon asked, young lady Kyujin, did she ever teach Wunwei how to use a sword or maybe give him any books? She said no, when Wunwei was little he was not interested in martial arts. Gon asked puzzledly, is that right? And he has mastered the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger, although he did not teach it to him. Perhaps the rumors about him really having secret connections are true. Kyujin asked, why does he ask? He said that he took him to the forge of Lu Bang of the Pavilion of the Wind of Justice, and he ordered a sword from there. Kyujin asked again, a sword? Gon said, also, the thing is that he asked him to teach him how to use a spear, as well as striking weapons, which he did. But he suddenly orders a sword, so he thought that maybe he had learned sword techniques before. Or there was some technique that he wanted to learn. Now Sunyi asked, did he order a sword even though he had never learned it before? Kyujin replied, that's what he said. Sunyi clenched her fists and said that she couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed her hand and asked her to let him talk. Kyujin smiled and said, okay, she'll talk to him about the meeting. Sumin bent down and whispered, Kyujin, she's been keeping an eye on him since they first met. Does she understand what she's talking about? Kyujin asked in surprise. Is she serious? Sumin said, slightly embarrassed. She's telling her. She's never been interested in anything other than gardening and swords, but the way she looks at him, oh my, this should stay between them, but she'll make a good wife, don't she think? Kyujin smiled and replied, well, she's the only daughter of a famous family with many sons. But, she slightly raised her eyebrows, which scared Sumin. They looked towards Sunyi and thought, poor thing. Suddenly a guard's voice was heard from behind them. Welcome, sir. Kyujin turned around and asked, who came at this hour? She saw Chuk-young and thought in surprise, wait, is that Chuk-young? The guard asked, where should he escort him? He asked, where's the second son now? The guard said that he will escort him to the White Pavilion. Kyujin asked, the White Pavilion? Did he personally make the sword ordered by Wunwi? Sunyi asked in surprise, who is this? Kyujin replied, it was Tang Chuk-young. He was the one who made her sword. Sumin screamed, is this the owner of the forge? Luban, Kyujin whispered, girls, she thinks this is their chance to find out what kind of sword technique Wunwi uses. We need to go after him. After a while, MC bowed and said, he never thought he would come in person. Chuk-young shouted in displeasure, he was the one who sent that idiot to hurry him up. MC replied that he just wanted to know about the progress, since the promised deadline was approaching. The master ordered him to shut up, all he knows how to do is wag his tongue. Wunwi smiled and said, what he is here must mean. Chuk-young said, of course, he is here because the job is done. He opened the box and said, this is, as he promised, his sword. Some time ago, Chuk-young was sitting at the table and looking at the drawing, holding it with his hand. He said that it has been a long time since he worked on such an interesting project. He was able to see the essence of the Tan clan's martial arts at such a young age and combined everything into one weapon. So he also wants it to function as a sword in its basic form. Now he's curious if Hosen's son can handle it. He's extremely curious. MC is currently looking at the sword in surprise, and the master is asking what he thinks. Is it okay with him? Wunwi grabbed the sword and shouted that it was even cooler than he expected. Chuk-young smiled and replied smugly, of course. MC started to examine it and think that it looked like a fan, but it had the function of a sword while hiding the weapon's secret purposes. This is exactly what he wanted. What impresses him most is the weight balance. In normal metal fans, the center of gravity is at the base so that it can be swung quickly. But here it is placed in the middle so that he can use it as a sword. Wunwi swung the sword and then opened it like a fan. He thought, and it's still well balanced enough that he can use it as a fan without any problem. And also, MC touched the tip with his finger and asked, is this ivory? Chuk-young replied he has a keen eye. Yes, he used the tusk of the black mythical elephant for these parts. MC asked again, the black mythical elephant? He thought, did he really use the tusks of the mythical elephant? But that's an extremely rare material that is used to create magical artifacts. Chuk-young said that the handle is made of rosewood. The spirit said, young heir. This handle is made of iron heart wood, so that rosewood is at least 500 years old. Chuk-young added, and those cords are below. Wunwi was puzzled. He used a lot of different insanely rare materials in its creation? What did this old man make anyway? Chuk-young coughed and said, okay, what's important is the functionality. It can change the working mode by pulling one of the cords on the handle. Let him try it. MC pulled the cord and the points changed. The old man said to point it down now and pull again. MC followed his advice and did so, firing forward. He asked, so if you pull the cord sharply, it changes the mode, and if you pull it smoothly after, it activates the hidden weapon? Chuk-young said, that's right. The first mode throws out a bunch of needles at once. He told him to try the next cord. Wunwi pulled it, and the master told him to point it at that wall. MC followed his advice, and a lot of needles shot towards the wall. Chuk-young smiled and said, the second mode scatters thunder needles. Wunwi said, that's amazing. Chuk-young moved forward and said, and the last mode, that's the best. MC asked, are there more? Chuk-young showed 3 fingers and said that the third mode is a little special. Wunwi pulled the cord and said, it sounds different. What does it do? Chuk-young clenched his fist and answered happily, it explodes. MC asked again in fear, what? Chuk-young shouted with excitement in his eyes, the needles he just fired, they will explode. He suggested giving it a try, and Wunwi thought, will the needles he has already fired explode? He would never have thought of such a function. No, it makes sense that he would not have guessed such a thing. In order to make this a reality, he must have filled the needles with gunpowder as well as some kind of reactive material. This is a great secret weapon. It can catch the enemy off guard twice. It will be extremely effective. This is what every demonic martial artist wants. Wunwi shouted happily. Chuk-young is the best. The master replied, he knew he would like it. MC pulled the cord and spoke, then he yanked. He yanked, but nothing exploded. On the contrary, the needles came off and flew towards him. He swung his sword and shouted, "What the?" At that moment more needles burst out of the wall, and Wunwi thought, more. He opened his fan and threw the needles towards him. Chukyung smiled and said, he thought MC could handle this easily. Wunwi asked, "What the hell is this?" He looked ahead and thought, the needles he reflected are floating in the air. Chukyung replied, he was not the only one working on this sword. The person who helped him wanted to test it. MC said, "What a treacherous person." Chukyung laughed and replied, "Treacherous, yes, he is right. That's just his personality. He's not satisfied with just this." The needles were aimed at MC again, and the spirit asked, "Isn't that dark lightning?" "The dark lightning of the Dark Lord." When we frowned and thought, are they laughing at him or something? The person who helped Chukyung with the sword was the Dark Lord, so he was the one who implanted the dark lightning into these needles. As expected, the Dark Lord had already reached the stage of observing the celestial orbits. Chukyung said that if he pulled the cord again, these things would fly to where he was standing now. Any hit would cause incredible pain. In addition, he would not be able to practice martial arts for 10 days. MC thought with displeasure. So this also contains energy dispersing poison? Is this also a gift from the Dark Lord? He won't be able to completely neutralize the Dark Overlord's poison, even if he uses the Poison Dragon cultivation technique. In other words, if he gets hit by even one of the needles, he won't be able to do anything about the invasion of the Northern Sea mythos during the festival. Chukyung closed his eyes and said, he can just jump back from there if he's not confident that he can repel them all. MC asked, so what will happen to the sword if he retreats? Chukyung took a drag on his pipe and replied that he's a quick learner. If he doesn't pull the cord for too long, or can't repel the dark lightning, the sword itself will explode. Wunwi looked at the sword carefully and thought, I see, what the Dark Overlord and Tang Chukyung want to say is that he has to prove that he's worthy of wielding this sword since they've worked so hard. Chukyung asked, so what will he do? Wunwi smiled and said, then he's in. He can't miss the opportunity to have fun since he has a sword like that. Chukyung laughed and said, he's always had a good sense of people. MC closed his eyes and exhaled, activating the flow of mana. He pulled out the sword and said, let's go. At this moment, the girls were watching from behind the fence. Suman said, what a cool weapon, a fan that shoots hidden needles. Kyujin answered, yes, a metal fan with secret needles. Sunyi said it's a sword. This made the girls question her, and then she repeated, it's a sword. Suman asked puzzledly, where is the sword? It's a fan. Sunyi thought about it. She also saw that it looked like a fan, but as soon as he took hold of this weapon, the smell of a blade began to come from it. This is definitely the smell of a true sword, and this smell also tells her that he is a genius swordsman. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened in surprise, and Suman said, she thinks something's going on. Sunyi said, dark lightning. Kyujin asked, where did the Patriarch's lightning come from? MC pulled the cord and said, here we go. The needles turned into spheres and moved towards him. He began to swing his sword quickly, preventing himself from being hit. He opened the sword like a fan and thought, each blow is extremely weighty and powerful. Nothing less was expected from the dark lightning of the Dark Lord. Chukyung folded his arms and said that he had the basics figured out. Wunwi frowned and thought, the pace is picking up. The needles flew towards him and he continued to defend himself. He thought, each angle of attack is lethally effective. He can literally feel how systematically each blow is calculated, like a master teaching his student how to wield a blade. These attacks teach him the most effective method of repelling enemy attacks. He swung his sword and let out a loud cry of effort. Wunwi's face began to sweat as dark mana suddenly appeared around him. Numerous black spheres appeared above his head, and he thought, the problem is that the difficulty of this lesson is absolutely insane. With his current ability, it's impossible to reflect all of this. But with Master's sword technique, after reincarnating and obtaining the Dantian, MC had recited Master's technique, the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Demon, hundreds of times in the Heavenly Demon archive of his memories. The strongest move among the 10 strikes is the 1000-blade form of Mara. But with his level of profound energy, he won't be able to handle the amount of chi that the 1000-blade form of Mara requires. So he'll have to adapt it so that it can be used in his current state. Wunwi looked at the lightning surrounding him and thought, he'll use the storm to compensate for the number of strikes in the form and the cold martial arts energy of the Black Dragon Chi to fill the space. He swung and frowned, looking forward. He struck quickly and thought, even more carefully. Faster. Just like the mentor's Mara. He created a shield above himself, through which the needles could not pass. It exploded, and MC said that he passed the test. Now this sword is his. After a while, Chukyung held out a box and said that there were explosive needles he had spoken of, and a recipe for gunpowder was written on a piece of paper. Wunwi thanked him for the weapon, as well as for the precious lesson. Chukyung replied that for the lessons he should thank the man who helped him. MC bowed and said, but it was only because he would agree to make this sword that he decided to help. Chukyung said, if he really thinks so, then can he explain something? MC answered, of course. Chukyung said, only those with regret in their hearts can properly wield the storm, and his storm contains regret that is much more extensive than the usual level. He is so young, most likely he does not know anything about this world yet. So what makes him regret so much? When we thought about it, regret. He feels like he is thinking too much. Chukyung said he does not want to talk. Well, everyone has their own burden on their hearts. Anyway, does MC mind if he gives this sword fan a name? When smiled and said of course. Chukyung said that his movements just now reminded him of a hurricane, so why not call it a fan that blows the wind of disaster? MC looked at his weapon carefully and said, fan of the wind of disaster. He thanks him for the great name. When we thought about it, wind of disaster instead of storm. It seems that this is his way. After a while, Chukyung entered the guest house, and the man looked at him and said, oh my god, he's sorry, but there are no vacancies right now. Chukyung waved his hand and told him not to worry. He had reserved a room under the name Lu Bang's Forge. The man bowed and said, it's him, he's asking to come here. Chukyung turned around and thought, there are a lot of guests here despite the fact that it's so late. Did they all come to stare at this loser of a Dark Lord? The great man who protects Zhongyuan from external forces, the Dark Lord Tang Moonhyuk. Chukyung grabbed his head and thought, he himself was ashamed to hear people talk about him. To him, he was nothing more than an older brother who never matured. He entered the room where Moonhyuk was sitting, who asked where he had been for so long. He had to open a bottle while he waited for him. Chukyung sat down at the table and sighed, replying that he had been working day and night, and how did he think he should have arrived sooner? Moonhyuk asked, so how is he? Chukyung wondered, hadn't he been watching? Moonhyuk replied that he had been watching, but he wanted to hear his opinion. Chukyung frowned and said he would outgrow the storm and become the wind of disaster. Perhaps one day he would even destroy the alliance. Moonhyuk asked, in that case, what did he think would happen to him when the storm subsided? Chukyung asked again, subsided? There was no need to worry about that, he wouldn't burn out. He would know when he saw it. He thought that this wind of disaster was full of rage and malice, but the hatred he held in his heart screamed so pitifully and desperately. Chukyung turned around and ordered another bottle to be brought to him. The attendant replied, yes, sir. He said that no matter what, he is the only one worthy of inheriting the Storm Squad. Moonhyuk thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said, he has talent, determination, insight, ability, and charisma. Plus he is the son of Hosun. He is definitely the perfect candidate. Chukyung said, but he seemed to have doubts, so what is the problem? Moonhyuk reached for his food and replied, he needs to learn to get along with people. His wind of disaster may surpass everyone and everything, but no one will stand by his side. Of course, he is capable of paving the way for the others, so he should be appointed as the squad leader. Chukyung said if he puts him in the eye of the storm. Moonhyuk interrupted him and said that he would do so if he were the only candidate. Chukyung asked in surprise, did he have anyone else in mind? Moonhyuk replied, Qingcheng Divine Sword, Li Cholsan. Chukyung jumped up from his seat and shouted in irritation, is he out of his mind? Does he want Qingcheng's senior disciple to be the leader of the storm troop? Moonhyuk replied, as far as he knows, he is considered the strongest sword in the world. It is better for him to be on their side than on someone else's. Chukyung said, he wants to make him the leader of the storm troop to strengthen relations with the Qingcheng sect, and at the same time to stir up the spirit of rivalry among the clan members. He is a treacherous snake. Moonhyuk smiled and said, he knew he would understand. Chukyung grabbed his head and asked, does that mean Wunwei does not even have the chance to rise? Isn't that a shame? Moonhyuk said, yes, but only one. Chukyung asked, what was it? Moonhyuk asked him, what did he think to get his place? When he becomes the center of the storm that swallows up all the other winds, it is not necessary to get along with others. It is others who will have to get along with him somehow. Chukyung looked at him and thought, sometimes he acts like a child, but he certainly thinks like a leader. Suddenly, Moonhyuk dropped his glass and said, this is it. His vision was blurry, and Chukyung smiled and said, it is a paralytic poison, just a drop of which will knock out even an ox. He expected no less from the patriarch of the Tang clan. Moonhyuk screamed, he is a little idiot. It does not matter to him, but still pour poison into his drink? Chukyung laughed and said, he is good. He thought he would at least get tongue-tied. But he must have been pretty shocked because he didn't notice right away. Moonhyuk asked what? Chukyung took out a small bottle and asked who he thought gave it to him. Moonhyuk said, that is. Chukyung laughed and asked, does he know who he just met on the way here? Moonhyuk screamed. Horror, he gave him up. Suddenly warriors appeared at the door of the house. They quickly moved forward, causing the guests to ask, what? Is this an attack? Moonhyuk looked at the warriors who stopped behind Chukyung and said, he will not be surrendered alive. A girl came forward and said that they surrounded the entire building. He should just surrender. The schedule has slipped dramatically thanks to his sortie. Grandpa. A while ago, Suman said in surprise, the Tang clan's storm dance is amazing. She has never seen such a sword style in her life. Kyujin replied that she did too. She thought about it. It wasn't a storm dance. No, it wasn't even a Tang clan martial arts technique. Where did he learn something like that? Sunyi interrupted her thoughts and asked, "It wasn't a Time Clan technique?" Kyujin remained silent in response and remembered Sumin's question. Can he really handle it? She thought about it. Even a martial artist who has reached the highest peak of cultivation would have a hard time repelling it. She replied that he would suffer. Suddenly, she saw MC use a skill and she thought, the smell of 1,000 swords. Sunyi thought that the smell of his sword was in its prime, but from the moment he used that technique, the smell became so unstable. At this moment, Sumin asked again, "Kyujin, is everything okay?" She replied that she had never felt such a strong thirst for blood before. At that moment, a spirit appeared and said, "She told you, he is the Demon King." Kyujin looked at her and said, "She's talking nonsense again." The spirit said, "She still doesn't believe her after everything she's seen? He'll easily tear her to pieces." Kyujin hit her and the spirit screamed, "Scary, scary." She thought, in addition to being bloodthirsty, his chi is too unstable. At this moment, the spirit informed the young heir that they were still here. He replied, "This is not good." He thought they left with Tong Chuk-yung. The spirit said, "It seems they forgot that they came to spy on him, since they were so mesmerized by the most powerful sword technique of the heavenly cult." MC thought, although it is based on demonic arts, he mixed it with the storm dance, using the poisonous dragon cultivation technique, so they should not notice anything. The problem is the after effects of using Mara without the heavenly demon cultivation technique. Using the storm dance as a vessel for Mara was successful, but the poison dragon cultivation technique couldn't handle Mara's 1,000 blades form. The 9 strikes of the heavenly demon was created with the cultivation technique of the heavenly demon, causing Mara's bloodlust that should have been restrained to be lost after the attack. Wunwei grabbed his head and thought, his chi channels might be blocked if he didn't do something about it. He suddenly widened his eyes and kicked off the ground and walked towards the girls. He stopped on the roof and said, "The 3 of them, how long are they going to stay here?" Kyujin greeted him with hysterical laughter and said, "They're here." MC thought, the daughters of the strongest swordsmen of the Qingcheng Taoist sect, the Ame Buddhist sect, and the Orthodox sect. They've all gathered here, and they're the best candidates to suppress Mara's bloodlust. In this regard, he proposed a duel to them, which they were slightly surprised at. He demanded this from them as payment for watching, and his sister lowered her gaze guiltily, admitting that they were indeed wrong to spy on him. But was he really sure? His energy seemed unstable right now. He said that this was precisely why he was asking for a duel. He was not skilled enough in swordsmanship. He needed to fight opponents like them, who were much more knowledgeable. That way, he could fully digest the insight he had achieved. He thought that there was some truth to this, of course. But the point was that the energies of the Qingcheng and Ma sects would help temper Mara's bloodthirstiness. Kyujin thought about it and said that it sounded reasonable, then turned to her friends and asked if they agreed. Sumin admitted that watching someone else's training was indeed unfair, so she agreed. The third girl was of the same opinion, and Wunwei, already anticipating the battle, asked them to go to the training ground. His first opponent was his sister. They entered the arena and she asked him not to overexert himself too much, after which she got into a fighting stance and began the fight. She pushed off and jumped high, and a second later, she was next to him and struck a blow, which he blocked. They continued to strike each other with new attacks and parry them, and then MC broke away and approached his sister. Seeing his blade rushing towards her neck, she immediately blocked the blow, but it was so strong that she could not stand still and her legs slid back. As soon as she stopped, she concentrated and with all her might struck a quick blow with her sword, and her friends, watching this, were somewhat perplexed. This was supposed to be a simple training, as if they were really fighting not for life, but for death. Kyujin meanwhile made several quick lunges forward, but her brother easily parried them. She couldn't believe it. She knew he was growing fast, but this was a completely different level than he was 2 weeks ago. Plus, every time their blades clashed, his technique became more and more honed. He watched her wield the sword and learned along the way. She jumped back, and as soon as she landed, she caught her breath tiredly. The fight was over. Wunwei thanked her for the fight and added that it was extremely useful, then turned to the girls and asked the next ones to enter the arena. Sighing heavily, Sumin stood in front of him and said that she would have refused, knowing that everything would be so serious. But she gave him her word. Drawing her sword from its sheath, she pointed the blade at him and declared that she would start this confrontation, then immediately rushed into battle. She quickly grabbed the sword with both hands and then lunged forward. He blocked the strike, but it was hard for him. He gritted his teeth while blocking her fast attacks, and then the spirits became worried and asked if he was okay. This is expected of the Ma sect. The anti-demon energy of the Buddhist sect completely overpowers him. MC answered them in his mind that he knows this is what he wanted. Fortunately, Mara's bloodlust has not yet turned into demonic energy, so her attacks will not cause internal damage. However, he definitely feels like he is losing a lot of energy every time their swords clash. While the Taoist energy and his are complete opposites, the Buddhist one is much worse. But despite this, he fought her with a smile. He needs to get used to it and find a way to counter it. The Ma sect's swordsmanship is also impressive, even without energy. The Ma sect is made up entirely of women. Their techniques compensate for their lack of endurance and strength compared to men, but at the same time allow them to fully utilize their swordsmanship. They use their sense of balance and their physique to avoid the caller's blows and deliver their own, not allowing the battle to drag on. All of these techniques will come in handy when fighting an opponent larger than him. Now he began to press on his opponent. With each of his blows, the girl had to retreat, and at one point she missed a blow, and his blade ended up right at her neck, which made her freeze in place. The fight was over. She pushed the blade away from herself and sighed heavily, saying that she had enough. She was already tired. He thanked her for the duel, and she said that he was too obsessed, so he would not gain glory from women. She passed by Sun Yi, who was heading to the arena. She was very curious to fight him. He was not born with talent, unlike Kyujin. Based on his abilities alone, he's no better than a normal disciple of their sect. He's observed Kyujin and Suman's sword techniques, making them his own in a matter of minutes. The speed at which he learns has nothing to do with talent. He's able to do this because his understanding of the blade is incredibly high. But he's not that good at handling the sword physically, so where did he get such a deep understanding from? She stopped in front of him and smelled his sword scent, but immediately noticed the flaws. She told him that he shouldn't do that. The scent would only be disrupted if he controlled it like that. He shouldn't suppress it. He needed to find a balance between inhaling and exhaling. He didn't understand what scent she was talking about, and she, realizing what she just said, awkwardly looked away and apologized to him, asking him to ignore it. He thought that he had seen something like that in a book in the Heavenly Cult a long time ago. Something about the Sima clan's adaptability, allowing them to identify the talent of others. So this ability manifests itself through scent? The Clear Sky Blade Emperor is a true sword master. He can't just ignore an ability that she might have. He asked, did she say that he needed to maintain a balance? Could she explain in more detail? She immediately perked up, then asked Suman for help, and she advised her to just try to explain it to him more simply. She told Wunwei with eyes shining with delight that the scent of the sword is being spent. Even if the scent is replenished, it won't get any better, and it won't smell as sweet as before. On the other hand, if you can leave it to steep for a long time, the scent will become deeper. Then it will express itself even better if you infuse it into the sword. Suman tiredly clutched her head and smiled at her for being such a bore. And while the girl enthusiastically explained everything to him, he thought, what kind of nonsense is she talking about? Soon after, he went to see Master Ouija. Because of the Dark Lord's trial and the duel with those three, he was a little late. He hoped he wouldn't be mad at him for that. He went inside and apologized to the master, and he smiled at him for finally making it here. He was making such a mess in the front garden while his guests were waiting. He's an unusual guy, right? MC sat down on the chair opposite him and made an excuse by saying that he had to prepare everything in order to be worthy of meeting one of the greatest martial artists. He sighed in relief that he wasn't mad, and Ouija noted that he had prepared quite seriously, becoming stronger in just 2 hours and earning his claws. Wunwei didn't think he could see it, but the master has a lot of experience. The man said that among the 10 greatest masters, there probably wasn't even one who had fought as often as him. MC thought it sounded logical, considering that he started out as a wandering mercenary and had reached this level. At first glance, he seemed like a simpleton. But he couldn't be underestimated. Also, his character was something to keep in mind. He smiled and asked if he could ask him one question. Ouija was interested, but when he asked why he actually came here, his hand trembled, and he put his cup down in anger and asked, does he take him for a liar? Does he want to say that he is lying to him? Some little guy? His energy began to spread throughout the room, pressing on Wunwei, and he stroked his beard, smiling and noting that it was curious. He thought so. He must have a reason to think he was lying. Let him speak. Depending on his answer, he will decide whether to test him right here and now, or in 4 days. The spirits exclaimed that he was such a rude person. He was not someone he could handle at the moment. MC ignored them and told the master that in that case, he would describe how it happened. The great martial master of Murim has arrived unannounced at the House of the Nine Dragons, where a grand festival is about to be held. He is sure that he understands perfectly well what kind of consequences this will entail. If he came here to protect the honor and the Lion sect, he would have come at a different time. And here he is now because he was supposed to be here at this particular time. What he lacks, and at the same time, what the Dark Lord who will soon be here has, the observer of the celestial orbits, he thinks. He wishes to know how to reach that level. Ouija stroked his beard, then sighed heavily, and said that perhaps he should have thought things through more carefully when deciding to enter the Time Clan's lair. Wunwei promised to help him in whatever he could if he just said what was needed. He closed his eyes and stroked his beard again, and the spirit noticed that he was really thinking. The other spirit said that it was natural. After all, he had pride as one of the greatest masters. But imagine their surprise when he threw away his pride and began to talk about how he was a vagabond. Every day was a battle for his life, but he managed to found his own sect and become what he is now. But a year ago, something happened. He lost a duel with the Blade Emperor and asked why there was such a huge difference between them. What was the difference between them? The Blade Emperor told him that his ultimate blade had barely touched the peak of martial arts. He was unable to see even what was beneath his feet. So where did he find the audacity to want to observe the heavenly orbits? Ouija became excited and asked if this could really be achieved. He looked at the sky and said that one should pursue the movements of the stars, that one should follow one's course in the heavenly realm, read the divine will of the cosmos, and then absorb this chi into one's dantian. He turned to him and said that observing the heavenly orbits was the true destiny of martial arts. Ouija looked at him in surprise. He looked at him with such sincere pity. Then he felt neither shame nor humiliation, but a passion to obtain this power. After which he isolated himself, devoting himself to training. His golden lion blade technique, developed over years of wandering in countless battles against many martial artists, turned out to be superficial compared to techniques that had been honed over generations. It was then that he felt envy towards the famous clans and sects whose history he had nothing to do with. That was why he became interested in him when he easily dealt with his disciples. He heard that he had dealt with the demon cult in a similar manner. So he thought, the Tang clan, with its Dark Lord who was considered equal to, if not superior to, the Blade Emperor, must have the claws that he had failed to obtain. He was convinced of this after seeing his skill today. He was convinced that he had the claws. Countless martial artists die without obtaining them, and even more fools don't even know how to obtain them. And he is one of those fools. MC smiled wryly. He never thought that he would be so honest with him. Ouija said that this was the reason he came here. Let him help him find those claws. The spirit noticed that the great martial artist not only admitted his shortcomings to someone weaker than him, but also asked him for help. Wunwei realized that he really didn't care about his honor. His passion to become stronger came before that. It had been a long time since he had met someone like him. He said with a smile that he would help him, but only under one condition. Let him lend him his ultimate blade. He didn't know when exactly, but the Golden Lion King's claws would be of immense value at some point, right? The man laughed out loud and pointed out that he was talking as if he had already obtained them, and he said with a serious expression that he was absolutely certain that he would obtain them. Ouija looked at him in surprise at first, and then laughed out loud again, and pointed out that he was saying that without any proof. As he himself knew, it wasn't something he could just lend out like that. It didn't depend on his desire alone. MC thought he had expected that. Someone as influential as he was wouldn't give out reckless favors without thinking about the consequences. The man said that, however, if he agreed to become his little brother, there wouldn't be any problems. This sentence made him stupefied, and he and spirits thought, what did this old man just say? Meanwhile, Mingche came to meet with Jinba. The latter was very unhappy that he came so late, and also was inattentive, to which he only sighed heavily. He was outraged by his behavior and reminded him who his boss was, but Mingche was not going to tolerate this anymore, and his eyes glowed blue. This made the advisor nervous and asked what happened to him. After which, his body was covered with a crust of ice, and then completely split into small particles under the influence of Mingche's power. As soon as he was finished, the laughter of his subordinate, Red Bone, was heard behind him, who noted that he had such a cruel method of dealing with problems. There are a lot of eyes at every step. He knows about it, right? He reminded him in response that they were going to finish them all off anyway. He just started in advance. The man took on Jinba's appearance and smiled, saying that he probably had a lot of work to do. What was the intelligence report? He told him that there were gaps in his defenses, and that it was possible that information about them had spread. Under the circumstances, hunting for Tang Wunwei could be dangerous. Mingche glared at him and asked if he thought he hadn't calculated all the risks. The man apologized for overstepping his bounds, and Mingche threatened that he wouldn't let that happen twice. After that, Blue Bone of the 12 Black Ghosts appeared in the hall, saying that an order had been given. She used her powers and streams of energy began to fly around, and then her eyes widened and someone else took over her body. The men immediately knelt down and greeted the head of the myth. He called them those who follow the strict laws of the frozen northern sea, and asked how the preparations were going. Mingche informed him that the white-armed secret and assassination squad had united. Let him just give the order and they would start a holy war, sacrificing themselves with a smile on their faces. The myth leader said that this was excellent, and then gave them the divine mission of starting the first chapter of this holy war. On behalf of the myth leader of the frozen lands, he wished to send a gift to his old enemy, whom he had not seen for several decades. Let them behead one of the sons of the storm swordsman and impale his head on a stake for everyone to see, and no matter how many of them would be sacrificed in the process. Can they handle it?